This evening. This is a regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
It is on.
It is on.
Yes, it is. I checked too.
What?
We couldn't hear you.
All right. Try to adjust this. Mr. Yeski will be seated for Peter Levy for the whole meeting. On the first two items, Mr. Macri will be seated for Andy Fox, who has recused himself. I think what we should do on this one is to take 1 and 2 together and make one record for that. And then, since they're so integrated, it's hard to separate them. Number 1, Town of Greenwich. Number 2, Town of Greenwich, both for acquisition of a property and for a preliminary subdivision.
Good evening, Chairman Maitland and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. For the record, my name is Peter Tessie, and I serve as the first selectman here in the town of Greenwich. I'm before you this evening to introduce and speak to item number 1 and 2 on your agenda, which is to request a municipal improvement to acquire 4.27 acres of land at 1241 King Street for the purpose of constructing a new fire GEMS facility in the RA4 zone. Item 2 is specific for a preliminary subdivision to divide an existing 198.8 acre parcel into 2 parcels, where parcel A would be 4.3 acres and the remaining balance of land would continue to be the Fairview Country Club's property of 194.5 acres, located at 1241 King Street. To provide the Commission and the general public a broad overview, the need for a Northwest Greenwich fire station is well documented. One of the earliest reports that the town conducted was done by Baracker and Associates back in the late 80s. And contained in the recommendations by Baracker were the following comments in Chapter 6, Fire Stations. While the locations of the 7 fire stations which protect the town of Greenwich are not ideal, they are fairly well situated for response. There are, however, void areas which need to be addressed. To reduce the response time to the central portion of the town, a new fire station shall be built as close as possible to the corner of North Street and Dingletown Road. In addition, it goes on to talk about the location of the central station. At that time, that station was not up to par, and they were looking at alternatives, and there was discussions on where that should be. Of course, you've addressed that. The town has addressed that. It also refers to maintaining the structures, which you've also approved over the course of this period in terms of renovations to Coscob, renovations to Glenville, and as I said, Central. And it also mentions the need for that downtown station for administration and headquarters. So in 2004, the Board of Selectmen approved recommending the purchase of 1327 King Street for initial use by GEMS with a long-term plan of accommodating both fire and GEMS. In July of 2004, the BET appropriated the funds for the land purchase. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved the property purchase for use by GEMS, stating that the purchase was, quote, in the town's and residents' best interest to improve response time in the backcountry for medical emergencies. Since August of 2004, 1327 King Street has been continuously used for GEMS Medic 4. Prior to this, Medic 4 had no base station. Moving forward, GEMS has been using that facility while the town executed its renovation of existing fire stations, again, Coscob, Glenville, then moving forward to Central Greenwich. That site serves for GEMS. In 2010 fiscal year, we requested design funds from the BET, which were rejected, but subsequently approved in fiscal year budget 11. Funds were used for septic testing, preliminary site layout, etc. In July of 2012, an interim staffing model implemented at Glenville Station 4 was approved by the BET to address Northwest Greenwich response problems temporarily. It's still in effect today. In November of 2012, the P&Z approved the placement of a temporary residential trailer in a reconfiguration of the driveway at 1327 King Street for continued use by GEMS, as the existing house on the property had deteriorated to the point of obsolescence, and so that was taken down. During 2012-13, due to limitations of the site and concerns about the location of 1327 King Street, the BET requested an evaluation of all available properties in Northwest Greenwich. In the spring of 2012, our town administration sent out letters to roughly 64 property owners in Northwest Greenwich. 6 expressed interest in discussion. 5 properties were evaluated. And to give you a general sense, those properties were closely in geography to the John Street and Riversville Road intersection and the Cliffdale and Riversville Road section. But after evaluation by Public Works, looking at the soil compositions, looking at the site usage related to zoning and so forth, there were historic structures on 2 of these prime properties. The third had an institutional use. It's a house of worship, and it was not deemed sizable to accommodate what our requirements are. But I would place those in the top 3 properties. The fourth was Audubon. We had looked at their location, but of course they have a multi-agency approval because it's not just the local Audubon, it's the national, and of course developing their land is quite an undertaking given what their mission is, and the topography wasn't exactly perfect. So those were the core properties that were looked at. So as of the summer and fall of 2015, we considered 2 options as viable. One, which is the existing 1327 King Street, which would be fire only, which we would still need to find a home for GEMS, or 1241 King Street, which we were approached by Fairview Country Club of interest in helping the town meet this long identified public and life safety need. We've determined that this could accommodate a joint facility, and progress was made in negotiations with Fairview at the end of 2015. In the budget that is before the RTM this evening, the BET did recommend design funds for $500,000 for a joint fire GEMS facility. In addition, the Budget Committee added the $2 million to the capital budget for the land purchase. The plan is consistent with the POCD Action Strategy 4.31 that states funding for new fire station on King Street should be approved. The Phase 1 and 2 environmental assessments were conducted in August 2014. In addition, we just completed the archaeological Phase 1, and nothing significant was found. So this comprises the applications before you. With us this evening, we have Alan Minnelli, who is the Superintendent of Building Maintenance and Construction, or Construction and Maintenance, as well as, I thought Commissioner Siebert is here, Public Works, as well as Town Administrator Ben Brannion, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members of the agency have. And I would just say one other thing, which you already know. We could not move forward and do the analysis and undertake our efforts without the strong support of your professional staff, and I do want to thank Katie DeLuca once again for your great work on everything in this in particular tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Any comments?
Okay.
Well, we're going to give our comments to Mr. Minnelli when he gets up here. He's
Okay. Give him that.
he's got maps.
All right. Thank you very much.
Alan Minnelli, Superintendent, Building Construction and Maintenance. Good evening. So, Fairview Country Club approached the town, and we started doing our due diligence on the property. A report was submitted with the application. This would be a subdivision, so initially we submitted the subdivision application along with an MI approach. We did approach the Board of Selectmen, and they did approve, and then I forward to you guys. We've, as Peter said, we've tested for, we did an environmental phase 1 and 2, didn't find anything. We've perk tested with the health department and deep hole testing on the site and did find suitable soil to put a septic system in. The proposed station would be a 10-bed system, even though we're only going to be using 9 beds, 5 for fire, 4 for gems. We did not find any wetlands on the property.
Did you get a green sheet?
Yeah, we got it today.
We got
Okay.
it today.
I don't know how that slipped through, but we got it today. And we hired Malonic Broom to do a survey of what we thought we were going to buy. So we did, I know in your package there's a plan, a proposed plan of a building that's still under
Right.
development. It's somewhere around 9,000 square feet, and it does fit in with all the setbacks that are for this zone property. The existing roadways that are on the property now would be abandoned, as will the house. We will then develop the property to situate the fire station and a drive-through for the apparatus so that they won't be making noise at night. They could drive right around the station and pull in from the back. There is a pedestrian easement on the property. That was, after doing some research, we found that when Fairview was building up their property, 50 acres was somehow given to the Nature Conservancy, and a permanent pedestrian easement was granted across their property, and I believe it's also across the Griff's back property. I'm not quite sure. We haven't been able to find that.
The note on the plan uses the word right-of-way and easement.
It's a pedestrian, just a straight pedestrian easement.
So the word right-of-way is not correct.
Right.
Okay, that should obviously be removed from the plan when.
And we would continue that right away if we purchase the property.
Is it any meets and bounds on it, or is it just a easement?
It's just an easement. Nobody can find anything, even when we go back through the volumes on the land records where it's referenced, it does not really delineate its position on the land. Just out of housekeeping, what you're seeing tonight is an MI to purchase and a subdivision. I know that Katie had talked to me about the stormwater report. I can't really complete that until we do some building design and calculate the pervious pavement that we would be putting in.
Well,
So,
the report that we have from DPW indicates that they want it resubmitted prior to final
Yes.
subdivision. So at that time, I'm sure you'll have.
so the housekeeping portion of this is that a second MI for the construction of a fire station will be submitted along with a preliminary site plan. Then we would intend to go through ARC and, of course, you once more, so anything that needs to be corrected on the site plan, you guys would have a second look at it, and at that time, we should have enough information so you can go final on a subdivision.
Okay. Anybody have any questions, comments?
Nancy, you had a comment earlier at the briefing. You
At
mentioned
our briefing, section, where is this? Section 6272 requires that the owner of the property be the applicant. So when you come back for a final subdivision, we'll just make that a condition that when you come back, that the owner needs to be on the,
Okay.
Anything else? Is there any,
we should probably just mention the open space issue since it has come up It came up in the briefing, we discussed it, and it's in Katie's staff report, I think.
It's also the,
Yeah.
um,
So,
Denise Savageau gave
and
us
we've
a-
got comments from Mrs. Savageau on how this piece of property really isn't particularly worth considering, that deferring open space at this time would make sense, is how I read her memo, because it's really not particularly interesting for open space, this property, that it would be more interesting that if Fairview were to subdivide in the future, that open space be provided from there. And based on those comments that we've gotten, what we would do is say that should Fairview subdivide, that we would require that they provide 15% open space on the 198.7 acres that they are at present. And that's, that was in Katie's staff report as well.
And the April 29, 2016 memo from Denise Savageau deals with that very precisely.
Yes.
And we'll incorporate that in our decision.
Exactly.
Any comments from the public? Okay, close it. All right,
So-
this is closed.
Mr. Chairman, with your agreement, what I think we should do is move first on the preliminary subdivision, and then that would enable us to move on
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I was trying to do that with a straight face. Ma'am, okay. So I would like to move this application to final, and I'm not going to give all the conditions and the
We're
whereases
just
in order.
doing this
Like to-
preliminary subdivision now.
to final,
Okay.
yes. Move this preliminary subdivision to final. And I'm just going to open with some of the major topic that we covered was that the commission would agree to defer the open space requirement until at such time that there's a future subdivision, and that would then be applied against the entire existing 198.73 acres. And that in addition, prior to returning to final, that the applicant will submit the appropriate drainage plans. IWA green sheet has been provided. Soils are suitable for septic. This proposed subdivision meets the minimum lot area, frontage, and shape for the zone. And then there's some minor things here. One is removing the words right-of-way from the map. Also, that the owner of the property must be the applicant when it comes in for final, that's what's required in our regulations. And just again, into that first part about the open space, to refer back to Mrs. Savageau's memo of April 29th, and in addition, her memo of May 2nd regarding the archaeological assessment. Based on that, did I leave anything out, Mr. Chair?
Well, I would like to add that the application is for a facility which is in fact called out in the POCD.
I was going to do that in the EMI.
Well, under 6-260 of the subdivision regulations does state further the orderly development of the town in accordance
According
with
to
the
the
town
plan.
Got it,
development.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And also that the subdivision, but this particular parcel, in addition to being called out in the POCD, also is a matter of dealing with public health and public safety, and I think that's an important component to this subdivision process.
Okay. Any other comments?
Any other?
The septic.
Did that-
I mean, the normal things between,
I did that.
yeah.
Between
All
preliminary.
departmental,
Right.
you know,
Yes.
the kind
Yep.
of checklist.
All in favor of moving the preliminary subdivision to
So,
final?
Just one other thing, the staff comments in terms of making sure there's one surveyor and all those, I
Yes.
just want to make sure that was included.
All staff comments.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
You got that in before I finished my motion, so,
Just,
anyway.
I'm sorry, to add one more thing here. At page 67, one of the many deeds that was attached does use the language right-of-way for all lawful purposes 15 feet in width over the property. And so maybe we need to have a better understanding of what that is between preliminary and final.
That's the pedestrian easement
That's the language in the deed that, that I marked.
for the pedestrian easement, though, right?
Yeah,
Right.
I believe it is, but, you know, this is not my area of law to start with, so we could probably use a little clarification on this, on these various deeds.
Okay. Did we vote yet? No.
No, I think, I don't know if I've finished the motions, I'll do it again. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No?
And who seconded?
Nick did. Okay, now, Mary, would you like me to move forward? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion then to approve the MI to purchase this property. And in so doing, I'm going to refer us back to two things. First of all, Article 1 of our building zone regulations specifically says that our regulations are to secure safety from fire, flood, panic, and other dangers, as well as to promote the health, safety, et cetera, of the community, and that is specified in our articles. In addition, the POCD, I know that. In addition, the POCD, the last POCD mentions that the fire department's goal is to provide a townwide 4-minute response time and full assignment within 8 minutes. And within that, it was determined that a new fire station would be needed on King Street, and funding for this project should be provided. This was action item 4.31 of the POCD. Therefore, this being so consistent, very fully consistent with our POCD, I would move approval of the MI to purchase this property.
Second?
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None.
Took us longer to make the resolution, huh? That's when you have an unpracticed secretary.
Number 2. 3, I'm sorry. Thank you. 100 WP property.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant. We're at 100 West Putnam Avenue. And I'm here before you with an ARC sign issue. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Fox.
Sorry, but you said you just started, we might as well wait.
Sure.
Sorry about that, yeah.
Are you ready? But before you go too
Sure,
far.
sure.
There was, in your letter to us, there's a question in my mind. Are you requesting one sign be modified or more than one?
More than one, I guess, but I was going to get to that into the background, what I was going to explain
The
to
only
you.
reason I'm saying that is because it was unclear yesterday at our briefing whether this was just for the one sign or for, in fact, more than one.
I'll take you through the proposal and let you answer the question. What we had before ARC was to replace these existing signs. Well, this is the same sign, just the one freestanding sign on both sides, as well as this sign in the rear, which is on Benedict Place right near the entrance. And this is a planter or something. So all this, this freestanding sign and this sign in the rear on Benedict Place was approved in 2009. It's constructed pursuant to a building permit with zoning sign-off and everything. So they're all existing. What we had proposed to do was to replace this freestanding sign with this freestanding sign. As you'll see, the issue, as you'll know, is the listing of the tenant names on the new freestanding monument sign. Okay, all the areas and dimensional requirements are met, so those all comply. Okay, another facet of the proposal to ARC was to change the signage in the back and actually replace it with a wall-type plaque, which actually they endorsed. They like that idea, and it's just taking it from here, just removing these and putting it right next to the glass door, so it would sort of mirror what this is in the front.
But you're not requesting that a listing of the tenants be on that one?
Yes, we are, but they didn't. I think the ARC, when we were discussing it, was focused on this, and we agreed with this, but that wasn't the issue. Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I was trying to point at the same time.
You're going to lose one.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the one on the right's going to fall off.
I'll do it this way. I'll hold it. So we were, with ARC, we actually didn't get past this issue. They had liked this idea, but this was the overriding issue. So I didn't want there to be a split in our proposal where we talked about one and they left this hanging with what do we do. So I included this request, which ARC was actually in favor of in this application, just to close the loop.
Well, your letter's a little unclear because you implied that the ARC didn't want the listing of the tenants on that one either.
I apologize if I was unclear.
Okay,
Okay.
so bottom line,
Yes,
I'm confused now.
I have FNM with ARC.
You want to put the listing of the tenants on 2 signs.
Correct.
It's interesting, yeah, because, okay, and, I'm sorry, could you talk about the internal illumination?
The internal, I know that that was an issue or a discussion. Yeah, we're actually happy to do away with that, and that the letters up here were going to be lit with internal LEDs. So we're happy to do away with that and make it unilluminated.
Did you hear that part?
I heard that part.
It's going to be illuminated,
No, so I'm happy to remove the illumination.
but you said the letters are going to be illuminated.
No, he'll remove it.
The intent was to illuminate the sign?
It had LEDs
Okay.
internally, but again, we're happy to remove the lighting.
I have a particular question,
Sure.
which is, are you willing to move that back further?
I mean, it actually meets the 10-foot setback, which is
That wasn't
applicable
my
to the
question.
CGBR zone. Where would you move it to?
Wish to achieve something, are you willing to move it back in order to achieve it?
I mean, I guess I could pose the question to my client. I guess that's the question: is how far, or what, in what context?
Okay. To me, go ahead.
I mean, conceptually, it's that it would be more in the nature of a directory
It's a very good point.
and in more closer proximity to the building, that seems more logical.
I mean, you heard our discussion yesterday.
Yes.
Basically, what our thought was, you're coming to this building, you know who you're going to go see. These are not, oh, let me just stop by and see so-and-so Capital Partners. You have an appointment, and you know that they're in 100 West Putt. So the question is, what you really need on the street is the address. That's where what we kept coming back to. It needs to be directional, notification of the location. All of these are destination places. It's financial firms. It's not like a shopping center where maybe I'll go to Chopped and maybe I'll go to Starbucks. Oh, look, there's a Starbucks. So the biggest hesitation that Mr. McRae raised, and I believe you would have heard from ARC, is what's the point of having so much on this sign when people are driving by it?
Okay, I have a couple different thoughts on that. I guess first of all, is I still think it's important to locate the tenants as being tenants of this building. There is a long driveway.
Why?
But second of all,
Why?
so they know where to go. I guess the question,
So who knows where to go?
the people who are coming to the building, people who are visiting the building, I guess the question there would be, which buildings in town are destination buildings and which aren't? Or is every office building a destination building? And how is that translated to someone who's looking at the regulations, knowing what they can and can't do with our property or promised our tenants.
Yeah, I understand that, and I understand that we have to come back to a consistency with the regulations. I'm struggling to understand why somebody wants this.
Right. And so, there's different reasons why
To
someone.
me, this would be confusing driving by, and so I was trying to get it. I don't know, Nick, what are your thoughts?
Mr. Bristol, how high are the letters of the freestanding sign for the tenants?
These are approximately 4 inches.
The letters or the plaque?
Black.
So the letters are 2 inches high then, maybe? Maybe not even 3?
Everybody had to fix it.
Because I find it that it's kind of common practice that if you're actually creating a directory sign for a street, that the letters, depending on the speed of the traffic, the letters have to be a significant size for it to be read at the street. In my experience looking at your sign and reviewing signs with ARC over many, many years, I find that the design of your letters will be deficient. And I don't believe that what your client is looking for will be provided by this directory sign. I also find that although it conforms to our regulations in terms of size and shape, I think our regulation also goes on to say that the purpose of the regulation contained in the section is to avoid signs that are likely to create traffic hazards, otherwise detrimental to the public health, welfare, safety, and aid in preserving and enhancing the aesthetic, environmental, and historic values of the community, to protect, conserve, and enhance property values, and to maintain and preserve the pleasant surroundings so as to improve life for all residents of Greenwich.
Correct, and that's in the section entitled Residential Zone Specifications.
Okay, I think it's actually for the whole section of signs. And I believe that our experts,
Okay, so-
ARC, and their expert, have looked at this sign on a number of occasions and thought that this was inappropriate. Matter of fact, I believe they denied it twice. I would think that the commission would think that our experts know what they're talking about and would find that this is inappropriate again, third time.
Well, what I would, why we're here is this, is that it's the basic fundamental right of what a property owner can and can't do with the property, and whether it's clearly written in the regulations. One who looks at the regulations, and I've been through this a number of times, and I know you have as well. If you look at the regulations, not one person have I come across, not one sign consultant, not one attorney, property owner, et cetera, who read these things and says, geez, maybe we can't list the tenants on a sign in a building full of tenants. There's nothing in here to speak to that at all whatsoever. I would argue, respectfully, of course, that it's patently unfair to have these sort of subjective standards in place when there's no regulations to clarify things or to give direction. And I know what happens oftentimes is we go to these proposed signage for certain properties with multi-tenants, and ARC will say, well, wasn't there a sign program for this? And that's always been a big question in my mind because I've never found reference of a sign program anywhere. It's hard, there's no files where these things are kept, so it's hard to relate this to clients and everything else. So what we have is a situation where it's very,
Mr.
very,
Bristow, on this particular project, I seem to remember that there is a sign program specifically that was established and should be recorded in the file as part of the initial review of the whole scope of the renovation of the building.
and that's, I mean, I looked at the files and if there is, it must be bits and pieces of several things taken together. There's nothing clearly written. There's nothing to give direction to an applicant or anything else. What I think we're requesting and what I think what we're entitled to under the regulations is exactly what we have. We have a compliant sign that meets all the dimensional requirements, replacing an existing freestanding sign. We certainly aren't practically going to have writing so small that it loses its benefit. We wouldn't like it as a property owner, and certainly tenants wouldn't respect that either, so we would have problems with them. So there's going to be a point where, you know, practicality is going to overcome. But we certainly believe under the regulations we should have the right to list a tenant.
Okay, but see, and I was coming at it from this angle. Our regulations should, I want to support the business needs here. That's, if there's a gray area, we should try to do what's right for Greenwich as a whole and support the need of this business, of these businesses listed here. And So what I was trying to get to is, why does this make sense? Why is this a necessary thing for this applicant to support their business? And that's what, I'm not understanding why there's such a strong need, and that we should overrule our advisory experts who have, as, I think, this says you didn't show up one time? Okay, is that how you read this? Did not show? Okay. All right, whatever.
May I
But
ask a
it's been
question, though?
denied, it has been denied by ARC, and that's,
But again, what standard does the ARC apply? Or, you know, in my view, they're certainly advisory, and they serve an important function. You know.
come back to why does the applicant need this? How do we help their business? I mean, that's part of what we're here to do.
Is it?
I mean, it's the,
Oh, I have a representative,
Okay.
a building manager, but I will say this. It's.
I have a
If I-
question, too,
sure.
before the other fellow comes up. You started out saying that the ARC liked this, and Nick, you said that they denied it twice?
No, no, I'm sorry. To be clear, what they like, they like the idea of this on the wall as opposed to this, the freestanding
okay.
part. So actually, that was part of what we're thinking of as accommodation, saying, listen, we'll correct this condition, we'll sort of satisfy that, you know, and bring this back and sort of make a much smaller presence there. Just let us have what we think we're entitled to, is to list the tenant names on the freestanding sign.
yeah,
up
I think
front.
the sign should say 100 West Putnam, because I need that help when I'm driving. I know I'm going to go see JP Morgan at 100 West Putnam. That doesn't say that.
I guess there should be some standard to enumerate that, though, so everyone's clear what they can and can't have before.
I get that, but I'm just saying the business, that would be the business objective. I'm sorry, Dennis, did your question get answered?
Yeah, it did. You're talking about two different signs. Back to you, two different signs.
Yes, I guess. It was part of the same request before ARC, but I didn't want this piece to get lost in the shuffle, so that it was sort of unresolved at the end.
So before you have someone else come up, you probably heard me say at our briefing yesterday that I ran a business on Benedict Place for
Yes.
30-some-odd years and had a sign out front. I know exactly what that sign did for me. Every time somebody drove past, they seemed to be able to notice that my business was there. And that produced whatever it produced for me. And I would put that in terms of publicity, you know, a public face, a presence in a building. And as I came down Field Point Road tonight, in the block between West Putnam and Town Hall, our building is on both sides with exactly those kinds of signs in front of the buildings, enumerating all of the tenants in the building, or some of them, different designs. But I think that, frankly, it's more likely that a pedestrian is going to see the names of the tenants than somebody in a car. But
Well, that's not technically true, because in driving by one of the signs that you mentioned, I noticed that there was a name on the sign, and I said, gee, that person used to head up the interiors department in my firm.
there you go.
So it made me stop and go in, and we reconnected after a large number of years. So
Who'd have thought?
it is readable, and it is important for that. I know, again, in the business I had in Greenwich, the name of our business was on the sign in front of the building we occupied. So I don't think it's inconsistent with other signs in the town of Greenwich where people want that, and it's for whatever the values are, meeting old friends or.
And again, I mean, I agree. Those are all very, very good points. And again, it's if there's a desire to cut down the number of signs or to have certain signs, we just ask, as I'm not going to speak on behalf of the land use committee, but
We got that point.
No, I know. And I don't want to beat it to death necessarily, but I think that's a lot of these questions and sort of conflicts, figurative conflicts, are happening because of how those regulations drive.
So
with
you're
today's world.
volunteering to help us rewrite the sign?
I'll help, sure.
May I ask a question? Is it your intent to put every tenant on this?
No, as I was saying before, there's going to be a point
There's
practically.
only going to be 8. That's all you got there.
We're happy with 8, certainly, you know, but again, that was the point, is that we're not going to try to trig and have everyone in there. You know, practically it'll be maybe a tenant's over a certain square footage of space that they're renting that they'll be entitled to, or something of that nature, but 8 is all we're requesting.
And in the drawing you gave us, and that must be on yours, you do note that the letters are 3 inches high.
Yes. I was looking at the nameplate before.
In both signs?
I don't think it can be 3 inches high in the back.
No, I agree.
It's big, but maybe I didn't get that
I'd like,
information.
where does it say 3 inches?
Right at the bottom of the panel, if you look down at the bottom of the,
Oh, here.
Mr. Bristol?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And just
Yeah.
confirm, the placards would not be lit, but the 100 West Putnam would be lit?
That's what was proposed. Again, I mean, we're willing to make a concession if you want something.
No, I think that the 100 West Putnam backlit is better than having everything else backlit.
Certainly.
I think it-
And again, it's the internal LED, so it's sort of a soft glow. And I think it matches some of the other
is it
previously approved
currently-
lighting.
Is it currently a lit sign?
No.
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 I don't want it lit. Do you think?
Do we customarily, I mean, I'm thinking of the signs,
I think if
you
you're
know,
trying to...
the hotly contested Chase sign
Yeah.
across the way.
I was going to mention that.
Not lit, it's not lit.
No,
Definitely not.
that's certainly. Oh yeah, that's lit.
It's lit?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes.
I came by there
The whole
today.
site.
You can see it from here.
The sea on the
Probably
inside,
get a tan from here on it.
it's quite lit.
Yeah, it's quite
well
lit.
lit.
So it is, in that way, it's certainly consistent with the neighborhood.
I would like just to say that
Yes, I know.
as we trust our
Not gonna say
other
any, no.
experts,
I tried to help.
our traffic expert, engineering,
I'll go with whatever you guys want.
I would defer to ARC as our experts. They review signs much more than we do. Their expertise in the layout of a sign and the graphic representation on a sign as it's needed for being read from a street is something that they deal with on a monthly basis. And understanding that actually there was a sign program established on February 4th of 2009 with their initial approval. It was slightly modified in 2010, and then 2 denials of this particular sign. I would seem to think that I need to trust the ARC, that they know what they're doing, and that we should uphold what their thoughts on this were.
Insofar, I'm sorry.
No, I'm going to say that, but I think just the evidence that heard tonight that there are other buildings which use this technique of putting the names of the building out there. I don't see that as, if that's ARC's objection, is that they don't want to see the name out there, I think that's an inconsistency that's troubling.
It's troubling, but I think actually to understand that if our traffic expert came back in and had an analysis of something that seemed to be inconsistent, would we trust them or not trust them?
I think that's a little different. That gets into expert testimony and things like that. I think this one is, I think we're in this sort of a area that we don't like to be in necessarily, but
But I believe
aesthetic
that
areas and things, so.
the ARC is our experts on the aesthetic.
What I will say this is I agree that that's their purview is aesthetic concerns. I guess what happens is that sometimes they venture on into the sort of enforcement and regulation territory, and I think, which is understandable given, you know, their activities, but it's at the same time, I think it's sort of overreaching on their part, unintentionally, of course. I mean, even I was at ARC recently, and we had a variance for a certain freestanding sign, and they didn't want to give me the ability to have the freestanding sign at all, so I had to politely suggest that we have a variance. You can't take that right away from us. But it's those kind of situations where aesthetically certain decisions may make a lot of sense, but they start to conflict with property rights, and that's where the rub is.
Yep. I don't know if we can expect a different decision from ARC if they've been there twice and been denied twice, and I think that's why the applicant has come to us, because in the end, they're advisory to us.
Yes.
Exactly.
And
I would think that not illuminating any of the tenant names and just the 100 would be acceptable. And because the sign is actually significantly larger than what's out there,
Yeah.
trying to move it back away from the property line would be beneficial as well. I believe that actually the rear of the property is a different situation. I think the back door is actually quite close to the street. And I would think that actually having the address and on the street and the tenant directory on the door would be beneficial.
You'd like us to have both?
Excuse me?
You'd like us to have both? Both the tenant directory on the wall as well as the 100? On the back?
Not on the wall. Tenant directory on the door.
Oh, well,
In the back.
Let's not get
Let's just get this really,
yeah, and it's on the wall next to the door. That's what it was.
Great.
I'd like to go to the one in the front, because that's the one that we're talking about, its
Yes.
location. Well, put the picture up there, because it's...
I just pulled a good perspective off the web here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks.
that'll be helpful. What you can see is you're looking along West Putnam Avenue, and you can see the sign location there.
So, yeah, if you don't want it out here now, how far back would you go? It looks like it's almost within 10, I don't know, property line, let's assume is at the sidewalk.
I mean, it's at least 10 feet from the technical property line, which may not be coincident with the curb, as you know.
well, if it's- and also what Ms. Tominski was saying was the museum building.
Well, she's saying that that's the bill, but I don't think there's any reference on this sign. Who's in the museum building? Anybody that's on the sign?
What I would do, I'm sorry, with the 35, are you talking about the 35-foot question?
Yes.
No,
No.
the question of, is there any of the 6 or 5 names on the sign, are they located in what we call the museum building or not?
Or the historic building.
Is there anyone now? Yes, there is now.
Who?
First Financial is in that building.
Okay.
But what I was going to point to in the regulations was under the business zone specifications section of the sign regs, 6164A1, big B, which says that B sub I. In the event that a building has more than one street frontage, the distance from the street curb line shall apply only to the side where a freestanding sign is proposed to be located. So you're really looking at only at the setback of the building on West Putnam Avenue and not any of the others, because
Are you saying the historic building is not on West Putnam Avenue?
Didn't think so.
I think so.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The museum is, but not the
Yeah.
historic building.
Well,
The historic
the
building-
Slagle House is on Field Point.
Okay.
Slagle
That's
House
the
is
historic
technically
building.
on-
Right, that's the
I
historic.
want to know the one that's
And then there's-
the one that's adjacent to this on West Putnam Avenue. Is there a tenant in that building that's listed on the sign?
That's the museum building.
That's the museum.
Museum building.
Well, the Slagle House actually has the historic facade easement on it,
Okay.
so, interestingly.
And again, it is an existing sign that was constructed pursuant to a building permit.
I think the other thing is just seeing this photograph of it is not a good idea to move it too far back, because this tree is going to screen it.
Well,
So,
yeah, I mean, I think that's, and
Fair enough.
Okay.
good catch.
Google Earth is awesome,
Scares
especially
me.
because Andy's really fast at it.
it's a powerful tool. Bing is good too. It gives you a 3D sort of bird's eye view. It gives you some perspective.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Any other, well, just to say, any other comments from the commission?
I think I've said my piece.
Any
Well,
comment?
well, I guess I never did hear the answer. Are you willing to move the sign back a little bit?
He is, but I think if you look at Andy's, that he picked up, if you move it too far back, you're not going to, that tree is blocking it.
Oh, I see, that's what you were
We
saying.
don't want to cut the tree down.
No,
My other comment, the bottom 3 panels are going to be blocked by the retaining wall or the sitting wall that is to the west of this sign, so
really, if you just had 100 West Putt in really big letters, it would be, and took off JP Morgan, I'm sure they wouldn't like that, but, but they really actually, okay, I'm going to shut up.
I think if
done.
the applicant wants it placed where it is
Yep.
currently, no closer, let's put it this way, no closer to West Putt than it is, then I think that's,
What would you consider appropriate for illumination?
Okay, on the illumination, no internal illumination and only,
Well, go ahead.
No internal illumination. I'm willing to agree to the address being illuminated, but I
Yeah,
would
but
prefer having none.
nothing for the tenants.
Correct.
I would prefer having none, because
That's inclusive of face lit as well?
I would,
Well,
no
he's
light, no
not
internal
illuminated.
illumination, and
No illumination on the tenant.
no illumination.
Just the number.
Just the number West Putt, 100
And
West
is that
Yes,
going to be
just address.
face lit or internal?
I think it's nicer internal,
Yeah, it shows
Just asking.
without a doubt.
yeah, it shows internal LEDs on the,
Adjust it, and it doesn't give you.
Can we put a timer on that?
until when? So we didn't, so we don't interrupt Tenga from their,
Tango's on. Okay, well,
really, I don't.
okay, people can amend it.
Is there any comment from the public? Hearing none, ready to close it?
Yes.
Okay, let's close it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start out with a positive motion, in case, I don't know how people feel, to move approval of the construction of this sign on the front of the property. There are going to be two signs, and I'm going to start out with a sign on the front of the property on which the letters are going to be 3 inches high. The sign will remain in its current location, and there will be internal illumination on the address portion of the sign only, and the tenant list will not be internally illuminated, will have no illumination whatsoever, none. In addition, the applicant proposes to put a second sign on the wall next to their door at the rear of the building,
In lieu
On
of,
Benedict.
in lieu of what's there.
in lieu of what's there.
My only comment would be the edge of the sign is no closer to the road than it is currently, and it looks
Perfect.
like it's,
That's the freestanding one in front.
Yes.
Freestanding one in front, no closer. Okay? I'm done. Do I have a second?
Is that it? The
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Feel free, Nick.
Thank you.
Nancy
Yes.
seconded.
Yeah.
I know, you fell asleep. That's twice tonight. Oh, no, you weren't here. He's the official seconder.
usually second before they finish the motion.
But but everybody helps me make
I do.
motions.
Oh, your clip?
I'll give you one.
No, forget, it's just getting tossed in the
Come
bottom.
on.
Oh, wait, so Nick's not, so Nick actually wasn't seated on that? Correct. So he couldn't have voted against it?
Oh,
Pass it on.
forgot.
By the way, I didn't want to put, and I'd like to take it out, preliminary subdivision of the firehouse. I didn't want to put the firehouse into the subdivision, because if the firehouse doesn't approve there, doesn't make there,
Take one and pass it on.
We have to have,
No, we just say it's. They might want to sell the land. If you want them to put it in the farmhouse, so I want to take that out.
you can't have a preliminary site plan without something on it.
Do we need these or these extras?
You can just have, I know, but you know, you could go wrong ways, but the last time I tried to do the Dale Street property, the one that's,
But that's their problem, not ours.
well, I just don't, well, I'm gonna lock them in at this time.
Ready?
I'm sorry, we're listening.
75
Mr. Gellert,
Round Hill.
Ms. Gellert, number 4 on 75 Round Hill Road.
Good evening. Eric Brower on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for a final subdivision for 2 lots on the east side of Round Hill Road, on the north side of French Road. It's a 4+ acre property, and it has proposed 2 2-acre compliant lots, and we have an open space area originally proposed at 15%. It's gotten a little larger now, but made up of the balance of the fee land, and then in order to reach 15%, there's the easement area. So the property itself is located on municipal water. There's no wetlands on it. So our real challenge initially was to get the septic and the drainage issues resolved. Health Department has approved the septic systems for the properties. I think you have that in your file, as well as the engineering division, who comments were a little late coming in, but did indicate that they were satisfied, subject to notes being added to the record sheet and the easement for where the drainage crosses the property line be provided prior to the map being signed.
Is there anything else any other easements that are required on this? Because, not on this drawing, but when you get into the site development drawing, there's a lot of, again, the development of the property is being thought of as one because contours are crossing and grading is
Right.
crossing the property lines and so forth. So the question is that intended that these will be developed simultaneously?
Yes, the purchaser owner is Bill Gardner, who's here tonight, and so he's going to be building both of the properties, and the drainage is going to go in together with the first one as well, so it'll be...
And is it adequately known exactly where it's going so that you can place the easement on the subdivision map?
Oh, absolutely. The drainage, notwithstanding Scott's request for details, is...
But what his concern was, at least what came down to me, was his concern was that the easement
Right.
for drainage be shown on the subdivision map.
Yes. Yeah, so the answer is the drainage is so specified that it's easy to have that correlate with the courses and distances, and that'll be overlaid on the record sheet.
Okay.
So that will work. I handed out a package for you to look at just to become more familiar with the project, and most particularly just how the issue of the open space dedication kind of evolved subsequent to it being submitted and then meeting with the conservation staff. So if we look at the first page is the color aerial photo from the town GIS. And you can see the existing house is situated right in the middle, and the property is characterized by essentially a ridge in the back and a ridge along the street, and a low area, well, suitable for house sites, is not suitable for septic systems. So we had to work backwards from that. The drainage works well with the topography. And initially, we had thought that, as you can see along Round Hill Road, there's a very large wooded area, mixture of evergreens and hardwoods. So we had originally indicated that, as you see here, comprising 15% of the area. After Alex Mock had a chance to walk the property, she became concerned that maybe the eastern portions of the property might be more appropriate or as appropriate as what we were proposing. So I met with her and spoke with her several times, and the issue was really our septic limitations as to why we really couldn't jockey things around as much. So if we go to the next page, you'll see the photos fronting along Round Hill Road that show the area that will be preserved in our open space. And then the next series of plans are the plans A, B, and C that I discussed with Alex. A is the original plan that you're looking at in front of you with the 15% down along the road. The next issue was to where we were able to designate an area on the eastern side of Parcel A that would not interfere with the septic system, but still protect the steep slope there and mature vegetation in that area. She wanted to see if we could do a little better, so we went to Plan C, which actually has now a total of 18% open space. So we've protected the maximum that we physically can on the eastern side, and then we've widened up the buffer area along Round Hill Road.
And how's that split percentage-wise? Because I can't do the numbers this fast, so, no, but the 18 is how much is easement and how
Okay, if we
much
go
is
to-
deeded?
No, but the open space is fixed. It hasn't changed in any of these profiles.
The deeded, right, because
So
we're
the
limited.
Deeded is the same. Okay.
Right, so if you look, so what we have is
Thanks.
an increase
Wasn't getting that.
total from 15 to 18.
Right.
Obviously, we've included the area southerly that was not there before. And so we have it's a very thick belt there. It's not, I know people aren't excited about strips of open space per se, but that's about 70, 75 feet deep and is very wooded and ledgy and would be a shame if that was not protected, because it obviously could be developed. So she had indicated in a memo to me, which I think you have, that's on page 7, and she indicates that C would be appropriate and that she was satisfied with that. She had asked that we provide a letter from our project engineer, who's here tonight, Charles Mills, just confirming that we really couldn't move the septic further towards the road to widen up that area in the back. And Mr. Mills has said that letter is attached, and that's is the constraints we're living with. So the next page 8, the last sheet, is my response to a letter from a neighbor's attorney that you have in your package, Mr. Moger. He's here tonight as well and may wish to comment, but his issues are really more of a private deed restriction matter, and I've indicated to him that, one, we will work with him on that, but more importantly, that if the issue is to preserve the buffering that exists between them, that we'd be willing to work with them and invite them to work with us. The area in question is this. There's a 75-foot wide, that's shown in the dotted line here, for, quote, no structures. So that area is going to be planted as well. So we've gotten the health issue resolved. Drainage, we believe we were all set with Scott, and we still think we are. We did get contacted tonight by Attorney Chip Haslam, who's here tonight, representing one of the neighbors who's a representative of the association. They apparently tried to obtain an engineer, Mr. Rizzoli, fairly recently, who was unable to make review and comment. We don't object to his reviewing our submission. As you can see, the lengthy list of items that Scott wants checkmarked before we can get a building permit. We were hopeful that Mr. Haslam and his client would be satisfied with allowing Mr. Rizzoli to be part of that process, which anybody is able to review those documents and comment. Mr. Haslam has indicated that he would prefer that we keep this open for 2 weeks in order that Mr. Rizzoli have a chance to look at those plans. We're very comfortable with the design. If we can actually close this in 2 weeks, that would be fine. We don't want it running on end on end, but we have RPE and we have the town's engineer saying that it's okay. And also, Mr. Gardner and Charlie Mills have been meeting with Chip's client over the last weeks to satisfy her directly that the road won't be dug up, that we're tying into existing drainage connections, and that we're actually going to be reducing peak flow and going up to the 100-year storm as opposed to just the 25. So
Is she an abutting neighbor?
I'm not sure which. I'm sure Chip will identify where she's located, but she's with the association of French Road. So we were hopeful we had it all wrapped up for tonight, but if we can get this done in 2 weeks, we're amenable to that.
Katie?
Katie, do we have room on that next agenda?
Presume it would be quick, I would hope.
It should be, yes, it will be
Hopefully it will.
extremely
Well,
quick.
you won't come back if it's not quick.
You know, we're going to be like ZBA. Are you going to take less than 10 minutes?
10 minutes? It'll be five or less.
So, okay. So, yes?
Did you, Pat, did we get the green sheet from IWWA?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Oh.
It should, if it's not in
There
your
were
packet.
too many sheets in my
Too many
packet
sheets.
tonight to look at, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's,
As to the restoration plan, there wasn't anything submitted on the restoration plan of the driveway that's going to be removed and so forth, especially when,
Right.
yeah.
yeah, so this would be, we will submit to the conservation staff a restoration planting plan for that.
Okay.
Obviously, the area has gotten a lot smaller now, but that'll definitely be,
Okay.
any of the areas that are within the easement areas would be any planting subject to their approval, native species, and...
And also, I noted that part of the preservation and the open space and the conservation easement will be those stone walls. in
Yes,
addition.
absolutely. So the pictures, what you're seeing there are all going to be the same as it's been for 100 years or more, 200.
Okay, so we're going to leave it open
Well, does anybody
Well, to see if there's any other questions?
and public.
No questions? Any questions from the public?
Mr. Hassel?
Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam, and Hoagman. I'm here tonight with Ann Noonan, who's the head of the Homeowners Association on French Road. There's actually 11 homeowners, including the subject property, that are part of the association. It's an association with a small a. They're not incorporated, but they basically agree and have responsibilities pursuant to their deeds to maintain the roads, the drainage, et cetera. So their concern, obviously, and Ann's here trying to exercise her due diligence, is to make sure that this subdivision will not overtax the drainage system at French Road, which is a private system. And we have contacted Mr. Rizzoli. Unfortunately, there was some information that was missing in the file that he felt he needed to review to make sure that he felt comfortable with the drainage system. The applicant's indicated as engineer that they'll provide this information with us, and we think we can do that in 2 weeks, and also to accommodate the applicant in this regard. And we also appreciate Katie and the commission's doing that as well to put it on in 2 weeks, and we think we can resolve it.
Okay.
Mr. Haslam, it's not a formal association?
No, it was never formalized, and it says that they may, and when the original subdivision was made, that they could do that and organize, and they never did. There's actually quite a few of these in town, where people, it's just kind of an informal basis until somebody doesn't really participate, and then it becomes less informal, but,
I see.
yeah.
So deed restrictions, things like that?
There are restrictions and obligations set forth in their deeds, but people have, over the years, just chipped in and made sure when the road needed being repaired, it was repaired, or drainage, et cetera. So.
Okay, thank you.
And we appreciate, again, in that regard, the applicant's efforts to work with us.
Okay. Any other comments from the public?
Yes. I'm Daniel Moger. I represent the Maestrels, who have the property immediately to the east at the corner of French Road. I don't want to sandbag anybody on this, but in looking over the plans, I couldn't tell the schematic septic plans. There's one for Lot A, but I'm more interested in Lot B, and I didn't see the plans for B. And maybe that could be clarified.
Actually.
No, I just,
It's shown up here on
yeah.
the SC Miners plan.
Septic, the conceptual, so I think, Mr. Mosher, the Health Department has given
Approval.
conceptual approval. So,
I don't know what they based it on, because it wasn't on any of the sheets.
They have
well, the methodology there is that a proposed septic plan is filed with them. So, you know, there is presumably, have you been to the Health Department to see what?
There are two septic,
Oh, right, but the specifications are only for A, for Lot A, and there are no specifications on the plan for Lot B.
Well, as you know, we're only approving a subdivision, or we're only dealing with a subdivision.
Oh, I recognize that.
And all we look for in the subdivision application technically is, does it meet the subdivision regs? And we do ask for schematics to show that something is possible, that a septic is in fact possible.
and.
The exact engineering of it and so forth would, as you know.
No, I
No,
recognize
but
that.
Mr. Fem, we have been told that they have been given conceptual approval for
Yeah.
both of the proposed septic plans, and we were updated on that today. So there must be a disconnect somewhere, but they do have it.
It's shifting sands. I mean, at noontime, that wasn't in the file.
There is the April 15th email from Mr. Farfaglia to Mayor Kozakowski,
Right.
basically stating that Ashley Morgan, environmental hygienist, has completed his review of the septic system proposals for both parcels A and B.
Right. So there is a conceptual, there's a plan in the Health Department.
But, you know, we'll
So
have it
you will
again.
be able to identify its location just by going to that department.
Okay, fine.
And
I
in fact,
accept
Mr.
that.
Fox
You can find
has
it in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Right.
I hope so. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so we're going
I'm sorry, just clarifying that. It is on sheet 3. It is the layout
Mr.
and
Fox
grading.
has it.
No, we've got it.
So the layout and the grading is very specific. We're not cutting into the ledge close to his client's property, so there's still a buffer well above it that won't be impacted. So, and that is all of record.
Well, like I say, since we're going to hold this open for 2 weeks, that's plenty of time
Got
to
2
look
weeks
it
to
over.
find.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so we would be getting easement maps, amended language for the open space, and addressing any other outstanding comments in that time?
Well, the
as
easement, Scott's satisfied that the easement can be prior to recording the record sheet. We can certainly get started on that if you want.
As long as you've got a couple of weeks, it would be good if you did just
Move ahead with what
flesh
we
out,
can.
because
All right.
you're obviously going to have to make a number of changes to this subdivision map because you're locating the open space easements in different spots and so forth, so, yeah.
All right, we'll get all that
Keep them on it.
finalized.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. I thought it was dropping, it hasn't drafted yet. So, yeah.
Mr. Brower? We need an extension.
This is the Town of Greenwich Board of Education, New Lebanon School
They
for the MI.
postponed.
They
No, we
postponed.
must act on the MI.
No.
Oh,
We've hit
yes.
our 90 days.
Yes,
Extend
you're
it.
absolutely right.
Should-
Is there anybody here to speak on that?
Is there anybody here to speak on the MI?
Barring that, you do have a request for deferment
Yes.
in your packages.
The only thing I noted that in the one box, he didn't, it says if less than 30 days is granted, please specify, okay, so it's going to be more than 30 days, so he didn't fill
Yeah,
that
Mr.
in.
Chair, an update on
No,
Yeah, Mr.
actually-
Chair, I think you're looking at the extension form for the preliminary.
No, it says MI on it, that's what, at least, that's three items up at the top sheet, and the one that's underlined is the MI.
Actually,
But
There
the,
should be a second form in your package.
Ah. Thank you.
actually,
Okay, I got it.
so,
That's it.
so I guess, are you ready?
Yeah, no, I do have the other letter, I just looked at the
Okay, no,
first
I
sheet.
meant, are you
So, since we've been keeping a combined record on this project, I think we should we open also the public hearing so that we can put in the extension on the preliminary at the same time, or not?
yes. Let's do that.
Hold
Yes.
on one
I-
second.
Yeah.
I think we kept a single record on it before.
Yes.
Well, right, but the preliminary, they've already granted an extension. It's a little different because they can just request that extension
okay.
under the regulation versus the MIs under the charter, and that actually requires a finding and action by the commission, so I
Okay.
don't think you need to
We
do that.
don't need to do it, so we'll
Right,
just
so-
keep it in the regular.
You're right. In other words, the preliminary's already, just by procedure, been extended.
Okay.
Okay, so, are you ready for motion?
Yep.
Okay, so I would,
Is there any comment from the public on this, by the way? Okay.
okay, so I would move approval of the MI to,
Sorry,
No.
approval?
I'm sorry, I would move deferment of the MI to demolish the existing New Lebanon school building and construct a new school building, and that deferment go to our next hearing on June 7th, 2016.
And I think one of the reasons for the
the reasons.
deferment is that we do not have yet the final
Wetlands.
report from wetlands, and that's the reason for the deferment.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
I got off balance on the MI. I totally forgot about it.
We're here to keep you steady.
There you go.
The public hearing, we'll open it. And the first item on the public hearing is the New Lebanon School, which the applicant has given an extension, I believe, until June 7th, is that? Or was it just an extension?
It's a full extension, so.
Okay.
Till July 9th.
We do not expect to hear that before us until the 6/7 meeting.
Okay. The next one is number 7, Holly Hill LLC.
Mr. Maitland, members of the commission, John Tessie representing the applicant.
Mr. Tessie, just a moment. Mr. Chair, just for procedure, should note who's now seated. I know you mentioned it in the beginning of the evening, but since we're on the public hearing portion.
All right. Tonight, for Peter Levy, Mr. Yeski is seated, and for the remainder of the public hearing,
No,
Dennis Yeski.
right,
Okay.
right, except
Except
for
for
on.
item 10.
No, item 10, that will just be, Andy will be recused on
Recused,
11.
And Mr. McRae will be sitting.
Well, I'll mention that when we get
Right,
there.
actually, it's on number 7 that Mr. McRae will be seated. And 8 also. And it's.
On number 7?
Right,
Who for?
because, for Mr. Levy, because he was at the previous meeting.
Ah,
But
Okay.
If he was at the previous,
Mr. McRae was at the previous meeting.
and Mr. Yeski was not.
He was not on the
So
commission?
Mr. McRae will be seated for Mr. Levy.
Okay, got it.
all right? Thank you. So. we're on- Okay. Mr. McRae will be seated on this. for
So it's
Levy.
Mr. McRae, Mrs. Raymer, Mr. Maitland, Mrs. Albin, Mr. Fox.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Okay, we're all set. Now you can talk.
We got our act together. Do you have yours?
Hopefully I do too, yes. We were last before you on April 19th with this application, and we concluded that hearing with you with the understanding that we would provide additional information to the commission relating to essentially the 4 areas, principally the 4 areas laid out in your staff report by Mark on page 359 and 360 of your call. I have with me this evening my client representative, Doug Winchell, who's very familiar with the operation of the building, but also, just as importantly, I have Michael O'Rourke here from Adler Associates to address questions that you may or may not, that you may have concerning his report or any other questions dealing with parking or traffic that I cannot answer, which could be all of them. We provided, as noted, again, in the staff report, a signage plan. We sent it, the staff did not hear any comments back. You may have comments. We also provided you with analysis of the parking program for the building, noting current tenants and also the level B use proposed for the new medical space. And we've in that parking plan, there's an indication as to how both the underground garage levels would be parked, and also the surface parking would be or is now parked, as the case may be, depending upon whether it's an existing tenancy or the proposed additional tenancy. This will result in this. What I mean by this is that the addition of the medical tenant will not completely fill up the building, as we've discussed. The remaining space would still be parked for general office space. We would recognize if there's any desire to convert that remaining general office space to medical space, it would be submitted to staff, and they would decide whether or not that, for one reason or another, this commission should hear it on a
I
more
would
formal
say
basis.
that we
That's
could
up to you
probably
and staff.
conclude that if you're going to go to any medical use in this building, it will come to the commission.
Future, okay. Yeah, it's your call. We appreciate that. Questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
On chart number 2. Chart number 1 also, but chart number 2, since that's the most important one. It's regarding the future weekday parking demand at the site.
Well, the chart number 2 in the report.
The last letter we got from
Mr.
Mr. Adler.
Right.
The 27th.
Right, so.
And I'm curious on the line that's, maybe lose my place. On the line that says, future parking demand. What's included in that future parking demand? Does that assume that the building is built out, all the vacant space has been rented? And has it been rented to office, or has it been rented to, in other words, what assumptions did you make?
You're not has it been, you mean, what's the
Well,
assumption
it's assumption-
underlying the use?
Yes,
Yeah.
of this chart that shows
Right.
quite a spare capacity at the site, so.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Michael O'Rourke from Adler Consulting. The future parking demand, it was calculated using the existing numbers, the existing parking demand that had been counted in
Right.
all the garage space. We then added, based on zoning, the number of spaces that would be required by zoning for the medical space under consideration.
Right.
And that's how we reached
what
future
about-
parking demand.
But what about the rest of the vacant office space? Is that not included in this future demand?
How much?
The reason
There is
I'm
a little
asking,
bit of apples and oranges. Let's bring
Well-
them all together here.
excuse me, could you
Yes,
identify
yes.
whoever the third
Yeah.
person is?
So
could he-
Mr. Douglas Winchell.
Can you
if he's-
spell that
if-
for the court reporter, please?
WINSHALL.
See, this is it here. This is 13,000 spaces. Right?
Correct.
Yeah. Took that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we took the vacant spaces into account in calculating our future demand.
What,
Okay.
under what basis?
I'm
Office,
confused.
Well, for
the vacant?
the vacant office space, we did not assume any change in use.
Okay.
We assumed a change, for what we knew to be medical space, we assumed that the
That's
change
in
in
there,
use, the
right.
6.25,
So what was the value for the vacant space in terms of space per square foot?
I'm sorry, I don't have that particular calculation. If we did everything by zoning per the,
You assume that that the space that will continue to be vacant for the offices would be filled
With
as
offices.
office.
as office.
As office. And that's
Yes.
why if they want to change that, any of the currently identified vacant space, you have to return to the and change the use on it. You have to return to the commission.
That's
Yes.
what we recognize.
Okay, but I just want to make sure, because
The
this
allocated
shows,
number was 40 Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, this shows that with the addition of the on-site parking, there will be 389 spaces on the site. Is that correct? That's what I'm reading from the chart, so.
Yes.
But it implies that the future parking demand, Monday through Friday, does not exceed 280 cars, which is below a standard of 85% that we use to evaluate these parking lots.
Meaning 85%, meaning
Yeah.
the professionals consider
Before-
that full
Before we
lot.
consider like, yeah.
Yeah, right. I know. we
Valley
got
parking,
into
something like that. That's the, so that indicates almost 30 spaces. Am I doing it, my math right? No, 100 spaces. That's a lot.
Well, it's based on
So I understand it's based on the
calculations.
current uses in the office, or uses in the building now. There is some medical on one level. There's office space on the first floor, and there's
Right.
some office space on the third floor. There's vacant space on the third floor that will become office, and the vacant space on the second floor is what's becoming Stanford Hospital.
The Stanford Hospital medical use, yes. That's correct.
Okay. So the other thing is that what you have said to us is that the current building is non-conforming, and that by the addition of the spaces that you're putting in, you are going to reduce that non-conformity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's non-conforming by 38 now, and you are going to be non-conforming by 28 with the
20
addition of the 21, sorry.
21 or 22.
No, well, your chart says 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that issue of legal nonconformity is perhaps subject to question, because what we have been doing over the last few years with these buildings that are having difficulty filling up is a process of approving uses and parking counts with a view to dealing with maxing out the parking spaces when you get to full on the parking count. So I think to take a practice of this commission in allowing you to, not you in particular, but allowing the management of buildings to put tenants in buildings without obliging you to build more parking because you have vacancies. Are you following me, Mr. Tessie?
Well, I'm aware of what, because well, the good, I think what you're, sorry, let me start again. I represented 100 West Putnam. I know you're dealing with a sign earlier. But the issue there, I mean, I think we can just move forward. The issue there was related to the cap under section 100.1 of the regulations, and we, through working with the traffic engineer for that project and also your consultant, Mr. Ford, came up with this concept that, look, it looks like the building is really going to be under park. It's just a different world today. There's more carpooling, there's less people driving, et cetera.
Overparked.
Yeah, so both buildings are overparked, sorry, thank you.
Yep.
And so, or underutilized, it's a better word.
Exactly.
Right. And so we came up with a managed parking, contingency managed parking plan there, which we provided working with staff. Every time a new building permit application for new tenant, or for new tenant showing an increase in fannies and seats, if you will. Yep. It would be reviewed by staff. There'd be we'd have to update the utilization, and if the utilization exceeded 85%, then the managed parking plan, which showed valet parking, would be implementable, if that's a word.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But it's a
right.
concept which is frankly not about legally non-conforming parking. It's about not practically requiring an applicant to add parking which does not appear to be necessary. That's.
Well, I think that's well said. I think the issue here is, and I appreciate that.
But it is here. I mean, we talked yesterday about mandating more parking because you actually have the room to put in more parking.
Well,
but the better choice is to say, you really don't need it now, so we're gonna do what you've asked, but I don't think it's appropriate to say this is legally non-conforming. There have been a series of administrative approvals of specific tenants because the building was partly empty. And so we've been chipping away at the vacancy in this manner. But, for us to say, well, look, now you need to add more parking in that setting because you had switched over to medical use would be onerous. And so fairness is, we don't call this legally non-conforming, we call it filling up a building. I mean,
as long as the name of the road spells the same, I don't really care.
Well,
but we were using the technical phrase legally non-conforming because the parking doesn't meet today's standards. But I don't have to beat that to death. But as I said,
But I think,
I think I understand, I do understand everything you said. I'm not sure exactly what it leads to, but we certainly would all agree that it's important for us to manage our parking on site.
no, but I think that's the reason for your returning here to the commission. If you go to any use other than office use.
Oh, I accept that. That
Okay.
gives you another chance to take a look at how things are working.
And
too.
we shall.
We agree with that.
Now, two things. First of all, there was some discussion yesterday about whether or not the applicant should initially provide somebody to direct parking once it's opened. I don't know where people came out on that, and I'm just raising it. If,
Thank you.
I believe it was your suggestion.
We, at 55, you know, there's a little spot outside, and there's a fellow who sits in there all day to manage the parking. That was done because similar became largely medical use and chaos reigned. So we had some discussion yesterday about whether to ask you to do that now or to see if the plan as you have it works with some more regulation that we're still about to discuss with you, but.
Okay. You want to get it all on the table first?
Well, I mean.
Understanding that,
Well, I have a response to that, but it should be in the context of understanding,
The whole,
you know,
the whole ball
picture.
of wax?
Yeah, there they go, the whole ball
I'm
of
going
wax.
to address, I think your intent
don't-
is to have
See, we,
the Stanford Health clients come to a specific garage underneath the building.
correct.
As part of
Level B at the southwest corner of the building on
The
West Grand
original
Pond Road.
sign program that you submitted is confusing in reference to what that plan is. You want to get people from the front driveway to the back road into a garage. I think looking at that again as a specific to get a person from not coming in the front driveway and down to the corner and then into the right garage is critical. And I think actually looking at your sign program again, there's work that can be done on that to help you facilitate the parking.
Well,
program.
yeah, we provided that. It certainly, you know, there's no great, maybe there is pride of authorship, but there's no great pride of authorship there. I think it's in the spirit of coming up with the best signage plan possible. So,
Do you want to
I
make
think
some
what we're
specific comments
trying
on
to
this?
say
Like to-
is, our biggest concern is the traffic on the site and how does the commission get comfortable after we grant this approval that this is going to function? And I'm not trying to over-regulate, but we need something that we can hang our hat on that
Well,
you're going to manage this. And
yeah,
I think
well,
Mrs. Raymer's comment about having a person that's directing traffic,
I don't think a-
Mr. Macray's thing that the signage needs more tweaking, I think we just need.
well, let us explain. Okay, let me explain this a bit to you. I think we all have the same concern, and certainly we've spent time discussing it. It's actually built into their lease with Stanford Hospital, the whole concept. When we're talking about the patients, they're definitely going to notify each of their patients to give them, you know, as to how they, number one, as to how they park on the site or where they park on the site and how to get there. Number one. Number two is basically the way the building ultimately will function will be that if someone from Stanford, some patient were to come up that main drive, they are going to be precluded from being able to park up there, and they're going to be directed, and it's going to be by signage, and there's also a car key system up there. So for the
Access control?
yeah, access control. So they will be directed down. I think it's very good on this site, and thank God in the way, that when you're directed down, you don't have to worry about crossing a street. You know, so you have a right-hand turn and a right-hand turn. So I think that's going to help a lot.
But preferable
Now,
is they don't go up that ramp. I mean, that's what.
Well, preferably they don't, we agree, but that's a safety feature that they'll be directed down, because there's no right on the part of Stanford Hospital to utilize that main entrance.
Portion of the park.
Now, and so far as the management of the parking, I can't speak for 55, but we don't feel that there's anything for anybody to do out on the street, any individual. What would happen is that, what will happen is everyone will be directed into that parking garage. I had kind of anticipated, and we've talked about it, what happens if the garage is full, which I thought that's what you were getting at with that 85%. And it's built in, correct me if I'm wrong, with Stanford Hospital, that there is a incumbency then upon a hospital, because we kind of anticipated as we talked, that they would engage in a managed valet there, which would allow for, I was just eyeballing it, but clearly well more than 20, probably 30 parking spaces under that managed plan, which is something you were talking about earlier. So we kind of have this fail-safe system. No one thinks they're going to need it, but if in fact it's needed, we can go with that 85% rule that you're suggesting, and we've got it already built in that could be handled at that level. And we don't think that would be the only level, to give you comfort. I think that to give you the comfort you need for that plan.
There are 2 parking levels on Muskrat. Is it Muskrat? Yes.
Yeah, A and B.
A and B.
Yeah.
The far one that's chained off right now is B?
B, yeah.
It's a little confusing because it doesn't go
B,
A, B,
C,
C,
A.
D in a linear manner. Like,
A, B, I don't know, it's
Yeah.
clockwise. A, B, go all the way around and up. C, I know. Kind of have to do you have to do 270 degrees to get to C.
The other piece of this is that actually Stanford Hospital has a medical building in Stamford that I've been to many times with another patient. And they have signage on each parking space. You have 3 administrative site plans here that require signage on their assigned parking spaces. And that building has never apparently complied with those site plans. Every single one of them.
Well, it wasn't a question of not complying with them.
Assigned parking spaces has only one meaning. And
No,
it's
my only
in,
point is that the building's never been occupied, so there was no real
well, that-
need
that's-
to it, but
is that a
certainly we should.
good answer to not complying with a site plan?
No, pointing out that there's so many parking spaces. I'm not saying anyone should
Okay.
violate the law.
But I'm
The purpose
saying
you have assigned parking
This
spaces is
building
obviously to make sure you don't have an
Already
issue.
has 3 site plans. The signage
Right.
needs to be added to the 3 of them. That's your level C, I think.
Yeah, it's on level C, we agree.
And we need to have this thing tidy. And to,
yeah,
is your client willing to have a sign at the bottom of that entrance ramp that says, Stanford Hospital, do not enter here, go around the corner, or something that's.
It's a question of what the sign.
Client's not.
You have to, I'm
You have
sorry,
to- you have to-
because it's all recorded,
You
you
have
have
to be on the
to stand
microphone.
up and be on the mic, sorry.
The signage plan, one second, Doug.
You're
Here's the
saying
sign.
that.
We have the signage plan right here,
Yeah.
just to be clear. They're pretty strong words, I like those words.
What words? Do not
No,
enter?
Do not enter.
I mean, but,
Yeah.
They want stronger words on the sign, where you're,
and then I think
I think it's
Mr.
actually it's
McRae
a-
has
that's
more.
the existing.
It's a function of being actually clearer, understanding the nature of the access to the
Yeah, I thought that's a
building.
variation of what you were saying, you were going to give us.
Your proposed garage entry is quite clear, quite a change to the building, and a very large sign. So once you're at that point, you can't miss it. You have another proposed sign that actually shows visitor parking. I believe that's for the corner of Muskrat. I believe that would be a double-sided sign, and to get people to go down Muskrat. And there's also one out near that, adjacent to the garage.
Right.
The other existing signage is where things start to get very confusing, because it's saying medical visitor parking with an arrow, but it's pointing into the C garage, excuse me, the C garage.
Well, 'cause that's the only medical site.
But it would seem
on
to
the
me that if
site
I'm
now.
reading that,
By seeing the word medical signage, we have to work on the signage so it's more definitive as to the tenant as opposed to general
think it's
terms
actually-
like, general terms like medical, is what you're
what you
saying.
need to get is get from the front entrance, the people to the corner and around the corner.
Right.
I think actually understanding the do not park here, I think that's kind of that's the intent is don't park at the top, park at the bottom, and that's what you need to do in terms of the language
Yeah.
on the signs and the directional arrows to make sure that you get the people to go in the right place. That would solve your parking program.
Those are all good points.
And I think the intent of what we're talking about here to make sure people are in the right place, in the right garage, is important.
100%.
Since this is an item that we must close tonight, I think that perhaps if we do decide to approve this evening, that should be perhaps a condition that they return and work that out with staff, so that.
That would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't necessarily think, or, we had to get this on the table. We did, but.
Because you left off one of the tenants in the building on your signage program, but that's why I say, I think somebody, like I say, since we have to close it tonight.
Yeah.
Work it out with staff,
Signage.
but I think with
Yes.
whatever guidance. I do have a question, though, for you. On level A, you show some medical parking
Here are a few.
along with office.
I know what he's-
I'm just curious who's using, what medical group is using that?
Yes.
And
I know what you mean.
is that all just doctors and people who,
Existing.
not the public?
On C, on level C?
Those are the additional spaces required by the Stamford Hospital lease.
Yes.
It's intended to be used for their employees.
Okay, so
not for
that
their
really has
patients.
to be signed. That's employee use only.
Well, we're
You want the
happy
public to
make-
go to
Right,
the,
but nobody, it doesn't need, we're happy to change the sign any way you want it to
Yeah.
be, but it doesn't, the employees know where to go. We need to direct the patients to where they need to go. And, but we're open.
except the only thing is that some of these office people, your whole signage, as Ms. Raymer said, needs to be clear in here, that the red ones are for the office use, or if you're going to,
Is the question that you want that, similar to what Mrs. Raymond was saying earlier, that, do you have a problem with that row being designated for Stanford Hospital only?
That, I don't think that works for anybody. The ideas
But
of the
it's-
blue versus the red
yes.
is just how many spaces of each would be on that level, not where they would park. There's no reserved parking. That level,
Talking
there's
about
going to
level
be, level A,
Yeah.
is going to be a mix of office tenants and Stamford
Yes.
Hospital's employees, and they will park anywhere within those 114 spaces, not
Okay.
signed off. And we're open to putting any sign out there, meaning including something that says, patients do not park here, but you don't need to say, employees park here. Employees come every day and they know where to.
No, but I didn't realize that you were doing this, in other words, that level A garage is, you know you're to park on level A, but where you park on level A is not assigned.
That's correct.
Okay.
Which is how it works at the same level on the surface spots, where
Okay.
there's markings between green and red. There's only a few reserved spaces. A couple of different tenants have reserved spaces, and for those, you need to put signs saying that they're reserved for that tenant and that tenant only, because otherwise you lose a lot of efficiency.
But signage on the outside of the building will likely, then will only be directing patients, if you will, to
Into
level B.
That's correct.
They'll have card
Okay.
keys.
Yep. And so the other levels are going to have card key access, so patients can't get in there anyways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They
So
can't get up to the surface level, and they can't get into A. And in fact, it's been contemplated,
I'm sorry, they can't get to the surface level?
that there's going to be a card key.
Where? Where's the control?
Okay.
Well, the control is going to
Could you,
be,
could you put up a real site plan that shows the roads and the turning? Because I can't see where all of these things are on this map.
we would propose to put the,
Hold on.
Just a second, until he flips it to the site plan. You got nothing that shows the roads?
well, Holly Hill Lane
Yeah.
and Muskrat Pond
Okay.
are labeled.
But there's no way to know where entrances to A.
Very light.
I can't
It is
see
very light. It is shown when I can see it, but you probably can't because it's.
You know where you're going. I have no idea where you're going, so. Is that,
Yeah, here. Nick,
That has the topography. I think the second page is better. This shows the driveways and shows the driveways
perfect,
into A
yeah.
and B.
Okay, I got you. We'll go with that. Okay, so there's,
The gate, the card key access is intended to be as close to Holly Hill Lane as possible to prevent cars from getting up there.
so in other words, nobody will come up here. So at that point, you need to have a very good sign telling people where to go.
We agree, which we worked with you and with our tenants on the current signage program.
All right.
And we're open to, we welcome all input to make it as clear as it can be on the signage.
See, that idea of the card key, wasn't clear to us.
You
In other words,
also,
somebody coming to this site, now if you're a visitor and you want to go to the first floor office space to see somebody, how do you get in?
We have a manned concierge desk, and there will be an intercom there, as is
okay.
commonly used.
Okay.
so you made a comment that if a prospective patient comes to that level, they could turn around. Is there room to turn around, or do they have to back into Holly Hill?
It depends on how far up we have to put it, because there is this entrance here into the adjacent property. So if we put it here, they can back in and go right out. Yes.
Well, we'd have
It's very easy.
Yeah, I mean,
We have to put it south, Doug, of this.
You have to, because we don't want anybody backing into Holly Hill.
No, they can't back into Holly Hill.
Okay.
We have it right, we have a natural way to do it.
Real good way to lose your fight.
Well, right, so it can be stipulated that it will be located to the south of the drive to allow for easy. South of the drive to, into the neighboring property to allow for easy backup and
So as
return to the street.
As part of coming back with your signage, I think a clear drawing showing access control would be helpful on one plan that then staff could approve.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
it's
think-
fine. It was all part and parcel of our thinking, how best to come back to you and explain how we can control the site. So it was not mentioned previously, and it was something that was thought about as a good way to control the site, to try to give you more comfort that
Yes.
with a better, if you will, signage plan and these type of controls, it'll all work.
No, because you guys didn't agree.
The,
No, this-
Then as you go down Holly Hill, there's another sign that would direct you into level A, the uses that are on that level. And that,
Talking about this, the signage into level A.
it's on Holly Hill.
Level, well, the corner.
Is there a sign,
All for employee parking, office employees and
level A?
Yes, the
Level A.
signage will direct
Are you-
patients
yeah.
only to level B.
I'm sorry,
The
level
other
C.
level-
I'm so
Level C,
messed up with
you
this
can
garage.
explain
The
that.
other will be card key restricted access.
Well, card key restricted access where? To the garages?
A
Not
and
to the
C.
garages. A and C?
Yes.
Level,
No, it
level.
can't be C.
All right, to be clear, level A is for building employees, the general office building employees.
And that's restricted by card key.
That's
for A.
restricted by car key, which is quite normal.
and the surface parking.
And the surfings, as you pointed
Surface.
out, that's when
Now,
you drive up.
level C, is that also, or is that just open to people to drive in?
No, level C is the existing use isn't changing. The same tenant is there,
I understand that.
Stamford Hospital.
But it's a
and it-
blood draw station, or it says it somewhere, right?
That's closed currently, but it could be back. That's Greenwich
But I mean,
Hospital.
that's a lot of people coming in for those
Yeah, There are
facilities.
people, a lot of people coming in, and C and
Right.
B are proposed to work the same or similarly. It's the same use that's the patients
Yes.
for Stamford Hospital and for
Gotcha.
Greenwich Medical Group will
So the
be,
signage will direct patients to levels B and C as appropriate. There will
However,
be card key restricted access to
A.
level A. And, well, the surface you can't restrict with card key. because it's-
Just did it. We just put a gate in.
Oh, because of the gate.
Yeah.
Okay, and to A, and surface.
But
Okay, I got it.
right now, you've got 3 administrative site plans that have assigned parking on level C. So how are you going to square that up?
Because you brought that up before, and so I'm not sure, I believe, prior to our ownership,
Yeah?
it is actually marked on level C that they're
Okay.
for the hospital. It is very faded at this
Okay.
point, to the point of not really being
Just
seen, but I
question-
believe it's there.
We don't want to set up a parking system which is in conflict with 3 administrative
No,
site
we'll
plans. That's what I'm
designate the
saying.
space.
If you're talking about stenciling on that it says like patient or only, we're happy to do that. That's easy and.
It would be great if you took a look at these 3 site plans and made sure that they're also being adhered to, because
Well, hopefully that
They're
can
all
all...
related to, all site plans are related to administrative approvals, just for your,
the 3,
for your refreshment.
yeah,
Administrative approvals for for medical use,
they are.
and all relate to the utilization of level C,
Yep.
because you know how the building's laid out.
Yep.
And there is references made that there will be designated parking spaces.
Yep.
And what Commissioner Raymer is saying, she would like us to make sure that we have the designated spaces per those 3 approvals, and you're saying that's not a problem.
But why wouldn't we make this new parking plan the parking plan for this site and
And
the
that's fine.
previous,
It
and
just-
the
and we
previous
have to
ones?
incorporate it, we have to make them gel, that's
Well,
all.
but why don't we just overwrite them
Well, we can...
with this new
Want to
plan?
take a look at all of them before you
Well,
get that.
I don't think we have to override them, Mr. Fox, only because they all relate to level C,
Yep.
medical use.
Yep, they all
And,
do.
Right, but I'm trying, as
not-
Ms. Raymer always likes to do, is let's have a clean record, so why wouldn't this record?
Who knew that
su-
that was
su-
interesting?
No, but I think if we just, if we put it in a condition, then let staff do it.
Right.
As long as they know what they're supposed to do,
It's going to be.
then they can do it, and it's not going to hold up everybody here
Good.
trying to
Sounds
do
great.
it, micromanage
I'm
it.
just trying to have
Yep.
one plan instead of
So-
having to go back.
Oh, I think it's a great idea. I think it
think-
would be a good idea that this ultimately, we work with staff, and this
Right.
is the final parking plan that incorporates everything
Whatever we're
relevant
gonna
from the
say to you
past, which
tonight.
I think is what you're saying.
So, just to go back a few minutes ago to this valet plan, am I understanding that you're willing to have a condition incorporated that on that Stamford Hospital parking, if it gets to the 85% number,
85%.
you will put a valet plan in place?
Well, they consider 85% to be full. 85% is what
There's
traffic
100
engineers, Michael would say.
You got lots of extra parking right now if you get to the point where
Traffic
you don't have
engineers indicate that if you're 85% full in a lot, you're considered full for their professional analysis, fully occupied. What they're saying is that if you have that, may not need it, that you will have a valet plan, valet person there, ready and able to work. I mean, it could theoretically be possible that you stay between 85 and 100%, but they want to know that in case you go over, you know,
That you don't go over on the streets.
that you don't go on the street, because there's nowhere to park on the street. And that's
That's
conceptually
all
what
we're trying to
talking
do is
about.
give you a way to handle this.
It's a
So-
Get
contingency
that
plan.
number.
The lease already contemplates that?
Yes, that's what
the
I'm
tenant?
just
So
taking that
we're-
up and.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
only trying to understand the 85%. I wouldn't
That-
want to
that's a-
implement it, force the hospital to implement it
No, just, I think
if
it's, I don't know if
15% of the
it's,
spaces are empty.
is it
Just
to
don't
implement it,
understand.
or is it just to have it in place,
Right,
how you're going to do it? That's the important thing.
We would have Mr., okay, I think it's usually
There's
done.
120 spaces on this site, on this floor,
That's a
plus or
lot of,
minus.
that's a lot of empty spaces potentially, but what we would do, I think, is you would have our traffic engineers to draw up basically a valet plan showing basically the stacked cars, you know, and we would submit that to staff and indicate this is how it would work. Staff would have to sign off on that. And then you would look to engage a management company if it's determined that you get over.
Yeah.
And a management company that would, or a valet service that would be at the ready should you need them. Basically, that's sounds like it's consistent with your,
We want to protect the parking abilities of all the
Yes.
other office
Yeah, right.
tenants.
Indeed, but we don't want you on the street, so that's,
so there's a commonality of interest, because
Ah,
practicality,
that's true.
it's one of those cases where practicality meets
Because
zoning.
people could get hurt on Holly Hill.
Now, Is that just on level C, did I hear you say
No,
that?
we're
No.
going to give you the whole thing.
Okay.
Well, level C would be the only level that possibly could be needed, but
well, level B, as long as the,
not, I didn't mean C, I meant B. Started that again, I was so good all night.
B,
We're talking about B only.
B. Talking about B.
Just B or
Just B. Just B.
I think we should just say that if there's ever a section of the parking that gets to 85%. and it's-
no, I don't, well,
Okay.
we've got to watch it because the
All right,
level
okay.
A is office building, and they tend to come in and stay. They don't circulate looking for
Okay,
the
so you
spaces.
just want to do
Yeah.
B? I think it should be
Well,
B and C.
but
B and C. Okay, done.
B and
Oh,
C.
C,
I got it.
it can't
C-
hurt you to have it.
Page.
If you don't use, if you
Well-
don't get to the 85%, then you don't need it. Because the problem with C is there's dead ends. I mean, as you circulate B, you can keep going around looking
right.
in a way, but C you can't because you get into this dead end condition over here.
That's what happened to me.
Which
with-
causes, there's no place. If you drive in here and the spots are filled, you got to back all the way out and then that's what causes the,
That's what happened to me when I went to
Commotion.
Mechanic. Got stuck. Okay.
well,
it can't hurt you to have it.
All right.
Economically viable, 60 spaces.
well, the real question they're asking is what happens if, here's the bottom line, if this all fills up and people are driving in and out, what they're really saying is where are they going to park? Your practical experience is it's never happened.
Well, so yes, this has been there for years. And
No, I
Yeah, but
understand.
bear in mind that we live in an aging community and all of that. Now, that means more medical facilities are going to come in, but we're just concerned, there's a number that's theoretically 85%, but it really means that people can't find spots. And you're going to know it when it happens. So we're just saying, hey, when it
Have a
happens.
plan for it.
Have a plan for it.
My only comment, so I think from my perspective, we're very much aligned, maybe for different reasons, but we are.
Yeah, I think we
You
are.
don't want them on the
Right.
street, we don't want them interfering with the office tenants.
Exactly.
Stanford Hospital is a 31,000-foot facility with lots of patients. The problem on level C, I'm open to considering it. The problem is that we will end up valeting 3 cars, and it's not economically viable.
When you
to have
run into a
person there
problem,
all
you're
day.
going to know it. And to your point, it's going to hurt the business of the building, and it's because it's going to put people on the street. It's going to be, when it runs into 85%, you're going to know that you've got a problem with people not finding parking.
Okay.
And so really all we're saying is have a plan.
So is it fair to say that it's, we're all trying to be practical here?
Yes.
So obviously, you're not going to hire a valet company
When you don't need
just to
it.
deal with 3 cars.
Exactly.
However, when you get to that 85%, I think what we're trying to say is that's a threshold level where we're saying, oh, you're starting to get close, it's starting to become a problem. Let's make sure that there's a contingency in place here. Let's work together, get the communication up and running.
that's-
We're not going to have,
that's very
we're
well
not going to have you
phrased. That-
valet
that's
for
the
3
whole-
cars, but on the other hand, if there's a problem where there's 20 extra cars, we want to make sure we've got a condition in
We're
place
not trying to
deal
get
with
you
it.
to do something crazy, we're just trying to get you to have a plan.
Anybody,
It's all about the practical application
Yeah,
here
okay.
does anybody else have anything?
of a plan.
Yeah,
If
but
it's-
we have public.
Real quick,
I'm not going to the commission first.
I know, I understand what you're saying.
Mr. Tessie,
Blame him.
the directional sign that leads to level C, I think I would be very careful with that sign. You've got the Greenwich Medical Group in there. I'm not too sure if they're actually part of the Stanford Health. Okay. They are now, okay. It would seem to me the best way to go about that is to retain the Greenwich Medical Group and not have Stanford Health on that sign, so to get your people down to the corner, because it would seem that everybody who gets turned around at the front entrance goes to the next garage, which is going to be a problem, which you really want them to get to the third garage.
That, I don't know that we can even answer. They're going to have their own branding. I believe it's all going to be under one name, but I can tell you for sure, I'm not able to answer that question, what they want to call themselves. Stanford Health bought the former Greenwich Medical Group.
Right.
It's now one tenant.
Gotcha. We didn't know that.
But
Greenwich Hospital has the blood draw on that level. That's a
Right.
different entity.
Understanding that it's your building and it's your parking program, and you want your parking program to work correctly.
Yeah.
So I think working with whatever tenant is in there and let them understand the situation that you're dealing with, returning, trying to get cars to the right place.
Yep.
Right.
You
I
know,
think-
We agree.
I think.
go in that direction so that everybody's agrees on
Basically,
it.
that's all part of the signage plan. What
Yes.
you're pointing out is right, the obvious. You don't want two signs that seems to be to pay for patients for different levels
that's right.
to be the same, because
right.
that defeats the purpose of the signage plan.
Yep.
So that's what we have to work on internally and then with staff. Great.
Anything else?
Okay.
Good. Any public comment on this? Seeing none, we'll
Public comment?
close.
In this application?
We'll close.
Okay, okay.
Thank you very much for your time, really, and your insights.
The
So who are the-
next one is River Road Development.
Okay, so there you go. Okay. Just so everybody knows, we'll need an extension on this if we don't close on it tonight.
This one on River Road?
Yeah.
Secretary's Perry is trying to refocus herself after her MI goof earlier.
We have a visitor.
Oh, I'm freezing. I have to go get something to keep me warm. I'm so cold.
Take a break?
Isn't it cold in here? Aren't you guys cold?
No, doing good.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were before you on this project at 89 River Road back in March, and you asked us for a good deal of information, which has taken us some time to get together, and we're now in a position to present that to you. And I wanted to go over many of the changes that we've made and the information that we have presented to you over the last few weeks. The initial change that we made was one that involved the public access. And it comes along the south side of the property. And then the commission wanted us to put it closer to the water. And so we've actually taken it into this peninsula here where there's a L-shaped seating area. This is now 8 feet wide along the water. It would be 6 feet as you get from River Road to the shore, and then 8 feet wide all around. We presented this to the Architectural Review Committee along with the rest of the plan, and what we're proposing is, as you can see on the table, it looks like it's a boardwalk, but it's actually concrete, which is this large piece here. Which would be which would make up the walking surface of the boardwalk. It does not have the problem with the boardwalk, which could get ripped up or damaged in storms. It's a very, very secure surface. So,
Is this just loosely laid, or is it set in concrete?
On the record.
it's our landscape architect.
Mary Kate Casey. I work for Artemis Landscape Architects, and so the pavers aren't going to be set in concrete, but they'll be set on a compacted 8-inch gravel base, and it'll be compacted in 4-inch lifts, then laid in a cement sand setting bed, which will keep it in place, and so that it's you know,
The thickness of the material,
of the paver,
paver,
4-inch thick.
4 inches?
Yeah.
Okay.
We looked at a number of materials. I think the last time we were here, we talked about, it was almost like a rubberized surface, and we're looking to something that would be durable and also be an attractive walkway for the public getting along the water. We did appear in front of the Architectural Review Committee last month. I think it's fair to say that the members were effusive of the design and the layout. The comments were very, very slight, as you saw in the material that we submitted to you, and we've responded to those comments. One of the things that the Commission was looking for, and that ARC also was looking for, were more street trees, and we did add those as part of the landscape plan, both in the parking lot itself and along the street frontage. So we have actual large trees that are part of that landscape redesign. One of the things that you were most interested in was updating the traffic plan. That had been a comment from others in the neighborhood as to whether the traffic plan needed to be the traffic study rather needed to be updated because it had been done some years ago. So Mike Galante from Frederick P. Clark Associates conducted that along with an update on the parking requirements, and I'd like to ask Mike to go over that with you now.
Before Mr. Galante starts, on the comments of the ARC, they reflect some of the issues that we asked about in terms of lighting. And they ask the applicant to submit electronically, but they're saying they need, you need to show that the residences will not be affected by the lighting in the neighborhood, that although the uplighting is nice on the roof, it may not be to code, and also that you were still missing a full lumen plan for them. So the lighting plan sounds like it still needs, they've asked for an electronic submission, but if it doesn't meet code and there's an issue with neighbors, you would have to modify that. So, I don't know, Mr. McRae, I forgot to ask you this yesterday, how this would work with them?
It was be returned through email for
Yeah.
a member to look at. I think that the site section was provided on the tracking, right?
Yes. Yeah, we submitted that on April 26th to Ms. Tominski as the staff person to ARC.
The light fixture specifications were actually included in that as well.
Correct.
And?
The lumen plan.
Bad. Demerits again.
Oh, boy. The lumen plan, I believe that was included, but I'm not too sure if that actually included any of the light bleed from the building itself. There's an awful lot of glass that actually has light coming out of it. And the views towards the building from further south on River Road?
Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal. I think that's just that they wanted the visuals. We were concerned, when we last heard this, we were just concerned that there not be an impact on neighbors from the lighting because of the way the building is with the glass and okay. I know there's some other concerns, but I just wanted to touch on that.
I think actually the facade glass, I think, is the one thing
Exactly.
that's kind of missing.
Yeah, and one of the things that we did point out is that we would be closed by 10 o'clock, so there would be no light after that.
Why be there after dark? You're rowing club.
There may be meetings, but certainly, for the most part, there would be very, very little activity after dark. That's true.
Okay.
The rendering you gave us happens to have a light fixture shown in it. It seems to be quite high. Is that a true rendering of that light fixture?
Probably the perspective is not one that lends itself to showing that it's actually 12 feet tall.
Rather.
But the fixtures are 12 feet.
45 feet are tall. So I thought it seemed a little out of scale with the rest.
I think it's just because it's so close to the perspective of the the renderer.
Well, you got to watch out who you're talking to.
I will represent that the light fixture is 12, the light pole is 12 feet tall.
Thank you.
Mike, can you go over the traffic, please?
Good evening, Mike Galante, Frederick Clark Associates. We are the consultants and prepared the traffic and parking studies in this case. And at the last meeting, a month, 2 months ago, we were asked to update a couple things, which we have, and it's provided in a report dated April 18th from my office. And it covered a couple things. One, you asked for new traffic counts. We did the traffic counts, and I'll describe that in a moment. We updated the parking analysis, and that's based on certainly an updated schedule of activities, number of members and classes, weekdays and weekends, different seasons. Since the spring, fall is the busiest time, our traffic and parking studies are based on that as far as a worst case, but we look at all the different conditions. We were asked to do a sensitivity analysis of driveway, meaning how much traffic can we accommodate on the driveway. And the quick answer is we went up, you can add another 100 trips to the driveway before you start reaching levels of service D, E, and F, and so on. And we have that in great detail in the report. And I think, well, the new schedule, the parking analysis, and the new traffic counts. And I'll just kind of summarize that. There are lots of boards, lots of charts, but I won't go through all the numbers and charts, but I'll just give you an overview. And I see a question coming.
Well, yeah. As I look at your figure 11, and I believe figure 12 in your parking analysis, you show the demand. You have an adult demand, a junior demand, coaches demand, employee demand, so you have a total parking demand. And the thing is, I don't believe that truly represents what's going on in this building. In addition to having a training facility, which we know has a parking demand, and yeah, that one right there. Yeah. So we know that that's got a parking demand. We also know that the employee count seems to be incredibly low for a building of this size. But beyond that, you have a sales facility on the second floor, which is, there's been no accounting for that. You have a large multi-purpose room on the second floor, and there's been no accounting for that. And it seems like the wrong information has gone into this study, and I just wonder why that wasn't considered.
I will let someone else answer that question, but just quickly, we looked at a new schedule and the number of people that might be attending, whether it's a class, coaches, and so on, and that was put into this model. So this model, and I know you had a comment maybe very recently about the parking not accounting for certain aspects of the building itself.
Yes.
And maybe we need to adjust it one more time, but, and I'll let either Mr. Hegney or someone else respond to that question.
Certainly those are requirements of our parking regulations, as you know.
Yep.
And they just are not addressed. I mean, just to get at it very quickly, the upper floor of this building is an office building by almost any consideration you can find for it. And the fact is that, and you say in your summary that the parking demand for this building is going to be 1 for 250 throughout because you can't figure out the uses. Well, in other words, I don't think you really mean that because you don't want it classified as a use group 5 building, which is other. So assuming that you want it analyzed for the uses in the building, the second floor is clearly an office floor. Offices, conference rooms, breakout rooms, copy rooms, then a multi-purpose room, which we have no idea what it is, and a large warming kitchen. Again, we have no idea what it is, but just based on the size of the rooms, would indicate some sort of large gatherings in that multi-purpose room. None of that has been accounted for in this parking. In addition to, on the first floor, where the training facility is a large parking generator, again, according to our regulations, in that the erg machines and then there's 16 erg machines in this huge room, so there is clearly space around the perimeter of this room to add additional training facilities, of course, which generates additional parking demand. None of that is in this analysis. So,
Maybe it'd be best for me to respond to that now before Mike goes on with his report. It's not that I can't figure out the use. The use is very straightforward. The use is a rowing club.
All
The
right,
entire
but the-
facility is a private rowing club. We're not renting out office space. It's not a commercial building renting out offices. It's not a retail building renting out retail space. This is all related to the operation of the private rowing club. So I don't see how we break it out into separate, well, this is the retail, this is our retail part of, it's not a mixed-use building. It's a single-use building.
You were here a few minutes ago when we took a building, and we took it apart to the uses in the building, knowing full well that an office generates a certain parking use, and a medical facility generates another parking use. That's not uncommon in a building. This building has within it uses that are applicable to our parking standards. Exactly the same thing.
But we're not renting out.
It's
When you're
irrelevant
looking at a medical
irrelevant.
office, you're looking at the number of doctors. When you're looking at an office building, you're doing it on a square footage basis for the offices.
Yes, but my point is that within a single building, you can have a multitude of uses that will generate different parking demands. I find that missing from this analysis, and it's inconceivable to me that you're going to have this second floor, 8,000, whatever square footage it is, that's roughly the number, and you're going to have 4 or 5 people up there. It makes no sense.
Well, actually, that's not quite the case, and they won't all be there at the same time, but I want to provide an office usage
What
plan
goes on in the
for you.
multipurpose room?
It will be meetings of rowers, students at certain times. Before they go off to a regatta, they'll have a gathering there before they go. They may have a celebration depending on how successful they are at the regatta afterwards. And it's meant to be a large group meeting for members of the club.
How many?
Well,
Personally, I mean, we have a junior program.
You have to identify yourself.
Dave Dickerson, I'm president of Rural America. There will be a junior program of approximately 100 kids, youth, and they all could be up, they're all down there from 3 to 5. If there is, for instance, an event, say afterwards, they have a pre-race meal or a celebration after, it's an area for which the same group of people can go upstairs and have, say, a celebration.
But this same group, these overlapping groups of people on this site have not been accounted for. In other words, you've given us a schedule of when people are on the site.
Yes.
And from that, you've derived this parking demand.
Yes.
And I'm just saying, you can't ignore the fact that there can be, well, some people are on the water, some people could be up in this meeting room.
It's the same people.
They can't be the same. I mean, you have 500 members, or your membership is indicated as being around
Sure.
500. I mean, how do you control,
During those peak times, we really have to, we really do regulate, the number of people that are there. For instance, even of the 100 kids that are down there, we actually stage them very well to make sure that it's never 100 all at once.
And the adults, they don't have events?
They do, but they're mostly morning activity. Most rowers will tell you that the adults tend to be there. We tend to do adults in the morning, youth in the afternoon, never do the two mix.
And with the 100 students, you only have 8 coaches?
We have 8 coaches, yes. And again, that gets staggered.
You just
you don't.
just told me that there are 100 kids there at one time.
Yes, so 8 coaches. So for instance, one coach can do up to, on the more experienced teams, they can do up to like 2/8, so they can do 16 kids for one coach.
And the inexperienced kids?
We usually go down to a much safer ratio, maybe either 8 to 12, depending. It really depends on the number of boats that coach is responsible for. That's the safety side of things. For instance, if it's an 8 and a quad, they can take 2. If it's 2 4s, that's only 8 people, so that's an 8-to-1 ratio, meaning the experience dictates how many boats a coach will take.
So, at the last hearing, I was very specific to show me how this facility functions with 100 kids and 8 boats. I asked for a plan that showed where they were staged, where they were stored, and how the movement was. I didn't see that.
Okay.
We did submit a plan that showed that there would be 8 8-person boats and 8 4-person boats that would be stored on the dock.
Can you show me that plan?
I haven't seen the plan.
Because I looked for that and I couldn't find it.
So,
And I wanted to see how they move from the garage or the storage bay to the docks, because typically you don't store these shells outdoors with the cost of them.
We are storing the 4s and the 8s out, and the 1s and the 2s. This was attached to the letter that we submitted to Mr.
But they don't show the
LaRoe
boats on the
back
dock.
on April 26th.
Where are the boats on the dock?
Patrick, do you know where that is in our material? 'Cause,
Show me where they're laid out on the dock.
Sorry, I don't have a large one of this. This is what we had submitted last week to you. They are on racks, 8 and then the 4s, and there are 8 on each of the racks.
It's on page 594.
Yep, got it. I just found it.
Problem is that these don't make it to the drawings by your engineer, and that's kind of what we look at.
And I thought, Mr. Fox, what you were asking for was the boats that are on the dock. Mr. Hegney, is how do they get, where's the space that they use to get de-rigged and all that other stuff upland?
So, how wide is that dock?
It's 22 feet wide.
Okay, and how do the kids get the shells off on the, it doesn't look like you have enough space to get.
I'm going to have Mr. Dickinson answer that.
There's plenty of space, and we do this at.
Then please do what I ask. I asked for a clear drawing with dimensions, how this is going to work. Because I'm doing the club next door, and the spaces are much different, and
That's very true. And I looked at the Brunswick plans, and it has 3 docks.
Yep.
2 of them are 6 feet wide.
Yep.
1 is 11.5 feet wide.
Right, and we don't store the.
You don't store anything on those because they're not sufficiently sized. All of your storage is inside, and that's how it was designed. It's actually all stacked.
Yep.
All of the boats there are kept inside. In this plan, the actual square footage of the docks is greater than what Brunswick has. Square footage here is about 5,000 square feet. Brunswick has about 3,500 square feet.
Show the dimensions, please.
The other thing that's really been very misleading on this drawing is the existing docks continue to remain on the drawing, and I thought they were going to be removed.
Not only are they going to be removed, they have been removed.
Okay, then why are they?
We're not having any boat slips to rent out or to use for anything other than.
No, I understand that, but the fact is you
the
submitted
rowing club.
drawings that show them, and it's very confusing when you're trying to analyze what's going on here, especially for parking demands and so forth, to see them and then, and I'm even looking at this drawing, and there's still a ghost of this drawing that you just gave me.
Well, that's true, because they were there. I thought it was clear from this, and we'll amend it, that they're no longer there and that we have 2 docks, and we're showing where the boats are going to be stored on the docks, on the larger of the 2 docks. And then the 1- and 2-person boats will be launched from the smaller dock.
And will any of them be on racks or anything left on the docks like it is here?
For the 4s and the 8s, yes, they'll be left on the dock.
They're not shown again on this drawing. but
On the
that's
small
case.
dock, he's asking.
Oh, on the small dock? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, those will be kept in the building.
Oh,
The 1s and the 2s are kept in the building.
And
I'm
how
sorry,
many-
I thought you were talking about the
How
ones
many
that were
chase
shown.
boats?
8.
And where are those stored?
Those are shown on the large dock. On the north side, they'll be rafted up. There'll be 2 sets. So 4 will be right there as you come down the ramp, that space.
I don't see them on the plan.
No, we didn't actually show those on the plan. There are, as Dave said, there are 8 of them. There would be 4 rafted on the north side of the large, 2 on the south side, and then 2 on the north dock, and rafted as well.
Well, since you are here tonight as a final, I think these things need to be addressed before we leave this project for sure. And now, we never did get around to dealing with our second floor and the parking demand, because if you treat it as an office space, which is as close as we can find in our regulations, then the parking is 1 for 150, and that's approximately 43 spaces up there for that level alone. And again, I come back by using our regulations to coming with more than 70 spaces, and that's trying to be generous in the first floor, which is the rowing facility. But I still keep coming up with a number greater than 65 and 65 spaces, 3 handicap, right?
Right. I'm sorry, 66 and 66.
Again, we have a site plan that Mr. DeAndre has given us that has 65 as the last number on it. So I just ask you again to at least coordinate what you're giving us.
I'd like to hand out to you an office usage chart for the second floor space to illustrate how it would be used. Well, let me hand these out.
That's today. And what about tomorrow? And the fact is, we've generated standards in this town over years of what are appropriate parking standards for these buildings, uses. So, I mean,
I think when you look at the building next door, which is a rowing facility, it has 12,000 square feet. And we say, what is that second floor? Because it's inconsistent with what seems to be actually needed.
Sure, but next door is much more than just a rowing club, isn't it? There's many, many more activities on the go over there.
Are you speaking about Brunswick?
Oh, Brunswick, I'm thinking of the water.
Brunswick is,
Yeah.
Having presented the Brunswick plan to you, I looked at it again, and it is a school program, and it does not have some of the facilities that people would look for as part of being in a private club. There are fewer people that are there as staff, and it's much more limited in its space. And I think it is a much different facility than what we're proposing here.
But that's what you're not describing to us. Now is the first time that you've actually said that there's a reason that you have this space. And that's the first intimation you've given to us of a different vision than just a rowing place. And so that's what we're pushing for. We're saying, tell us what's going to be going on up here. What is it that people need to do in a club that they're not doing at Brunswick? Because that's what I know that Mr. Maitland asked the exact same question. I went back and I looked at all my notes. It's exactly what he asked you the last time. And we still don't have an answer for that. I know he can speak for himself, but that's what we're trying to find out, is what's the vision for this? And I think if you tell us openly, I feel like there's something you're just not saying. That's what.
Well, let me try to explain. I mean, in a modern rowing club and modern sport in general, there's much more than just the sport. Meaning, if you ask any coach what they require to to facilitate a really good program, no matter what the sport, it's more than just the sport. I mean, we're looking at space for stretching, we're looking for space for weight training, and even weight training has now expanded to be, the machines, the bounding.
You need to tell us all that.
It's weird.
We understand
the
that.
Space.
But they're not
And that's what I
shown.
was saying to you. The fitness room you show on the first floor shows the ergs, but it doesn't show what's going on in the perimeter of that room, and that's just exactly those things that you're talking about, and they all generate a parking need. And we're
saying it's the same. We're saying it's the same people over that period of time, but they're
But it
coming off the
doesn't.
water and they're stretching.
Well, what if I want
Or
to
one
stop
group
by
is
and
stretching
lift
and-
weights?
They come off the water and they're stretching. What about the next group that came and parked in there and they went out on the water?
With the youth, we figure that, and we've seen at our other sites, that only about 25% actually bring a car. So out of the 100, there's only 25 cars coming in, at least, for the
Dave, maybe
For
you
the
could go
event.
through, on the second page, we have a class schedule.
Yeah.
And maybe you could walk through an entire day with the commission as to what happens and who's
Sure.
there and how the facility is used.
So it starts bright and early in the morning with, what I call the crazy masters. The early morning tends to be the more elite folks that come out between 5:15 and 6:45. Again, that's a lower number because it tends to be in the dark and the cold, and it's not really a popular time. The more popular time is the 7 to 8:30. Again,
So just confirm.
Sure.
This is a club,
yes.
and you'll have 500 members. And you're saying that from 5:15 to 6:45, you'll have up to 15 people rowing.
Yes.
How many will be in the fitness center working out?
Again, we sell, it's a rowing club, so what we have to
That
do
wasn't
is
the question,
we have to, I know, but you're not taking into account inclement weather and stuff like that, and almost half the time over the course of the year of those 15 will be in the gym setting, not on the water. And we have to prepare for that.
But I think,
No, my question is, do they have the right to use the fitness center from opening hours to the end as a member of the club?
So are you expecting, if I could rephrase the question a little? Are you expecting people to be out on the water and then also in the fitness area at the same time?
No, most of our membership will be program-based, so they'll be given specific times. Everybody wants to kind of row together as a formalized team.
So unless you're rowing, you can't use the fitness center?
The fitness center will be in use by the group designated for that time.
So as a member, you can't just go show up and use the fitness center?
No, unfortunately not. It's
I
not
didn't
that
see
big.
that
It's not that
written
big.
anywhere.
I didn't see that anywhere either. And by the way, this is really nice, but the warming kitchen thing is out here, and you didn't put it on. So
Well,
it's
no,
a
that-
little misleading.
Well,
Because we were asking you
It-
about this stuff over
Yes,
here.
this-
So now you show us this.
this specific sheet at the top says office usage, and that's the purpose of it.
But we were wondering what the whole second floor, and then you take out one of the parts that both we and Sue are asking you about.
Well,
I don't mean to sound so negative. I think I love the idea, but I just feel like you're not telling us the whole story. I love the idea of having a lot of rowing in our town. I got to work out the channels, I get that, but I want to know what's going on in this building. I agree with Mr. Maitland.
So let me ask Dave to walk you through the schedule of the day so that you can get a better idea as to what is happening, and perhaps then we can be answering the questions that you have. Dave, if you can continue going through
And
this.
500 people it gets gobbled up pretty quick when you're looking at 100 kids that are doing the competitive, and then you've got the entry-level activity that comes in. It doesn't take long to get up to 500 people at different times. And one thing that the schedule doesn't reflect is, season to season and the different times. I mean, you might have a Learn to Row session that lasts 6 weeks, and people may choose not to continue on, into the next program. So the new crop comes in. So of that 500, a lot of them aren't coming every single day of the week, not every week of the year. So there's that factor, to consider in this. But it goes from, as I said, we have the 5:30, then we have the 7, which tends to be, that is all adults. Tends to be female, and older retired folks. So that's a really good group. They love that time of morning. Same as the 8:45. Those are for the people who really don't want to get up in the morning. Really the next two sessions, the 10:30 and the 1, those are majority private sessions. So we have people who have paid, members who have paid for extra coaching, and a lot of time and effort and money is made during that period of time. Then we get into the kids at 3 to 5, and really that's when the facility is at max with the 100 kids coming down. And then after that is where we were able to fit the middle school program. And again, that's kids getting dropped off and then picked up. Obviously, none of them are driving.
What's the age of the 100 kids?
Most of that is high school, the freshmen to seniors.
So can you expand on the 100 kids? Because before you said they don't all come at once. So how does that work during the 3 to 5?
And also Saturday at 8:45.
And then the Saturday at 8:45 is that same group coming for their 6th session of the week.
And Katie, this is a good opportunity to ask you this. Do you have, we were hoping to get the beta report.
Yes, that came in late, so I don't have it available to distribute, other than I can just read you the conclusion, and I can distribute it tomorrow. But effectively, it concludes that based on Beta's review of the available materials, the commission considered the following items when discussing the project with the applicant and their team. 1, ensure parking requirements are being met for the period of peak demand on Saturday mornings. And 2, ensure site plan comments provided in Beta's February 24, 2016 memo have been addressed satisfactorily.
So that just brings us back to when the 100 juniors are there.
So to answer Katie's question.
I'm just confirming, so it's 100 high school kids.
Mm-hmm.
So that means 70 cars?
No,
They don't bus from the public schools.
No.
So how are these high school kids getting here?
We very much encourage drop-offs and carpooling, and like our club in Saugatuck, we manage and stress the fact that they have to share rides as much as possible and
But nobody
limit that.
listens.
What's that?
Unfortunately, I had a high schooler, they don't
Sure.
listen. So how, that's the concern, right? I mean,
Sure.
You've got 100 high school kids.
Yep.
I hate to bring up next door, but one of the conditions, Brunswick does bus, GA does bus, because they're private. And I know I had a kid that rode at the high school, they don't bus at the high school. So, and another question, from 3 to 5, I'm assuming the retail is closed? The retail operation is closed?
They will have, front staff will have the ability to sell things out of there to the kids that have probably forgotten something. So it's not open to it's not a retail open, it's a retail open to just the members.
So there are 8 coaches plus somebody selling, so there's more people than just what the chart shows?
We have the 8 coaches, we have the club director, we have the operations manager, the accountant, and we have a youth program director that would be there at that time. The adult program director would probably be gone home by that time. And then we have a boat sales rep, which will be mostly on the road more often than not. This was all about the whole display, and having that person there was just having a very beautiful place for them to come down and showcase boats and when needed.
So the 100 kids during the 3 to 5.
Sure.
Do they get on the water all together? At 3
No, that's what I
o'clock,
meant
or-
by stagger. So, for instance, right at 3, the varsity are probably the most collected. They're the ones that are the most focused, and they will get on the water first, right off the bat, from 3 to 4:30, and then they'll spend the second half doing post, practice, stretching and stuff like that. Much of that is not done prior to anymore. The JV will be second, like a half an hour later, and they will get on the water, so they'll do more strength training, technique-based stuff. Plus, it's the JV team, so they're not as focused, so it takes them longer, but they'll come in at the 3:30 mark and then go to the 4:45 and get them off. Again, they don't need as much time on the back end as the front end because they're not setting up the boat. They're just taking it off the water, washing it, and leaving. So.
And the groups, sorry.
And then the novice are the last to get on after the JV. There's a lot of work to be done with them, outside the boat, the strength, technique, all of that stuff, and then they're the last to kind of get off the water.
And is it fair to say that the kids that are showing up during this time period for the school year, let's say, that they're going to be in 8s in the bigger boats, so that there's a big group of them going out, as opposed to 16 kids in singles or something?
That's what I'm trying to say is the schedule is quite interesting. I mean, most of this conversation is what happens in the spring and fall, and yes, very much to handle 100 people, you're putting them in 8s and 4s,
right,
primarily.
And that's also been a conversation that's come up at the last meeting about how the carrying capacity of the waterway works.
Yes.
So if it's the bigger boats, and you said before that if it's the varsity, there's the chase boat, that if it's the more experienced, it'd be one. So then those at the 3 o'clock, basically, it's a 2 or 3 boats, 2 8s and a 4, let's say, and they're going out, and then at 3:30, so that's only really 3 boats.
Yes.
Single file presumably going out,
Yes.
right? And then, so when, the singles and the doubles, is that mostly the masters then? Or when does that come into play? I'm just trying to figure out when there's the most amount of people going out in the smaller boats.
Yeah, the early morning, especially that 5:15 group, but already when you get into the 7, they're more wanting to
That's more the
be
masters.
in the quads and the 8s
Gotcha,
and stuff
okay.
like that. Mr. Fox, just to go back to the number of kids that actually drive, we're really seeing, I think every sport does, if the senior, who actually can drive, if they don't make the top boat, if they're not in it to win it, we lose them right off the bat. So majority of those 100 kids are not able to drive. I would say there's a small few that would actually be seniors, and they'd be in the top boat, and they're probably the ones to drive. But I, again, ask any coach, if the senior is sitting in the second 2V or the 3V, they're not. They're quitting. They're going on and focused on the next
roughly how many
stage of life.
Players or rowers, and how many JV? What's the makeup?
Sure. Okay. So the varsity team would be approximately 40 of the 100. That would be like a first and a second 8 girls, boys. The JV team would be 20, so a third 8 of girls, boys. They break down into small. That 8 will go into 4s and smaller boats, later in the season. And then the novice will have 2 solid, boats of freshmen, trying to create a big catchment to see who's good.
Another 20.
That would be another 40. So it's 40, 20, 40. So 20 girls, 20 boys at that novice competitive end of things.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I wasn't at the last meeting, that's why Nick's.
Nor was I. Sorry.
But I'm just curious about the schedule, and you've got all this great material. does it sync up with the other clubs? Because I've been down there where they look like what I call a traffic jam, because you have chase boats and different rowing, and I understand you're sequencing the boats, but how does it work? And if you've answered this before, you weren't here either, but
Yes.
Mr. Hagerty, I mean, how does that is there going to be a traffic jam on that piece of water going out at this point in time, or has that all been planned out?
It's in the process of being planned out. Jamie Coven has a group that's really trying to bring all the rowing programs together and create rules of the river. We've actually supplied a really good document that we've used at a number of other rowing clubs that seem to really work and seem fair. But it really is a matter of coordination that I've seen a lot more clubs on a smaller piece of water, and it's just a matter of everybody being professional, getting along, following the rules.
Has anybody have you folks talked to the other clubs about the coordination? Is that what Jamie's doing?
That's what Jamie's doing now. We've had one meeting so far. Very much so.
I have a quick question about the...
Can I just follow up on, just as a follow-up?
Katie.
So you had given the example of this has happened in other clubs, and I see you've got a picture of Norwalk there, so I assume that's one of the examples. But what does that mean? Like, how has that actually happened in some of these other places with the coordination with other clubs I'm talking about? I mean, is it, you can, only so many boats can go out at low tide? I don't know. I mean, how has that worked?
Well, I know in like Norwalk, I think the harbor master brought everybody together and they had a meeting, and now they meet at least on an annual. I think it might be semi-annual, just to kind of go over the rules. If there's anybody new, make sure they understand. I'm not sure. Did everybody get a picture of this?
Everyone. This is this comparison of Greenwich and Norwalk is the third sheet that I handed out after the club schedule.
And what I wanted to...
Dave, maybe you can
Sure,
describe the activity in Norwalk.
I've actually coached and rowed on both waterways as part of the Norwalk Rowing Board, and did a number of years coaching there, so know it well. What I tried to show in the two yellow lines is a 3,000 meter or 3 kilometer course. And you can see in the Greenwich side of things that it is relatively straight compared to the craziness of Norwalk. And Norwalk, for instance, has 3 very large clubs on their waterway.
Size of your club, or?
Large. One is the size. 2 are considerably larger.
Back to the land side of this club. The thing that you gave us just says there are 8 offices on this second floor.
Yes.
Shared between 14 staff members.
Yes. Basically, the 8 coaches are come and go, so they'll actually share 2.
All right. The reason I'm doing that is you also submitted a text to us of the coaches, rowers, and staff parking requirements, wherein you say that the staffing associated with the club will require 10 spaces. Club director, receptionist, which is not listed in your second sheet you've given us. The pro shop person, not listed in the second sheet you gave us. Housekeepers, I guess they must go somewhere. The Wintech Racing Sales, which means somebody's selling things, and I suppose that's the reason you've got your showroom. They're listed. Then we have Rowing Club America personnel, 2 people. I don't know who that is. Maybe that's...
Yeah, that's been axed since that early draft.
That's been what?
Those 2 people have been taken off. We're just too large.
Okay. A real problem here is this keeps changing. It's a very fluid thing, and we're not in the business of doing fluid things. So these need to get tied down. And I want to go back to maybe the whole idea of why this is somewhat troubling to me. And that is the whole idea of what is the waterfront business zone in Greenwich. When you were here before, we talked about views from the road to the water. And one of the statements in Section 6107, which is use regulations for the waterfront business zone, one of the statements is preserve scenic vistas by permitting development of a height and mass which will be compatible with the public enjoyment of waterfront views. And when we talked about that, we suggested that the building being rotated 90 degrees would certainly preserve, because the scenic views of that water from the street are almost total, as there's just one small building that would have it. And those angular views, this is not going to be the same thing. I looked at that, and I know what it says, and I don't think that is the same as, because if you turned the building in this view, you'd have more viewing than you have with it the way it is. So the fact of the matter is, when I go, that's just in the statement of purposes. When you go to the use group itself, I can't find anywhere where meeting rooms, warming kitchens, substantial office space is a part of use group 7, either A or B. Certainly, it's a boat rental or boat sales. That's a use here because you've got the showroom and the sales personnel up there. It's a boat yard for sure, dry storage on both ground and boat storage rack for sure, recreational boating facilities for sure, water-based recreational uses for sure, dock and port facilities, all right, not really, but perhaps. I don't see this large administrative office component as being a permitted use in this zone. Because it's literally half of the building.
This is not the office component of Row America. That's 10,000 square feet at the Greenwich Office Park. And they've just renewed their lease for an extended period. That's where the main administrative and accounting, the accountant that we show here is someone who comes from the main office. But the main staff of Row America is at Greenwich Office Park. That we're not using this facility as general office. This is for very specific offices for the coaches, for the operations manager and the program directors that you want to have at the facility to make the program run well.
There's 9 offices in this building.
Yes.
A lot of offices.
Well,
and there's 2 huge conference rooms.
Yes.
1 huge meeting room. The showroom, which all of these things contribute to this building's use. And the showroom is probably a water-dependent use, but it has to have some staffing with it. It has to have people coming up to see it. It must have some parking demand. I mean, all of these things, while they might seem sort of insignificant taken as a single item, when you start adding them up, they add up to be a lot. And I still feel, using even the most charitable way of getting in and using our parking regulations that I can, that this site is underparked. Not by 50 vehicles, but it's underparked. And I think that that's a problem. And every time you present something to us, it's changed from the last time you presented it to us. So it just means that when we get it the next time, it's going to be, who knows exactly what it'll be. But you just don't preside this kind of space for 10 or 15 people.
Well, it's at a time. It's at a time, and it's a very long day. And you know what we put up here as far as the 14 people, and you mentioned the other people. Those are people working like the cleaning staff and the front reception. I mean, what we were trying to show in this picture here.
But they all are people who are there.
The office space upstairs.
Again, it comes back now to the parking demand where you show 10 employees.
Yes.
So if it's 14 employees, that's a different, I know it's small, but again, they start adding up when you put them in.
Sure, but it's what I'm saying is a long day, and those people come and go. And I think what the What we're saying is there'll be 10
If they come and
10
go,
at a
if you
time.
have 8 coaches and they come and go, why do you have 8 offices for them?
We have
How
two
many
f-
people
we
share
have,
an
We have
office?
two for the 8 coaches.
Huh?
We have 2 offices for the 8 coaches for them to rotate through. Yeah, because the club director gets one, like all these people get an office or shared.
So there's 2 offices for the 8 coaches.
And then the club director gets one, the operations manager gets one, the club.
Okay.
Does that make
And
sense?
who's in the one downstairs, first floor? Who's in that office?
That will probably be the person working the front desk and stuff like that.
It's not even close to the front desk.
Again, where's the office on the first floor? That's the one
It's
thing.
on the water side of the, it's on the water side of your plan.
Yeah, just a place for people to, coaches to kind of sit down. It's just another area. Oh, that one. So that's actually, okay, I see why they put it there, because coaches are coming in from the 2 docks, and they might just only have a 5-10 minute session, between, time between sessions.
Oh, I thought we were gapping them by 15 and 30 minutes.
You're talking about just this one right here. Yeah.
I can only go what's on the drawing at Calden office. That's,
So-
Well, I did want to,
Because the majority of the
No.
people actually go, but there's always that one person that wants to sit there and talk to the coach.
Yeah.
You know the people, if you've ever done a sting class or, any kind of exercise. You may have a group of 20, but there's the one person holding you back.
and one of the things that the commission was very concerned about was that there not be an overlap. So
Yep.
when we developed this schedule,
Got it.
we have the 15-minute gaps in between each of the groups and a larger gap before
Yeah. I think he's
the
really.
juniors come.
I think it isn't about the gap. We saw that was there. I think it comes back to this question that Richard keeps asking you about, that just not clear.
the other thing is clearly people will be staying here beyond their allotted times, or you would not have the locker room facility that you got. And there's 40 lockers in each room, male and female. And so there's a lot of,
I hear what you're saying, but there's enough of it kind of coming and going that it never creates this massive bottleneck that you're.
Unfortunately, that's your representation, and it's our job to look at the worst, and the building is so much bigger than what your actual head count is, that you can go over capacity, thus really challenging the parking. And that's our concern. It's not like the building's small enough so you can't go over parking. The problem is your building is so much bigger than what you're saying you're going to use it. You could go over the parking, and we have no tools to keep you from doing that. And that's our biggest concern, is the building is oversized. You go into your erg room, you show 16 erg stations, but then you have a huge area for free weights that you failed to show on the plan. What's to keep you from adding that?
But,
And
no,
that
they will add it.
As
Be there.
As Dave said, it's those 100 children. It's not that there are other people coming in and using that at the same time. The 100 children are there. Some are going to be on the water, some are going to be on the weights, some are going to be running on River Road.
Mr. Hegney, that's his representation. From a regulatory issue, after we grant this, how do we keep him from not opening up that weight room to all his membership, where now we have 140 people on site?
Well, I don't think that recognizes how this will be operated, that it's
That's my-
operated on a class basis, on a reservation basis, and you have to make sure
What you're
that you've
representing
called
today
in.
could change tomorrow. That's the problem.
And how do we regulate it?
Isn't this how you run all of them?
Yeah. It's
Well-
pretty much, we allocate specific time for specific
If
groups.
we don't know what the uses
But I'm
are on the
saying you could
second
change
floor,
that
that's what's
tomorrow.
bothering me.
Tomorrow, you could do something different. And tomorrow, you could say, listen, we've
absolutely-
got this huge facility down here, nobody's using it. Come on, guys, let's, you can use it now.
But the day that we open it up to others is
It's not others, it's
or
your
other members is the week that we get like this, where you're not going to be able to get out on the water for 5 days in a row, and you've got to do something with those 100 kids. And I can tell you that an adult doesn't want to sit in a gym with 100 kids there. So you have to keep it open for them, and you rotate them through. As I said, we have groups, starting off in that room and ending in that room over the course of the 3 to 5.
I don't mind working out with younger people.
I have a question about, that pertains to the way that Saugatuck actually runs now. A non-member, for a higher fee, can go take a lesson there
As a guest.
just walking in off the street.
We have a guest membership, which is about double the price. So if somebody is interested in rowing and they're not ready to commit to be a member, they can actually get a guest pass, as I said, for about, I think it's twice the going rate. And they can do that, but it's only for 2 or 3 times to see if that's something that they'd be interested in doing.
But those people can sign up for either a group of lessons or a private lesson. Any of your options are available in that way at a higher price to non-members, isn't that right?
Yes, and it's really we actually knew this question was coming. We looked at the last 6 months, and it averaged only about, what was it, 1.25 a day.
I see.
Was taking advantage of that. So we try to, stress the fact that it's in their best interest to become a member and get the lower price.
Right.
You didn't answer the view question
The view question, yeah.
that Richard was starting to bring up.
The 90 degrees.
Our architect would like to respond to that question, since they were the ones that were developing the plan.
I'm Ayumi Sugiyama from Shop Architects. Sorry, short. So we did look at, quickly studying the kind of rotation of the building. If we did,
You can take that out of the
I
holder.
can, okay.
Just pull it.
So if we did rotate this building this way, you're actually starting to block views on the oblique to the water, because the building edge gets closer to River Road. So if you can imagine, you see 91 River Road, it's very close to the street view. So as you're walking, you only see kind of the alleyway between the two buildings. So right now, because our building is set back close to the water, we're actually optimizing the parking area, the pickup, drop-off, also the queuing off of River Road, and you're also allowing for expansive views around the building. So if we actually rotated this, the building line would be closer here, and you'd only have these alleyways to kind of peek through.
Then what if those two property owners build larger buildings closer to their property lines?
I think, well, there's setbacks.
Because,
Right.
well, in this zone, it's only 10 feet. But anyway, if you drew the property lines in there, which is what is under your control with this site,
Right, so this is the property line here.
and clearly if the building was rotated within your own property, then you would increase the views out to the water, and you would create the ability to have one sort of stupendous view of the water.
There would be a larger kind of alleyway. Right now, we have this much. If we were to rotate it, there is the 30-foot mean high water setback line that we would need to avoid. So we're kind of, you would probably set it to the north side to kind of take advantage of the southern light. But then we open up one side of it, but you're really kind of blocking more of the views just because the building is situated closer to the street.
As with all things, when you discuss something like this, it's valuable to have a drawing to show it and to represent what you're saying, because it loses its meaning just.
Understood.
You understand what I'm saying?
Understood.
And it would have been an easy thing to put together, because we did bring it up at the last hearing, just to show why you have chosen this orientation. I can understand why you've chosen this orientation from the design of the building, and I can understand why that's happened. But I don't think that that necessarily responds to what the waterfront business zone's purposes are,
Okay.
which is the only reason this can be here at all. And the waterfront business zone, like I say, does not contemplate an office building over a rowing facility. So I come back to that again, and nor does it does use the words preserve scenic views. Preserve.
And although they are no longer there now, there were two very substantial buildings, one right on the road, one very close to the road. It was used as a boatyard. It stored boats all winter, so there was no view of the water for 6 or 7 months of the year.
Was Fjord Fishery, which is a small building, and then the other one, there was the Marine Sales Building, which was in fact perpendicular to the water.
But also
so that you had the view between the two, and one of them was a really small building.
Yes, but it was also very much on the road and blocking a view as you went by, including sight lines getting out of the parking lot. But
as I say, it's easy to talk about it. We had asked you to study it and look at it, and you didn't do it. It would have been simple if you had done it and shown us that way. If you chose to make this one work, and yet again, the views are dependent on the existing buildings remaining where they are. Those views changing would change that diagram completely. Depending on the point you take for view, I mean, down that whole road.
Preserving water views is one of the aspects of having a waterfront business zone or having any access to views along the water. That gets balanced with being able to provide a facility so people can actually use the water.
I understand that.
And so there is a bit of a competing interest there in terms of having the facility and having the views. Not only do we have a diagram that shows the views of the water, but we're also providing very significant pedestrian access, public access to the water that, frankly, is much more than what we had discussed as part of Phase 1 when this was designated as a club use. And that just came along the water here. We're now extending it out onto the peninsula. We're providing a bench area. There's a significant improvement here in terms of both public access and views of the water that I think is far superior to anything that was there before.
But the specific section that I read to you relates not to the waterfront viewing, but to the site itself. Too much paper here, I can't find it. Specifically on the use, section 6107, and it goes to the purpose of these zoning regulations is to regulate the type and size of development in the business zoned waterfront properties in order to, it's one of the purposes of the zoning, to preserve scenic vistas by permitting development of a height and mass which will be compatible with the public enjoyment of the waterfront. Preserve scenic vistas. So, just ask you to look at it, and if
We will take another look at it. We thought that based on what we have here in terms of perspectives from the road to the water was sufficient, but we will do a different analysis of that for you.
Perspectives.
That's what this is.
Oh, no.
These are...
That's not a perspective, but okay.
Or maybe I should call view lines.
Yeah.
It's
a plan.
Mr. Hagney, we had an application before us in Byram in the WB zone a couple of months ago, and the original proposal was 3 buildings, and it was reduced to 2 in response to our dialogue on that subject. You know, we understand, you know, there's the private property right and the desire to maximize that and to utilize that right. But the WB zone is a very particular zone, and it has a different mandate. And in that application I'm referring to in Byram, Deep made a passionate statement about the need for the preservation of those views. I mean, it's a very high priority in this zone.
And they did not make that same comment as far as this project is concerned. And I think part of it is there are significant views that are provided, and there is very significant waterfront access for the public that is provided. And this is not an apartment building or a condo. This is a rowing club. So the specific activity that is the basis for this and what you approved when you provided the site plan special permit for this last fall is that it would be a rowing club. And that's the whole purpose of its existence.
That's
So
true, but
so the waterfront access, which is, and the waterfront use for water-dependent uses is just what Deep would be encouraging and just what we have here. So I think you don't just take one part of it, I don't think. I think you look at the totality of it. Do you have views
we have
from the road?
Here this evening.
Do you have public access to the waterfront? Do you have a water-dependent use that this property is dedicated to? And the answer to all three is yes. So I'm having difficulty understanding the Commission's concern about a project like this when, frankly, when the Commission adopted this regulation, this is exactly what the Commission had in mind, or at least what I had in mind when I voted for it.
What I was going to say, if you take your building and the garage, for the boat storage is direct waterfront business. The locker rooms on the first floor are. I don't think the fitness center is a direct waterfront, in my opinion. It's ancillary. And the boat sales, from a waterfront business
Boat sales are
perspective,
good.
and the boat sales.
They're good.
And some proportion of the office to support that. I would like to see it, roughly what percentage of this 17,000 square foot building is direct waterfront, because I think what we're trying to say is we like the project, we just think the scale of this building is tipping where we're questioning, is it waterfront or is it a massive second floor that in a big fitness center that isn't really supporting the use, is I
Well,
think
I
a
would-
summary. And I don't know how many times we have to say it, but I think everybody on the commission is uncomfortable with the scale of this building.
Yeah, I would point out that the Brunswick facility has a significant fitness area in it as part of
The
that
entire
approved.
first floor is boat storage, and it's locker rooms and an ergs room for 12, and 2 offices.
Could have sworn it was more than that, but I'll look at that plan.
I would say that that's very different. They have a lot of facilities that they can use on their own campus. So they're coming down primarily to just row. They don't need the weight room because they have probably 10 at the school. They don't need them down there. We have to supply everything at the rowing club.
And I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying, proportional of this building it's turning more, it's not totally water focused.
In a modern rowing club, there is so much more than just what happens on the water.
I understand that,
but
but
you're
that's
not
not what our
telling us.
regulations say, and that's what we're trying to
You
come.
need to break it all out for us, and everybody's asking you the kitchen thing. I mean, we kind of need, yeah, I know, we're getting there. And I'd like to kind of be able to get public comment too, but sewer department's asking about the kitchens, we're asking you about the kitchens. By the way, just to break away from the discussion, I think we've made the point, I don't know how many times they're going to say the same thing. You have some comments from the sewer department that I didn't see had gotten addressed. They raised several concerns, and at the last meeting, and our update doesn't seem to touch on them. I don't know whether I missed something.
I didn't see an update from sewer. We did submit a letter to the sewer
I did
department.
not see an update from sewer. I'm just going back to the stuff that's open, because my sense is, you know, you're a must close or extend tonight, and my sense is that an extension's good.
No. I
Yes.
thought we were till
Must
the
close by
beginning of
5/4.
June.
Well, you could be if you gave the extension.
Ah.
Yeah.
Must close or
I thought so,
extend.
okay. I
You
thought
didn't hear-
thought there was still room in the
No, the
schedule.
second half
Okay.
of my sentence is must close or get an extension. So you've got an extension available to June 16th.
Well, since we've resolved all the issues, I don't see why we
Yeah.
need that.
So
an I
I'm just
cross a
saying,
T.
sewer, and the sewer comments are fairly strong. In that, and I guess you sent them a letter, but you haven't followed up with them. Sure, I didn't see anything in there. What he said is that they have concerns regarding the proposed development. And they want to know that it will have no negative impact to the existing systems. And you know that in this general vicinity, we have had some negative events, very specifically in this general neighborhood. So I would really like to see the sewer.
We
the sewer
did
department be happy.
correspond with the sewer department, and we will follow up with
Okay.
them and have an answer on that.
Do you want to take it to
Yeah, I just want to say, you can't just have a locker room,
asking for that.
an office for 8 coaches, and a rowing facility without having some other amenities. You don't want to approve something that is going to fail, and then somebody is back here a year from now saying, or 3 years from now after it's built, that this didn't succeed because it didn't have anything that would draw people there as a quality club offering a
Hagney,
quality
What
program.
my colleagues have been saying to you tonight is not that they want to deny what the plan is, it's that they want to know what the plan is. That's what they keep saying to you. They want to know what those second floor uses are, what the vision is. That's what they're asking for. They're not saying they have an objection. Richard Maitland kept saying, how does this fit in with the WB? How are you going to use these conference rooms? What are the kitchens for? That's all we're asking you. We're not passing judgment. We're asking for information on what isn't clear. I don't know how many times, I'm sorry if we sound short now, but
And you went right into what I mentioned yesterday at the briefing.
we had the
This-
good Hagney at the
this-
briefing, though.
I hope he took good notes, was
He always takes great notes.
that if you do fail, this building is so pushed up against the waterfront that how does another business use work for it? And I'm just, I just mentioned
It's
that.
designed as a rowing club.
Correct.
It's not designed as a marina.
Just tell us how it's gonna
And
work.
could you remove the docks that we're proposing and put in other docks? And could you have the boats pulled out of the water somewhere else? You don't need a travel lift here to be able to run it as a marina. But that's not what we're looking to do.
Okay.
You know, that's what was here before.
I think that there just needs to be more clarity of that. The drawings just need to be revised so we don't look at one and see one thing and then hear another thing when you come to testify in front of us. So I think you've heard enough from us.
Yes.
Unless you
I
have
was going to
anything-
have Mr. Galante go through the rest of his report, since you did ask him to do a new
but I
traffic
bel-
study, and he did do that traffic study, and I,
Said, and he was comfortable with the trip generation. I think that where we weren't comfortable
Is in the
was
parking generation.
parking generation, and I think that
And it got switched over to you when I was asking him about where did this information come from about the number of people. In other words, whatever you gave him is what he used to do it with.
yes,
I think
that's true.
you need to work with him on that.
Okay. We will,
And
we'll,
you don't mind, unless you got something else, I'd like to see if there's anybody
there were a
here
few
from the
other things I
public.
wanted to go over, but
Go.
we may have already covered them. Maybe
well,
we
let's
can
take
have
some
other comments,
public
and then
and
we
you
can
can finish up.
respond. Thanks.
Yeah. Is there anyone in the public?
Oh. No, Mr. Kroll. I'm sure Mr. Quigley.
Good evening, everybody.
Evening.
Hello, Mr. Kroll. You've got boards too, huh?
Oh, I brought a few.
And no voice?
Art cards. My voice is a little out from working outdoors.
Oh. It's too bad the lawyers don't get that. Sorry.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Richard Crowell. I'm the owner of the property just to the south of this parcel. And as many of you may know, I'm very familiar with this parcel and had to make a difficult decision, some time ago, not to be involved with the development of the parcel and to move on. But given that, when I made that decision, my thoughts were basically a mindset that this parcel was going to be 20 to 30 boat slips and maybe about 10,000 square feet of some building that would accommodate some water-dependent uses on the site. Given the history and all of the different applications that I had worked through with you folks between this property and my property to the south. At this point in time, we had approved a project back in 2012 that was roughly 15,000 square foot of building space dedicated to rowing purposes. In fact, it had the boat storage room and even rowing tanks and an erging center upstairs. That whole entire building was 15,000 square feet and included still the marina components, but I think at that time we had 84 parking places during the season and 35 parking places during the winter months when we would be storing some boats on the upland. At this point in time, the application that's before you, just in relation, is almost 20,000 square feet or 5,000 square feet bigger than that building and has 20 fewer parking places. So I'm a little concerned about what actually is going to be happening with the other size of this building and how it's going to impact the river and the other resources that we're concerned about and that we were concerned about when we brought this application forward. Let me go back a little bit. When I started 20 years ago, it was 1996, and most of you folks weren't on the commission, believe it or not.
Even Richard.
Right, yeah, before Richard. It was Peter Joyce time, actually, then. He was chairman, I believe. Anyway, the water-dependent uses, or if you will, the mantra that kind of got pushed back at me when I started to look at developing the properties was this: no construction or change of the use of the land or water shall adversely impact existing or potential water-dependent activities or development opportunities. And with that, every application that I brought before this commission over the years, and there's been many, obviously, in developing everything that we've done down there, and I think we've worked very well on the give and takes of what had to get done and what complemented to the point of the applicant who had said you do need some ancillary uses to support your water-dependent uses, but I think they all have to be relative. And everything that I brought forward to you, in essence, started from the water and then worked in. And we had to show at all times that we were maximizing the water-dependent uses, the waterfront zones, so that everything that we were showing, our boat slips, the winter storage, our fueling stations, pump outs, lobster docks, even facilities for the Coast Guard Auxiliary, all of those things were components of the application. And everything that the marina needed was included in that to support the water-dependent uses. And from there, we went and kind of prioritized, if you will, public access, blending the residential neighborhood and the feel of the neighborhood, the view corridors, and the parking and traffic issues. Those were how we kind of backed down into the facilities and the site once we had gotten the waterfront in place, before we could consider any of the ancillary uses that we were permitted to use in the overall project. And I think that's a little bit what's going on here, and where the concern arises in the precedent that can get set. Because what's happening here is that the only real water-dependent use that we have here for the applicant's plan, and I'm sorry I don't have theirs up in front here, is their boat storage part of their building, which is about 3,000 square feet, and the 2 docks. Everything else in previous conversations and applications with you were considered ancillary and supportive. And we had to justify how we came about putting those into place. Right now, what they're doing, and as they even discussed, they're eliminating the existing water-dependent use. they're removing the boat slips. And they're kind of triple dipping on that, in a sense that not only are they removing the boat slips, but they're also eliminating the winter storage that will go along with those, the two predominant water-dependent uses that we were always required, in a sense, to demonstrate we were maximizing and supplying adequately for our facilities. And then they take the triple dip and say, okay, since we don't have those uses, we don't have to allocate for those parking spaces anymore either. So now they just put out their little, rowing fingers there and say, well, that's the water-dependent use. Well, one of the docks already exists, and that was there for boat dockage. And I can understand where some of that should be converted to launching their shells. That's fine. But the other 23 boat slips that they're removing, there's nothing going on there in the water. It's vacant water. They're throwing in a little singles launching dock there, but that could be still accommodated on their other dock or incorporated into the rest of the marina that was removed. So going back to my original comments about what that mantra was, no construction or change of use of land or water shall adversely impact existing or potential. All those docks are existing. Their attorney itself admitted that he used to store his boat there during the winter. I mean, the winter storage was a big component of what that site was all about. Now it's gone. I believe the early onset of the WB zone was really put in place to protect those uses and to be consistent with the prior applications that they should not be allowed to be eliminated from the plan. Now, when I brought this plan to you that was approved in 2012, we had demonstrated that we could incorporate the rowing facilities onto the site, still have the marina incorporate the boat slips and access to them, have the winter storage on the site, and still accommodate the winter activities that may go on with the junior rowing programs and other things on the site in a reasonable building. Obviously, with that size, with the 15,000 square feet that we had proposed, we had some shared parking. We were given some liberties, and I know, Mr. Maitland, you were at that time, I think you used the word earlier, generous or whatever it was with the parking, so we struggled to even get it to that level. But I think we were comfortable with what we were doing, and we were maintaining all of the water-dependent uses that exist on the site, had existed. Just because someone goes in and rips out all the docks doesn't mean they should disappear from the site. And I think that's the crux of where we're at right now, and my trouble was seeing this happen because I've been on the waterfront my entire life, and that's why I've worked on trying to put all these things together, and this is where it's at. I think the commission needs to really begin to evaluate WB properties from the water in, not from the land out. And we need to look at those water-dependent uses and also take a look at how they're affecting the traffic on our resources on the river. If we're going to overdevelop the upland in order to support those kind of uses, we have to be cognizant of the fact that our river is a limited resource. We have problems out there now. We do have water traffic problems with the crew programs that currently exist. We're working on them. I know Mr. Mazza spoke to that fact at the last meeting. I believe he's here this evening to speak to that fact. The Marine Police did hold a meeting to speak to the different rowing clubs about the issues. The chart that was handed out to you this evening showing the 3,000 meters, it is 3,000 meters from the bridge out to the island. The problem being is that that's a 5-mile-an-hour restricted zone all the way through the Coscop Harbor. And this is what the police brought up. That harbor is not conducive to really putting on a full pressure rowing piece. And even south of the bridge, the railroad bridge, between the bridge and Goose Island, where they do a lot of the rowing, especially on the lower tides, at low tide we can't even row there. We have to go all the way out front, which can be a little tedious for some of the beginning rowers. That area is considered part of Coscop Harbor and a 5-mile-an-hour zone. We are going to try and work to get that changed, but that's going to take an ordinance through the town. It's going to take DEP review. It's a big process. It's going to take some time. And even once we get that, that's still a small area to row in on certain tides. So the 3,000 meters really is not saying anything more than, yes, that's the distance from here to there. Most of that 3,000 meters is up where the marinas are between the bridges, where the kids and any rower should not really be rowing other than accessing the clubs and leaving the clubs to get down to safer water to row. And those are some of the safety factors that we are putting into place, but there is a lot of traffic there. So the comparison to what Norwalk has and what Greenwich has, they're both challenged estuaries as far as the activity goes. This is not an estuary that could support an Olympic rowing facility or anything to that magnitude. We support a lot of our rowers. We try to make sure it's safe. We've gone through all sorts of programs to make sure they're visible and understanding what the rules of the road are and how they have to be careful of boats entering and accessing out of fairways and coming out of the marinas and power boats on the water. it's a lot going on out there, especially during the season. So I think we have to look at the traffic that's on the river with the same scrutiny that you're putting into the traffic that's coming in from on land. And the fact that at this point in time, we run a rowing club at the Greenwich Water Club, and we have about 200 junior members and probably about 100 active senior rowers. And I say active because that number could vary a little bit. But with those numbers, you know, we don't have a waiting list per se for more kids or more masters to come into the program. So if they're going to look to bring on the same number of rowers, then where are those coming from? Now we're going to have to expand our demographic rings from where we're pulling those rowers. So the traffic studies will need to include that as well, because now we're not going to pull all these people from Greenwich High School. And no matter what they say, the kids don't carpool. They drive. All they can. If they carpool, some of the juniors or sophomores will hop rides with seniors and do different things, but we go through it every single day. And we see what it has to be. We need to accommodate those parking places for those kids, just like we had to do with Brunswick and the other schools when they were rebuilding. We've even offered Brunswick parking passes to park at our facility while their program is being built so that they can still row on the river and the kids can come down and park because they don't take the bus. It's just the bottom line. So, you know, these are the things that we have to deal with and we have to be cognizant of, and that has to be filtered in. We have to know our community. We have to know our neighborhood, and that's really what's going on there. I really don't know what their program is that they're offering. I haven't been able to put my hands on it. It went from 200 juniors to 100 juniors to 200 masters to maybe 100, and then tonight I heard the number of maybe 500 members. I don't know what that is, so I may be a little off with what I'm calculating here. But all I can do is look at their program that they have in Saugatuck, which is one of their other clubs. Saugatuck Rowing Club has 1,500 members. Not 500, it's 1,500 members, from what I understand, and this is what, you know, the documents are saying in Saugatuck. The Saugatuck Rowing Club is 15,000 square feet, but now includes about a 3,500 square foot public restaurant. So if the public restaurant's kind of taken out of that square footage, they're down to 11,500 square feet, and they're supporting 1,500 members or whatever it is, about 300 or 250, I think it is, juniors, and about 125 to 150 active rowing senior members from what the numbers I've gotten are. And the balance are just people using the fitness facilities. And, you know, I'm looking at this club, and there is no possible way that this club can be economically viable with 100 juniors and 100 or 400 even dedicated master rowers, which I don't even think are in the community. There's just not that many people that are committed to rowing that are going to pay what they would have to pay in order to financially substantiate what this building is. I know you folks don't want to get into economics, but part of the point that Mr. Fox brought up was if this building fails. And the problem being is this, and that is why when we designed this building, we worked with you folks with the view corridors and the access to the waterfront to make sure that if anything failed on the site, that the building and the site could still revert back to being able to accommodate the waterfront business uses, i.e. the slips and the storage that came with the site and are inherent to the site and should not be jumped over in order to develop a more dense ancillary and supportive use. A couple more quick points. I just was concerned about, as I said, the view corridors was something that we hammered out on both sites, even on the south site, and I brought the map. If you recall, when we went through this, I had to build these buildings directly behind the previously existing buildings in those areas in order to maintain the view corridors. The attorney for the applicant had stated that, well, you know, there was boats in the way and those kind of things. I mean, this time of year when the boats were all shrinked up in front, I think some of the neighbors call them the Coscob Mountains. That's what the people want to see down there. They're used to seeing the waterfront, you know, the boats being stored, the boats up on the racks, everything going on there. That's their waterfront. That's the community. They're used to seeing that. That's their view. Those are what the ambiance is that they're trying to protect. You know, nobody really is caring too much about seeing the view of the Highway Bridge. We went through that. But it's the view of the overall water uses and everything that's going on in the water that lends itself to the character of that neighborhood. And that's what was important when we went through the previous applications and I think should be considered here. The public access walkway, as you know, we went through it here. We had our challenges with it. On this site, I came back and we had put in the 10-foot access way all the way along the border. We had to do that on the other side. Mr. Maitland, you and I, back on the other side, if you recall, even down in this area along where the travel lift pit was, I had a 10-foot wide, I asked to go to 6-foot wide there so that I can get perpendicular spaces instead of parallel. You said no, we were going to maintain 10 feet. So I lost parking places and went parallel, and we kept the 10 feet consistent wood boardwalk, stem to stern, from the start north to south on the whole site. I think that needs to be here. I mean, there was a couple other points that were made also. With the 10-foot wide access, it was a buffer. And I think the DEP had brought it out in the early applications that they wanted that 10-foot buffer between the waterfront and the parking lots and the other activities that would go on from there. So it acted as an environmental buffer as well, and that was one of the points and reasons we had stuck with that 10-foot. I also had to provide 3 parking places on site for the public access way, which are signed and marked for that. That was not something that I had seen that was part of this application. We had, in my previous application, had the shared site, so I think that was incorporated. But if this is a standalone, I think those are things we need to consider if we're going to look to someday connect this walkway all the way from the Post Road to the Coscow Power Plant site, which hopefully will happen. I mean, we've put enough effort and time into it. So I think in keeping all of that intact, there's a lot to go here with this application. I have no problem with another rowing club. I have no problem with the competition, as some people say. I think it's fine. I mean, we knew when we walked away from developing the site that something was going to be built there. As long as that something's being played on the same playing field by the same rules and is adequately supported by our resources, no one's going to have trouble with it. I think it'll all be fine. But I really think that we have to make sure that it falls within that same vein. I'm rushing because I know you've been at this a long time. I think in closing, and just for the record, I want to say, because it was kind of brought up that there was a cold shoulder from the Water Club. That not be the case. When Mr. Winklevoss had purchased the property, I extended a personal phone call to him. I have never personally heard back from him. I had sent my staff and crew down there with my equipment to help them move some of the stuff off the site that was left by the next neighbor. I haven't received so much as a postcard as a thank you. So we're here to be neighborly. We want to see the neighborhood the way it is. I think they've done a good job with their project in Saugatuck as far as the architecture goes and the way it works on the river. I think that kind of design and that architecture would be more fitting to what we've done in trying to blend that residential feel into our overall projects. And that if they went back and reflected on that and came down in the size and scope, that our resources, the river, which should be the primary concern for all of you, and then working back can support, then we'd be in very good shape. Thank you for your time this evening.
Could you, in your rowing club, what percentage is from Greenwich schools versus Rye? And just so we have an idea of where your kids are coming from, and more as a
in the junior program, you're asking.
Indicator for Mr. Galante to take into account as you requested.
I would think right now 85% would probably be a good round number that are Greenwich resident junior rowers from our junior program, and that would include high school and middle school programs.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Mr. Quigley.
Howard Winklevoss, citizen of Greenwich. Since I was mentioned in the last presentation, I'd like the opportunity to respond to a couple of items. May I do so? Howard Winklevoss. With regard to contacting Rick Hall, as soon as we bought the property, I asked Dave Dickinson to call Rick, which he did. And Rick and Dave said, well, look, we should sit down and talk about, rowing and working and planning out together. And Rick's comment was, we don't need to sit down. We don't need to talk about anything. And I'm sure you believe that. Secondly, he made a statement that there are 1,500 members at Saugatuck. There are a little over 500 members at Saugatuck, and gives you some idea of the credibility of some of his comments. He's winging it, and I hope you would, if you want to ask me about Saugatuck, I'd be happy to tell you all about it. But I don't think you really want to know about that. With regard to the facility, one thing that we do differently than most clubs, and one of the reasons we have some of the most successful clubs in the United States, if not the world, is that we offer our coaches full-time employment. They work full-time for us, and we will have 12 individuals that will work at the club. And it's unlike Saugatuck, where we have virtually no office space. We have everybody crammed in one office and people using the regatta room. We ask our coaches to work at home. There's lots of parent calls. There's lots of kids calls. They're not allowed to have a child come to the house. They have to meet the child in the club. At this club, we will have offices so that they can. There was a mistake said there's going to be 4 offices shared by 8 or 9 coaches, and then the directors. So the offices are well accounted for. I don't know why you're so disbelieving of that, but we do offer these people full-time employment with a package of benefits, and it's a career. It's a career for them, not just a part-time activity where they come in a couple hours a day. I think that's all I recall. I just would like to say that we think no one cares more about the waterfront than we do. No one cares more about the safety of children than we do. In 16 years at Saugatuck, we've never had an incident, and we're very careful about the number of coaches we have per students on the water, and I don't think I want to get into comparisons between what we do at our club and what other people do at their club, but we have a very, very good and sound safety policy, and we've agreed to share our so-called rules of the water, which we spent a couple years developing with the Water Club in Brunswick on this site, so that we're all working together, and we all carefully. The objective of the 3,000 meters was simply to give you an idea of the length of both waterfront areas. You don't race in there. You go out to the open water where you do some heavy pieces, but no one's suggesting that you race going from the respective clubs out to the open water. But anyways, a lot of misinformation was shared with you by my former neighbor, and I hope you take it in stride.
So how big is Saugatuck?
How big is
Saugatuck Club?
The physical plant?
Yeah.
15,000 feet plus a mezzanine, which is maybe a couple thousand feet.
Can you provide us plans?
Does that include the restaurant?
Yes.
Can you provide us plans?
I'll have to ask Tom Hagney about that, but
I mean, because it's 15,000 square feet, and there's a Lesla restaurant. That's
We're happy to provide those plans to you.
Again, if you're having the same number of members, and you're proposing a facility that's 50% larger, roughly, that's why I'd like to see the differences and understand what deficiencies that you're trying to accomplish.
And we'll provide that to you. I'll reserve my comments to the end, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else in the public?
Mr. Quigley and Mr. Mazza.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Frank Mazza. I'm a member of the Harbor Management Commission, and I would like to introduce our new chairman tonight, Mr. Bruce Angelillo, who will have some comments for you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for the commission, Bruce Angelillo. And given the lateness of the hour, I'll just make an observation or two and try to give you a sense of the view of a very young commission, which is the Harbor Management Commission, which at its April meeting a little less than 2 weeks ago did spend some time talking about this application, and it resulted in the commission moving and authorizing that a letter be sent to DEEP, asking that some additional information perhaps be provided. In the drawings that we have been provided, and they're the same ones that Ms. DeLuca has shared with us, it is unclear on those diagrams how close to the federal channel are both of the docks. And as you know, we are at the very end of a very long process in getting approval for the Mianus River to be dredged, which would be something of tremendous, it will be a tremendous success, which is the accomplishment of people in town that have been working on this for a very long time. that project's going to result in in dredging which will ensure that at low tide there'll be 6 feet of water. The federal guidelines provide that any structure must be set back from the federal channel 3 times that amount, which is approximately 18 feet. It appears from the drawings that the south dock and perhaps the north dock, as drawn on the plans, because there's no specifics with respect to how close they are to the federal channel, that it may result that DEEP and the Army Corps of Engineers will insist that those docks not extend as far as they appear to be on these plans. That's a piece of information that perhaps you will want to consider in connection with your approval. If that is the case, it would affect the length of the dock, boat storage, and things start to push back onto the land. That may also have an impact on the question that as I've been sitting in the audience, hearing you ask as to whether this building is the appropriate size. Now, of course, that is not my commission's mandate, but given that there may be adjustments on the water side, it may have some impact on what you're thinking about. I noticed in the materials that were provided by the applicant that they appropriately discussed boat safety and safety on the water. And we also think that it would be reasonable to ask a little bit more about the extent of the consultation with the other organizations that are putting rowers on the river. Given the reports that we have received at the Commission from the Marine Division of the Police Department, that by all means, I do not mean to suggest in any way that I'm going to say that something terrible is going to happen tomorrow. But there's an increasing amount of concern about congestion. We are, as a commission, there's an overwhelming consensus to support more people in this town having access to the water and using the water. But that being said, if we are at a saturation point, or at least you might want to inquire as to a study about rowing usage, it may suggest realistically a year from now how many people might actually be using this facility, because it is not an infinite resource. And that may also have an impact on considerations of size. Lastly, as we've heard, the existing marina docks were removed. And I'll leave it to others to comment whether how that was done or whether that's appropriate or not appropriate in the first instance. But I need to note there is not a consensus on the Commission with respect to the matter of rowing versus the loss of marina space. But it is something that's a lively issue. We are supportive of rowing. We're also supportive of making sure that there's plenty of slip space for people who are conventional boaters. If there were any questions, I'd be happy to address them, but we do appreciate the opportunity, and I hope, we've been speaking with Ms. DeLuca. I want to be very careful, as we are a very young commission, to try to offer what we can to be of assistance, but by no means intrude on the province and jurisdiction of this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Angelo? Yes. Before you leave, the proposed work for the channel, is that to affect just the draft, or will it affect the width of the channel as well?
I'm sorry, Mr. Macri, I wasn't quite following you. Once more.
The work that's going to be happening to the channel, will that affect just the depth of it, or would it affect the width of the channel as well?
The depth, as I understand it, they want to ensure 6 feet of depth at mean low water. They actually over dredge a little bit, so it'll be going down. With respect to the width of the federal channel, and as I stand here, I'm not sure what the width of the federal channel is. It is the practice to dredge a little bit wider than the channel for obvious reasons, you don't want to have a cliff. Now, it is unclear from the drawings how close the two wharfs, the two docks are. And the Army Corps and the state are considering that, and that may have some impact on where we are. I'm glad you raised it again. There's one other thing that we did note in our comment letter, which you have. How the docks are anchored may raise a question that we will defer, obviously, to the Corps and to DEP about. The use of helical anchors, basically screws into the mud, unlike a conventional mushroom anchor, they're almost impossible to remove. And so if you're pretty close to the channel, and as you say, how wide you have to dredge, there's going to have to be some sensitivity about that, because we don't want to end up having anchors that prevent future dredging. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Peter Quigley, and I'll make this short. Most of you, Mr. Yeski has not seen me, but I've been before this commission mostly on land use and water management issues. I do take pleasure tonight to be talking about the Harbor Commission. I echo the new chair's comments. I echo Mr. Kral's position. I echo what you all have brought up tonight. I thought they were excellent. It's an excellent exchange, so I'll just make a few brief comments. And I only speak for myself, even though I am on the Harbor Commission. It would appear to me that it's the scale and the use that does not really fit the capacity of this site. And it is about bulk, and it is about size, and it is about scale. It's not about the use, and we hope this, well, I speak for myself, we hope a water-dependent use is very successful. But to echo Mr. Angelillo's comments, if it is not, and hopefully it will be, we hope you will grandfather that site for docks and marina facilities to keep the water-dependent use on the books. But we do hope this, some of us, if not all, hope that there's success here. But it clearly needs to be scaled back, only because the bulk and size really does not fit the site. So the considerations and the discussion tonight, I hope, is made with a better plan they come forward with, and I hope it's a more successful plan. The question of water traffic is a major issue on that piece of waterway, particularly at low tide. If you've ever gone up and down that waterway, as some of us as users have, it's already a pretty busy traffic site with the rowing activities that are going on. So there again is the use of the site and the scale of the site. It may be an over-expectation that it can handle that kind of capacity, so you might want to take that into account. I think that's pretty much it. It is a very sensitive flood area, and so those comments were made tonight. So you're looking at all avenues. I thank you very much. You're hitting right on the numbers. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last project you approved for this site was a 15,000 square foot building. It did not need to have all club amenities because it was going to be operated by a club immediately to the south that had all those amenities, including 2 swimming pools. Now, I realize swimming pools are a water-dependent use. Without water, you don't have a swimming pool. But I don't know if they need to be located on the water. They can be located anywhere. In fact, they are located everywhere and anywhere in town here. And I think that's a distinct difference between the plan that you approved last time, where all the amenities, the restaurant, the fitness center, the pool, the cabanas, all that was immediately to the south. So they didn't need to have anything as part of that club because it was already there. And I think that needs to be taken into account when we look at this. Just to respond to the last few comments, as part of approving this as a rowing facility, the commission specifically said that we would not use the docks that were previously part of the marina use, and that it would just be for rowing facilities and for the coaches' launches. We've heard what you had to say this evening. We will provide you with specific operating programs at the other number of rowing clubs that Row America operates around the country. We'll provide you with the specific plans on Saugatuck facility. We want to come to you with the facility that will provide this water-dependent use and be successful. And that appears to be the tightrope that we're walking here with you as to figuring out what it is that will make this a success and be something that the commission feels it can approve. The last thing we want is to have you approve something just because it's what you'll approve, knowing that it won't work. So we will be discussing what we think is feasible and bring that back to you so that we can share with you our thoughts on this. So with that, I'll provide an extension. We'd ask that this stay open for now.
Thank you.
The colleague on the left would like a break.
All right. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Oh,
and-
generous.
Got it. Thanks.
It's hard to get good chairmen nowadays.
I know. Ones that can stay awake during the meeting. 6 Dale Drive.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Casey O'Donnell for the applicant, Jeffrey Stempian. This application is to add a 91 square foot roof over an existing 71.5 square foot set of stairs. It's R6 zone. This is a two-family building, so it does require site plan and special permit approval. With some zeal to be extremely conservative and to be sure that I would not bring you an application that didn't represent the worst case scenario, I made estimated calculations of coverage, floor area, and building coverage. And that was for, again, two reasons. One is I did not want to come to you with an application that was optimistic. And two was I was hoping, based on the small scale of the project, that you would allow the applicant to proceed through the application process. And if, including the variance, this commission finds it's a reasonable application, that you would trust staff to verify these requirements prior to building permit sign-off. And part of the reason that I had some level of confidence in making that request is because I had some early discussion with planners, and we discussed the relatively small scope and the fact that we're essentially adding, at worst case, 19.5 square feet of roofed area to this site. So as the
Yes,
change...
but it's no adding a bulk or FAR. It's an open porch, isn't it?
That's absolutely
So the
true.
only thing that we're concerned about is that front yard setback.
Okay.
So
And you got it, we can't approve it without a variance.
I agree, and I'm not going to ask you to do that. But what I would like to do is I have a variance application that is pending and can be heard May 11th. So I brought some additional materials to address the comments. If you'd like, I can present that very briefly tonight. And then with your permission, I would like to go seek the Board of Appeals approval to encroach into the required front yard.
Okay.
Okay.
we'll help you along. Just give us the bunch and we'll
Yeah.
pass them out.
We're trying to be efficient.
All right, perfect.
let the record show I provided 4 photographs, one of the subject property, 2 of the streetscape. One of the photographs shows the front building line, and then I brought,
Wait a second, did you guys get all of this?
Yeah, there's
Okay,
tabled
two
together.
things.
Oh.
Not that.
No, they didn't get this, hold on. So,
Let him talk, just pass down.
in addition, I brought the copies of the GIS maps, all the GIS maps that were available in the GIS department to sort of show you the recent history of the property, at least from the 90s when the aerial photograph and GIS maps were available. And finally, in addition, I brought, there was a question about a 2014 building permit. So I brought a copy of the permit history for that building permit. And finally, I brought copies of support letters from the immediately abutting neighbors that are addressed to the Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals, but they have also CC'd you to indicate their support of this proposed project. I can address your questions. I can try to go through the comments quickly. I, recognize it's late, and I appreciate your attention.
Does anyone have any questions?
I do. You want to go first?
Me? I got none.
It did seem to me that Ms. Tominski, the planner, had a lot of questions, and then frankly, when you gave us a narrative that talks about just estimates, it's not clear to me why we don't have an existing condition survey. I feel as though there are enough so for example, the measurements of this property, the FAR, somehow in the site original approval, it was 2,272 square feet, and now it's 2,820 square feet. This is on page 677 of our.
Yes.
There doesn't seem to be any explanation for that change that I could find.
I can provide that explanation to you very briefly right now. That was due to my over-conservative nature, and I think the difference between Ms. Tominski's review of it and mine, where I included space for the basement based on my visual inspection of the property and my estimate that the grade plane is probably within the 3 to 5 feet for 50%. I also used the gross numbers from the tax card to, again, just be very conservative and show you a worst-case scenario. So I recalculated them less conservatively this evening in response to the comments, and I would say a less conservative but probably more accurate estimate based on the architectural drawings is that the basement contains 327 square feet of floor area. That's half of 1054 with deductions from mechanical equipment and laundry equipment. That the first floor contains 1054. The second floor contains 1085. The attic, the roof was proposed to have a 512 pitch, so the ridge beam likely below 7 feet, so the attic could potentially contain 0 square feet of floor area. If that's the case, then the existing floor area on the site, it would be approximately 2,466 square feet. Of note, that would be conforming floor area, but still over the 90% threshold. So any change to the floor area on this site is going to hit the maximum level of review and documentation.
so will you be able to get us an FAR calculated fully by an architect?
Because this application doesn't implicate FAR,
Okay.
It just doesn't affect FAR, and I think we're just
All right.
making,
Okay, I'm good. No
Well,
existing conditions survey? I thought we had
but
decided.
we do have a survey. I
Okay.
mean, there's a survey here in our drawing.
1984 survey.
Yeah.
correct. The foundation,
I'm
based
just
on my visual
reminding you guys
inspection.
what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
The,
On Monday, you wanted to get the FAR done.
yeah.
I don't,
Okay.
that might have been mentioned, but I don't know.
Okay.
The,
Let's put it this way, even if it's over, he's not increasing it. But I think we have the foundation survey, and if you can't believe that, then I don't know.
Okay.
In addition,
out from it.
if this commission does approve our application, we are, understand that no matter what we do, we're going to have to come up with the full survey, the full
That's right.
engineering for drainage.
That's right.
So I think that.
Okay,
Thank you.
good, happy.
So your narrative says it's going to be on the existing steps?
Correct. It's going to.
And when I look at the drawing, and it looks like there's going to be the construction of actually footings, perhaps, concrete, so goes from wood to,
Correct. There'll be piers that
Yeah.
will, that anytime you hold up a roof, the building code is going to ask you to support that.
so it isn't just on the existing steps?
You're correct, and I apologize. When I looked back at my notes, that was very diligent of Cindy and the commission to recognize that, and I didn't realize it. The proposed stair, or the existing precast stairs are 11 feet wide, and the proposed roof is 14 feet wide, and that's my correction of the fact that we're adding up to 19 and a half square feet of coverage with this proposed development.
All right, well, I guess if you're going to have to do a survey before your process is over anyway.
Correct. And what I would like to have that survey to be is reviewed by staff at the building permit sign-off. Some, again, part here is to try to be practical and not, expend $5,000 or $10,000 in survey and engineer costs until we know we have an approval and it's worth pursuing.
Okay. And I had asked, I think, in an email today about this being in a flood zone and whether we don't need to concern ourselves with, because it's not.
Not enclosed space.
Plus, it's flow-through space.
It's not enclosed.
Correct. And as far as any substantial improvement calculations would go, we'll obviously be required to make them. And, right, we have.
So, anybody else have anything else? Is there any public comment on this? Okay. Oh. No, we do have public comment.
No.
Oh, you're getting ready for the next one, okay.
So can then we leave this open and I can return
Yes.
to you in a couple weeks?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you very much.
And basically, you have our permission to go to the ZBA on this, so it's,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the commission.
I'm sorry, in a couple of weeks, you're meeting the May 17th? I sort of had you pegged for the June 7th.
That is my next favorite choice.
Okay, so we'll work it out, because you said May 11th is ZBA.
Yes.
Okay, got it, so we can work it out tomorrow.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
number 10, Davis and Orchard, LLC.
I can't find what I did with the sewer comments on this.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is a demolition of a two-family house and reconstruction of a two-family house at the corner of Davis Avenue and Orchard Place. We meet all of the floor area, coverage, setback, and height requirements. I know there was a comment yesterday about how could we be so sure that the grading on the property to the south at 11 Orchard Place was going to be at 18.8. It's always good to have the same engineer for both projects when he's actually supervising the construction of the property at 11 Orchard Place. So he knows that it's 18.8, and that's why we show it on the plan as the property to the south being regraded to 18.8.
Has it been regraded?
Yes.
Oh, then that note can come off your drawing.
That's true. We could say has been regraded rather than will be regraded.
Yes.
Other than that, it meets the site plan special permit standards, and we would ask for your approval.
There was one thing, yeah. The section 6128D talks about keeping the side yard clear for 5 feet. In other words, you can't, the only thing you're allowed in there is, I think that there's numbers, but like a 6-inch projection for a windowsill or something like that, but the 2-foot projection you can't have. However.
In this area right here?
It's that. But the point is, and it came up at the meeting yesterday, the retaining walls are in the side yard, and they clearly are impeding the circulation around that. So I think, I mean, the requirement of keeping it clear was a requirement of the fire department. That's why we put in the section 6128D in the regs. I think that I don't think it anticipated the retaining walls for the fill. So what I would like to do is let you go to the CEO and talk to him about it and see if he's got a concern whether this building is compliant with that particular section.
Well, we did get a comment from the CEO as part of this application.
He had no comment.
And he indicates, well, no, actually, the comment is the subject site plan subdivision meets the requirements of the building zone regulations.
Yeah, but we're asking you to.
You got that?
Well, that's his standard comment.
Oh.
And when there isn't
There's no
anything,
comments.
and when
Oh,
there
okay.
isn't, no, his comment is, I don't have an issue with this.
Well, I would like to have you just check this out with him on the 6128D, if you
Yeah,
would.
And the other-
I
the other
think
thing
that's just regarding, like, window projections that would make it difficult to get by, or that
Well,
could,
climbing over 5-foot walls, if you're a fireman, might not be in there, you know, maybe that's not a problem. I just would like it checked, that's all.
okay.
And that's, whatever his decision is fine. With me, anyway.
And it does meet building code as well?
Yes.
For light and air? Because I thought you had to have 5 feet clear in front of the windows. So, but it,
Well, they might. I mean, the only windows that are on that, the windows set back,
Yeah,
and the retaining walls I'm talking about are the two in front.
right.
That you got to come up. Because.
we're really just talking about this area right here,
Yeah. Well, that
Where-
and the two walls in front. I mean,
where our first floor elevation is 22.67, and the top of the wall is 22.
yeah. No, I know.
So
talking about
it's
the-
not going to block any
I knew
windows
that
there.
was,
And you're talking about the eastern side of the property, just for the record?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
think
Was
the
there
only-
another area that we needed to look
well,
at?
if you read 6128D, it talks about the side, and those two retaining walls in the front are obstructions to that clear, yes. Nothing within 5 feet of the property line, it says. Could you just, all I'm
I'm
asking
happy
you-
to go over that with him, but is this as a condition of approval?
yeah. Oh,
Yes,
I don't-
no, that's fine. No, That's
It's
no
for me, it's a condition of approval, I just. I don't
Yes,
want-
no, that's fine.
The conservation had asked for the landscape plan. I don't think they've had a chance to see it, and they comment that they haven't seen it. So it would be good to route it to them and just have Alexandra give her comments.
That's,
Yeah,
It's very, I would, since our engineer is here, I would quote paragraph 4 of the environmental analyst's report that the project engineer deserves credit for minimizing the impervious surface and providing pervious pavers to surface the driveway.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
all we're
good.
saying is that it could be a condition that you just review this.
That's fine. We
landscaping.
do have a landscape plan that we've submitted, and it
And
does
just
show.
make sure it gets routed to her, because she asked about it
Okay.
in her comments. It's in paragraph 3, I
I-
believe.
If you make that a condition,
We-
that will
Yes.
be done as part of the building permit sign-off.
Paragraph 5.
Nancy?
So, Mr. Hegney, just in the interest of this R6 zone we're working on,
To lessen the burden of those
bulk.
property owners.
these
and-
bulk, yes, well, to solve some problems, whose burden is going to get lifted. And all of these buildings with 2 units have a lot of bulk, a sense of mass. And so, for example, here, and this is more, think about this for the next time. Take the roof down in the middle, so you have something that looks more like, that kind of,
I think when you look at the section,
Yep.
that is more of a...
Structural.
It's more of a decorative roof than it is of a structural
Right.
roof. And,
You know, these things, I just
and you
think
also don't want to create
we've gotten
areas
used
where there'll
to-
be
We've gotten used
water
to
problems.
this bulk, but on the East Putnam, across from a thing called the Little Pub, there's a set of condos that's just been built, for example. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, off of Nassau Place,
Yes.
across
And
from Diamond Hill.
staggering of things, the up and down of roof lines, the things that just make it a little less massive and more architectural and more perhaps like this community looks. Yeah. So, for the next time.
Noted.
Anyone else?
Are you, Nick?
I'm actually okay.
No, I have a question for you. Are you happy that the landscape plan provides enough screening? It's one of the questions Mark raised. I mean, we're going to ask Conservation to look at it, but do you think it provides enough screening
For the parking area?
for the parking? Yep. Oh, sorry. Did you get my question?
Yes, I did.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Did she?
Sorry. I was talking to the court reporter. I asked Mr. McRae if there was enough landscaping to screen the parking in the front yard, if he was satisfied with that, since he has more expertise than I on the,
I think because of the constraint that they have on the actual property line, the only thing I would suggest is if the town would allow them to maybe just add a little more in the right-of-way.
Okay.
That's a discussion that they can have with
That has to be the town tree warden.
tree warden and the Department of Public Works and to plant in the right-of-way. But they're a little stuck there, but they're set back. There is some landscaping there. If they can have that conversation, it would be appreciated and see what they say about it.
This is an interesting site because the right-of-way is so wide that you have over 30 feet from the property line to the curb. So it will have very much a setback look, even though
It might be bulky.
it may be bulky. It's all a matter of perspective.
But it would be nice to get some trees in the right-of-way.
We're more than happy to do
Okay,
that.
that could be a condition, so.
Certainly.
you're so kind.
Listen, we're trying to move the clock along if we can.
Okay.
Is there any public comment on this?
No, I think this is.
Mr. Cohn is not here to oppose
He's
the
going to knock you off the
application,
microphone.
since he represents
no
one of
matter
the
what.
partners on it. So. I did ask him, though.
I think we can close this?
Closed.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm recused on this.
Okay, bye.
Somebody let me know when I can come back.
Oh, yeah, don't forget about Andy.
Mr. Fox is recused on this, and Mr. McRae.
There you go.
Pronounced Italian name.
Mr. Casey was funny.
Will be seated.
Good evening, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Bruce Cohen representing Greenwich Country Club. This is an application for final site plan and special permit approval to allow the club to reconstruct its existing swimming pool complex, which includes the main pool, a kiddie pool, and a couple of accessory buildings to that complex. I've put up an overall plan of the entire club property for a couple of reasons. First of all, there's 140 acres. The club has been here for 100 years. The pools are nearly 50 years old, which is why they're doing this. It's in the RA1 zone, surrounded by residential development, except to the south and southeast, where the 75-acre Greenwich Country Day Schwartz campus is located. The other reason that I've got this in front of you is to show you where the activity is taking place. It's in the really center part of the campus, nearly 1,000 feet away from Stanwich Road. The pool complex is on the east side of the clubhouse. This is an existing condition survey showing the existing main pool, the kiddie pool, the pro shop, the skeet shooting building, and the concession stand, which is here. And the goal here is going to be to demolish the existing pools, reconstruct new ones here, have a combined lifeguard station, pool house, snack bar to the left, and do some associated landscaping, 2 pavilions next to the pro shop. So this is the prettied up landscape version of what we're proposing to do. The preliminary was moved to final earlier this year with a number of conditions, one of which was ARC approval, which has been obtained, ZBA special exception, which has been obtained. We've had issues that we've resolved with the sewer division, with Scott Marucci's office.
With sewer, they were asking for a timer for the backwash,
Yes.
and you're good with that? You've agreed
Yes.
to that?
All of the comments that you received are from Mr. Favinella most recently. I think it was April 28th, are acceptable.
And he asked us to put the conditions in our decision.
And that's fine. Same with Scott Marucci's comments, who's accepted our drainage plan. Alex Mock had several comments, which we've noted. She noted that there was no stormwater renovation. That was an issue that we've dealt with Mr. Marucci by redoing the parking area to the east, so that we now have a fairly large area of porous pavers to help that situation. We've had our landscape plan reviewed and approved by ARC, and the project complies with all zoning requirements.
Ms. Mock also proposed more shade trees. Any consideration of that?
We can... the area that I think she's talking about, Ms. Raymer,
Hillside.
is this is where the redone parking area is.
Right.
Here's the pool complex.
Yep.
We can certainly add some shade trees to the east of the parking area.
Great. Thank you. Very clean application.
That's my job.
The only
Go home.
problem is the noise from your skeet shooting. It used to drive my dogs crazy.
Well, I've got a son that lives very close to this. He feels the same way. And he has no dogs.
Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Are there any plans to increase the membership? I see you detailed it all here.
No, there are no such plans. This is really a long-needed rehabilitation.
I think that was in the
pool.
narrative. That
You've seen the pool?
I've seen the pool.
Okay,
the narrative says there's not intended,
Right.
I think, to be.
that's correct.
Is there any public comment? Close?
Yeah, we can close it.
Okay, you can get Andy.
Oh, I'm also going to make the comment about the grease trap. That's all right. They've agreed to everything. That's right. Okay.
Better say that.
Yeah, The who? No, that's coming up. Not forgetting. I have a big note on that. That is 157 North Water. I don't like that, even though I...
We're looking at 169 Millbank Avenue, Owners LLC, located at 169 Millbank Avenue.
I was going to
Andy,
wait
wait,
for
wait,
the
what?
fifth member of the commission.
Yeah.
He's here. He cleared the doorway. He's officially here.
Good evening again, commission members. For the record, Tom Hegney for the applicant. This is a proposed two-family house on the east side of Millbank Avenue. We meet the floor area setbacks, green space. We realized that as part of the analysis for the building footprint, we are limited to 30%. We had actually counted the window wells and their exterior walls. As part of that, we conferred with the zoning enforcement officer earlier this week and were advised that the window wells count as part of lot coverage, but not as part of building coverage. And therefore, we have revised our green area chart to eliminate them and to show that we are in compliance with the 30% limitation on green space for two-family houses in the R6 zone. We have discussed with DPW their comments. The only reason that they have said return prior to, or resubmit prior to final site plan is the issue of the tree, which is located where we're proposing to put the new driveway. And that's this tree right here, which is in the town right-of-way. We have submitted to the tree warden a analysis by our arborist indicating that the tree is in poor condition, that it has been extensively pruned because of the overhead wires on that side of Millbank Avenue, that because of work to the north, there has been extensive excavation which has impacted roots, and that the existing root condition is poor. It's called girdling root, which, based on the picture, looks like the roots are growing out of the ground rather than into the ground. And we have submitted this to the tree warden. We're more than happy to replace the tree with other tree or trees, either on Millbank or elsewhere, as the tree warden would advise us to plant them. We have not yet heard back from the tree warden. He's actually away this week. We would like to be able to proceed with this application with the understanding that we receive the tree warden's approval to remove that tree.
You know, this is a must open by 5/26. My own sense is that given the fact that it would affect how you lay it, how you lay out the curb cuts, and that you have this question from sewer that I've never seen before. Or I think I've seen it a couple of
You
times.
saw it on 151 Millbank,
yeah.
you saw it on 80 Millbank.
So we're seeing it on Millbank. That's the conversation we were having with Andy yesterday. I was saying to him, all of a sudden, we're seeing this. You have that question from sewer, you've got the issue with the right-of-way. Since we're not even up to the must-open, my sense is personally that I would like to get that all resolved and clean, but it's up to the rest of the commission before we go ahead.
What's your option if the tree warden doesn't let you cut it down?
I'm gonna move the curve cut.
then we have to try to figure out how to make that curb cut work on the south side. Currently, the driveway pitch that's there exceeds the 15%. And by moving it to the north, we can make the 15% grade. It also removes it from being directly across from Lewis Street, rather than having cars come directly across Lewis Street on into the driveway. They would be pulling onto the northbound lane on Millbank before pulling onto the site. So there's a safety issue as well, which is the reason why we're moving it there.
So if he doesn't approve it, then you're back to square one?
It's true.
So there you go.
Well,
I mean,
if he
if you get on an agenda, in one of the next two agendas with this, once you get the approval, I mean, you could still even be ahead of, we could even close it before our must open. So, I mean, we're happy to help you move it along, but given the fact that you don't have that yet, that he's away, I'd like you to just address this other thing. I don't think we got a landscape plan from you yet, right?
Nope.
But we don't have it in our packages. I couldn't.
That's what we said as of yesterday.
Yeah. So, oh, yeah, that's right. It's in here.
we just had it developed recently, but
Yeah. So
we do in fact have a landscape.
So if you could route that, so do three things: get the right-of-way thing done, make the sewer department a happy camper, and run this by Alexandra, we'd be good.
Well, it's probably unlikely when you say get the right-of-way piece, and that the hearing will be done before the May 17th, but certainly we could get comments from Mrs. Spayman. Is that?
I think if we could get Bruce's comments, whether or not they have an issue, and we could do June 7th, maybe?
Yeah, Mr. Spayman was back today. I mean, obviously, it's his first day back, so, or maybe it was even late this afternoon, but anyway, he wouldn't be having a hearing on it before then, I wouldn't think.
Okay.
Well, there's only a hearing if
I was
there's an
gonna say,
objection.
Yeah.
Right.
Otherwise,
So if he could give us some preliminary comment.
if we could have this continued to the 17th with the understanding I'll make even a briefer presentation then than I am now. And that I'll have my other lengthy presentation
You've got to.
the next month on our other project.
The same issue on the side yard on this too, with that wall and the steps and everything in there? The side yard.
Yeah,
side yard.
this is interesting because we actually have 11 feet from the property line to the building itself. And
You go up.
and then you go up a few steps,
Go level, then you go.
and then you go
up
down
again, or down.
down a few steps, yeah.
But it's the wall, I don't know, I just would like to, again, run it by the CEO and just have him say it's okay.
Okay.
He doesn't have
Yeah.
a problem with that particular
We can
section.
certainly review that with him.
I'm just early, excuse me one
Yes, I
second.
want to remind you of two other comments.
That's on the
One of them is the location of the
south
parking.
side.
Okay.
There's, you wanted to comment on the parking, on the car being able to back out.
I just want to make sure that from the east garage, the car can back out and not hit the car, the fifth park. Yep. Just make sure that that's got enough room to back into it without.
A couple of things, because I did discuss this with our landscape architect. We actually have 32 feet from the garage to this wall on the edge of the parking area. Also, this space is actually 26 feet deep.
Okay, that's
So
good enough.
that
if
you can pull a car in, and there's still essentially a hammerhead there
Perfect.
to be able to turn around and pull out.
Because there's no way that even if you pulled it straight back, you don't know, there might be a tandem car parked in front of that other garage, and you couldn't, you'd be doing 3-point, 4-point
Can
turns
you
to get
just
it back.
drop a car on there?
Sure.
Yeah, just draw it.
And show dimension?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's enough.
And then I have a comment in my notes. Yes, that's not till permit submission. Okay, I just have a comment that the ZEO wanted additional FAR information, but he's happy to wait till permit.
Our architect prepared FAR plans done on the computer rather than the quarter scale boxes that are part of the building department record.
Okay.
This is probably more accurate, but we will do it the way the building department
Okay.
wants it.
I get you. Okay.
Quick question for the engineer and then the architect. Mr. Frangione, the Cultex in the front yard, are they buried below approximate existing grade?
No, they're in fill.
For the record, Rob Frangione.
As I remember, they're in fill.
There's partial fill and partial below grade. The bottom of the units is at 77.3. Existing grade is at 80, but we are filling over the top of them as well.
Okay, the two walls that are adjacent, those are basically just to get up off the approximate existing grade. So the front building is at the same elevation as the back building?
Yes, the two buildings are the same first floor.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Question for the architect. If, could the, on your drawing A1, it's a floor plan and an elevation. I was just wondering, could the length of this building be split in half and the front half of the building dropped down to more of the street grade and then omit those walls that are there?
Brad DeMott, for the record, I'm the
Yes.
architect. That creates a problem with the driveway. And we really wanted the garage slabs at the same elevation, so the driveway's at the same elevation. With the garages being adjacent to each other, it really doesn't allow you that much flexibility to shift the building when building higher than the other, even by 6 inches.
Could you put a retaining wall between the two garages? The two spaces outside the garage? Just the shift?
No, but I think it's the driveway that was,
The driveway is really more the controlling factor there. Once you as you approach, as you come from the street, as you climb up the driveway, we really wanted that to be level, and then pulling it to both garages at the same elevation. If one were even 6 inches off or 12 inches off, it would really
Okay, understanding that.
not work with the driveway.
Your first gable end, could you drop the building down there? Instead of the center of the garage, go do it to the, on your elevation to the right of the first garage?
So if you left this garage at the same elevation, but lowered the building?
Yes.
Garage is on the second
Well, you
floor.
wouldn't want to lower the building, because then it would be lower than the
does the second
Garage.
floor go through, are the rooms over the garage that connect to the second floor?
all that's at the same floor level, yes. And then also your floor elevation of your house would be a foot or two lower than the garage, which would be very unusual.
That's not correct. Two garages a foot or 18 inches below.
No, your garage would normally be below your first floor.
Right.
Your
He's saying here the garage is going to be above your first floor.
In this case, the garage would be above your
Right,
first
but-
floor.
You have offset elevations all the time.
I think what I'm talking about is that, yes,
No, but
you
the
have an
second
offset in
floor-
your floor plan,
Well, you
but we'd be losing 10 feet of wall height at the street, which I think is something that we've been trying to get rid of and strive to eliminate, where we have a streetscape, lack of a better way to say that, that is wall as opposed to building facade. I understand, yes, it would create irregular floor levels inside, but I'm not.
I mean, to make a difference, wouldn't you have to drop it like 5 feet?
5 feet?
That would be a lot.
10 feet all the way down, yes, that'd
Right,
be
well, it's
great.
not, I
but-
mean, this affects the design of the building, but it's really also a site plan and grading issue.
Right. It'd be great if that could be explored, because I think actually understanding, yes, you have a problem with the slope of the garage, but the driveway, but you also have retaining walls on that side already that are holding up the driveway. And I'm just wondering if, even if we can get it down 5 feet, we lose one of those 5-foot walls, so we get a better view on the street of the facade of the building.
Explore it.
And the other thing I wanted to ask you, architects, the view on the street. Now, this is a section of Millbank that is hard to comment on, but are you happy with the street-facing elevation? Which I'm looking at page 893 of our briefing material, and I can share it here.
There's a picture for you to
Yes.
look at.
Okay, so are you guys happy with that, the walls?
I took a good look at that. I
Yeah.
mean, we're really trying to pay attention because we're trying to figure out how to fix these things. But I thought this one, it's not a big wall looking at you. There's
It will be.
there's
Unless they get rid of the wall.
The retaining walls are a whole other problem. I mean,
Well, they're fairly short walls, they're being terraced back and heavily landscaped.
they're,
Yeah,
well,
but
we have Millbank.
Similar to what down the
Main
street, and I think we've kind of learned that lesson about
We've
short
learned this.
5-foot walls that are heavily landscaped actually are
We could
perceived
show
as a
you.
10-foot-high wall that's sloping back.
But the
Our
actual-
experience
the
is it's
design of the end of
monolithic from the
building,
street.
That piece of it.
The facade of the building.
Yes, I don't have any quarrel with it.
I'm fine with that, and I think actually my thought was
You
is
good?
that if that facade could be brought closer to the street.
What you were saying before, Mr. McRae, about the reducing of that front part of the building down, there does seem to be that there's space in the back to move the building back also. So I don't know if that would help with how you get that building down in there. But if you move it, you see what I'm saying? If you move it back also, that might help with the elevations of the garage to that floor.
Okay.
They can
Just some
look at it.
thoughts
I mean,
for you guys to look at. I know
You're coming
you're the
back.
architect, you don't want to do it, but we're still going to ask you to look at it.
Millbank has an uncomfortable feel from a
Yeah, and this is kind of,
pedestrian's point of view, so, or in a car or anything. I mean, there's an awful lot of this kind of thing, and so we're really trying to,
Mrs. Raymer, your microphone.
sorry,
Been bad
we're really
tonight.
trying to problem solve that. The architecture of the building,
It's
and
not much
I
of
mean,
in
as
this
compared to
site
lots
is-
of these things, is, I think, pleasing because it has, you know, yeah.
It's not a blank elevation to the
Not
street.
at all, not at all.
There is some interest to it.
Yeah,
You've got the gable
it's
end
very
to it.
nice.
Okay, let's go.
It's-
Okay.
But I think what we'd
the
lose,
walls.
and I think what the design team understands, is that we'd lose that because it's actually 10 feet off the street level.
Yeah.
Anything else from the commission?
I
Thank you.
did want to just address this point. We're almost to the 25-foot setback here in the,
Okay.
at the rear property line. And we are 35 feet back off of the front yard, the front property line. But I want Rob to talk about why the walls are needed, not just for the house, but for the driveway and the grading.
Yeah, it seems you got 2 feet to spare in the front and 4 feet to spare in the back. Because you're at 37 in the front, and you're at 29 in the rear.
Again, pushing a house back 2 feet, I don't think is going to solve, even 4 feet is going
No.
to solve the issue of the walls. But really, the issue is the driveway, because the site goes from 80 at the street up to 97 at the grade at the existing house. It all starts at the driveway, where we have to come up at 4%, max 12%, and then we need a level area. And then we also need some of the parking area that we can't have on a ramp. So we kind of need the walls to hold back this grade, the walls to hold back the grade here for along the driveway. And again, the walls themselves are only about 4.5 feet. We've got a top of wall 85, bottom of wall 81.25. The next wall, top of wall 90, bottom wall 86.5. So it's not 5 and 5. It's 3.5 to 4.5. So it's not the 5 up, 5 back that you're quite used to.
Any comments from the public?
If we could leave this open, Mr. Chairman, we'll address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hegney. I hate it when-
Sophia Harch.
I hate it when I forget stuff from early in the evening. It's just terrible.
taking notes, so you're much better than I was, so that's good.
But the difference is, the rest of you are saying, what's wrong? What do you need?
I lost all of those things that were in my packet this morning, because I know there's a thing in, from the sewer department accepting the sewer on this, the state.
The state said they could have a combined
Yeah.
septic system.
But I've lost all those papers, I don't know where they went. Yeah, that's, thanks, I mean, but you may want this, but,
No, because I took Andy's, and I don't really want
yeah.
it.
It says the central system, oh, go ahead.
Good evening. Sorry, we're just trying to get our act together. Somehow we start to fade around pumpkin hour.
My name is Tom Harch of Whitman Breed Abbott and Morgan, representing the owner applicant of 25 Flagler Drive. Flagler, as you're probably aware, is immediately to the west of North Street. It's a private road. The property consists of over 4 acres in a 2-acre zone. The existing house has been there since 1940. The plan is to renovate and expand the southern wing of the house, which is basically where the kitchen is, and then to remove the existing garage and the existing carport. They would be replaced by a larger garage that would be basically in the area where the existing garage is, but it would be a larger one. The reason we're here this evening is because with the expansion, we are over 150,000 cubic feet and therefore fall under the purview of Section 6-17D and the requirements of that. Without belaboring the point, I'll make a representation that we comply with the trying to maintain a neighborhood from the plan of conservation and development and meet the various standards of 17D, such as not adversely affecting pedestrian circulation or traffic, and preserving existing housing stock. We have reviewed the departmental comments and the staff comments, and we do not have any problem with those. There were 2 questions that were raised. One was raised by the Health Department report. It pointed out that approval was pending of a possible increase in use of the existing septic system. What that had to do with is that there's a one-room cottage at the rear of the property, I should say a one-bedroom cottage. It has its own septic system, but that is in bad disrepair. The Rizzoli engineering firm suggested that we connect that cottage to the existing septic system, which is roughly in this area, and that's what we needed state approval for. We were, thanks to Jim McTighe of the Rizzoli office, we were able to obtain that approval this afternoon, and I'd like to give you copies of it.
There was a copy of that in our folder tonight. But
okay.
No, that's this thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it says notice of acceptance.
No, we have it.
Okay, thank you. And so that's been taken care of. The other question I became aware of late yesterday afternoon. Patrick LaRoe sent me an email saying that there had been a question raised concerning the calculation of the gross floor area of the basement. And this calculation was done at 100%. And this is this appeared on the plans that were submitted, but I'd like to hand the chairman a copy of the chart. And the center graph is the one that shows the basement, and it has been included at the 100% level.
Thank you.
The architect, Jimmy Crisp, and the project manager, Jessica Senator, as well as Jim McTighe of the Rizzoli office are here this evening, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions. We respectfully request approval because we believe we've met the standards.
I had a question for you. The conservation comments mention the location of the rain garden and suggest that the rain garden be moved closer to the residents. Would you be open to that?
Well, we'd certainly consider it. I'd like Mr. McTighe to speak to that.
Oh, the man who's been standing in the back for 5 hours.
Good evening, Jim McTighe from Rizzoli Engineering. The rain garden location was chosen specifically because of the soils that were present there. It was the best location and the best soils on the site.
Yeah, I mean, what she says is that you have to run the line through poor permeabilities, you know, that you've got us, so like, go back and look at this, that you've got poor permeability soils and a potentially high groundwater table all along there. And so that's why she's suggesting moving it closer to the house because you're running that line all the way down there, so.
That would be defeating it.
And that would be defeating it.
Yeah, that would be defeating the
Okay.
purpose. We have chosen the best location on the site for the rain garden, and I would not recommend moving it.
Okay.
Counterproductive.
Okay.
Any other comments?
I believe, hold on, let me just check. We
Any
have,
comments from the public?
public,
Hiding
no?
behind the,
No?
okay, close it?
Yep.
Yes, yes, yes? Okay, it's closed.
All right.
Will you give her?
HAR, oh, the last person spoke? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. McTighe. I didn't think we were ever going to get here. Okay. We're getting there.
We're going.
We're getting there.
157 North Water Street, North Water Properties.
Good evening, Commissioners, or should I say good morning? I guess I'm
Yeah,
the first
good
one
morning.
after midnight. So, for the record, Tim Peck for the applicant, 157 North Water Partners. This project, as was discussed yesterday and in the narrative, is an existing two-family dwelling located on the eastern side of North Water Street. We are here for special permit approval, site plan approval to construct 3 small additions to the building, one on the north side above an existing bump out, one on the east side above an existing bump out, and then a dormer on the attic level to allow for a bathroom addition to the.
Could you go through those again? I'm sorry.
Sure. It's actually easier to look at it on the site plan, on the
Well,
floor
For some of
plans.
us, anyway.
I'm sorry. If you look at it on the elevations, Mr. Maitland, there's an existing bump out on the first floor on that side, on this side, and we're going up above
Okay,
it.
that's why I didn't see the footprint
Yep,
change.
and then the same thing on the
Yeah.
back side. So we're
Gotcha.
going up, and then we're doing a dormer on the attic level.
Yep.
The project is well under the allowable floor area ratio for the property. We're allowed .55, the existing is .31, and the proposed is .36. The additions do meet the required setbacks. It was brought up at briefing yesterday. It's not, was not clear on the reduced copy, but that's the actual front setback, so our additions are in the rear. All these homes along this side, if you're familiar with the street, are low at the front, and the grade goes up in the back as it goes up to meet Henry Street on the rear. So most all the homes have a non-conforming front yard setback along that side. So we're trying to keep all our additions out of the required yards. No change to the bedroom count, no change to the parking. Again, the primary reason for the additions is a little more living space and also to allow for a bathroom in the attic bedroom. We do fall under the drainage exemption threshold as it's a vertical addition. I believe there were comments in the file from Coastal or from Conservation that there was no negative impact because it's a vertical addition. There were a couple of comments that came up at the briefing yesterday from the sewer department, which I'd like to address. One is there was an issue several years old now regarding the inflow and infiltration program. The current owner purchased the property about 7 months ago and was obviously was unaware of any predating issues arising from that program. The contractor and the owner, I spoke with them this morning, and they contacted the consultant this morning to set up an appointment for a walkthrough. They'll come out and test to make sure, if they'll do a dye test if they have to make sure that there's nothing going into the sewer. The other comment that came up was to have it cambered, which is a pretty standard request from the sewer department. I believe they contacted the sewer inspection office today to try to schedule something as well. So those comments were hopefully addressed.
I don't know why they ask for whether you have a wetlands impact, but it's in our staff comments. I don't remember registering that.
I think in a kind of internal conflict there, one says
Oh, yeah.
there are no wetlands, but,
Yeah, okay.
I mean, don't we always require a green sheet anyway?
Yeah.
We can submit a green sheet. It's required for the building permit, so we'll submit one.
Here's where what I would like to suggest on this to the rest of the commission. I'd be okay with closing this, and then once they've had that inspection from the sewer department, we'll just move it at our next meeting. And it's just because
I would like to see it as a condition, if it's possible, prior to issuance of
I guess
permit.
my question is, if somebody's been sending registers, I mean, you're saying it's a different owner.
No, it's a completely different owner.
Okay.
And it was the family owned it before, and
They ignored all the
they
registered
ignored all
letters.
the letters. And this was the first that.
A building permit
That's what I
without
said.
it.
Yeah, we can't get a building permit without the sewer
Alright.
permit, so
Yeah,
it's
and once the
all.
record's
Won't get a
closed,
zoning
it's
permit
closed,
either.
so it's.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it's sewer,
No, I
that's the
think-
thing. Okay,
I think we just make it a condition.
Thank you.
That's it.
I would.
okay. They softened my attitude.
Well, just so
Everybody
you
can
know,
be
I was,
beaten into
I was,
submission quickly.
I was in the same, I was of the same
No, I
view.
know, but I
If
mean-
there hadn't been a change of owner, because
Yeah, it's
some
just that,
people are just
They were
recalcitrant.
completely unaware of that, and we're happy to make that call this morning, so.
you know,
When did they take title?
6 or 8 months ago. It was only the middle of 2015.
All right.
all right.
Any other comments?
Mr. Peck,
Yes.
why a gable addition on the gable, existing
Because
gable?
the 6'8", to get the 6'8" headroom,
Yeah, well, it's good to have them.
Did you explore a shed?
shed, you're only getting like a 2-pitch, if that. It's going to be a flat box coming off the existing ridge to get that pitch out to the sides. And we gave the owner a couple of different options. This is the one that they chose to have us present.
Okay.
It is actually pushed back far enough from the street, and the street elevation at this point is a couple of feet lower. So you are looking, you're looking at it up higher, so you're not going to really pick up the fact that you'll see that it's a little bit higher than the ridge, but it's not as
Up the fact that it's odd?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? Comments?
I mean, should we be, I had the same reaction you did. I actually asked Mr. Maitland about it, but, I mean, it is very odd looking.
One thing we don't regulate here is odd.
We can encourage.
No. I think it's actually suggestion to the design team. I think they've understood there's the interior requirements they need for headroom.
Yeah, I mean, it's squeezing in something pretty tight, and
Meets the FAR. and-
Yeah,
They meet all the
that's other
standards.
half of it. It's all there, and it's in a,
slope.
it's in a neighborhood of houses that may have odd.
There's the eclectic, I think, is the preferred term.
It's
but
called
yes.
character.
Yeah.
Neighborhood character.
Yeah, that's it.
So,
Anything else? All right, let's close.
thank you very much.
And now for the crescendo.
Oh, Mr. Tessie, where have you been all night?
Here we go.
I always appreciate so much you saving me for last. I can't tell you.
Hey, listen,
We don't have
it builds,
anything to do
it
with
builds
it.
character.
So do you,
There's nothing greater than character.
so how do you work that? Do you give do clients get a discount, like, if you're only waiting from 7 to 8 PM as opposed to 11?
Actually, what happens is I get to do other work and bill two people at the same time. But don't tell anybody.
Multitask.
Sometimes it's us.
Oh, I forgot you were here from John's office. That's not good. Erase that 16 seconds from that tape. So,
Oh,
well, John
excuse me,
Tessie.
This is number 15, Old Track Properties LLC.
Another fitness facility.
Get right to it. John Tessie representing the applicant this evening, Old Track Properties. You're familiar with Mr. Molnar from Mr. Ferreri's office, who is his lead designer and the creator of the exterior of the building. Also in attendance behind the wall here is Mr. Phil Barker, who is our prospective tenant to occupy the space, which is, as noted in the staff report, and as you all know, space in the residential moderate income building that this commission approved for the 16 Old Track site. Building is located along the western side of the property and is under construction, as probably a lot of you know. Part of the approval of the building and the overall site plan was a designated office space on the ground level of that building, on the west side, of approximately 3,900 square feet. As it turned out, there was some marketing of the space, but the tenant that surfaced that actually Mr. Ferreri and everyone else thought was an excellent fit for the site was Mr. Barker's proposed use for 3 squash courts in a instructional type of facility use. I can tell you, it seems everybody's looking for squash courts in this community. It's very popular. You all may have found out and heard, I've been here a couple of times on that type of use, places that didn't work out. But they seriously, I think it's a great amenity for that particular residential community, which is going to be, as you may recall, 63 units, I believe, of which I think 7 are affordable. So overall, it's a good site, as noted in the staff report, in terms of our parking count. The parking utilization on really a maximum basis would not exceed the office space requirement. I don't know what else to say. At this particular point, we can certainly answer questions. Obviously, it's late in the evening. So what questions would you have, really, that we can respond to? Try to
Mr. Tessie,
respond to. Yes.
Who would play squash here?
Human beings for the most part, but
Okay.
seriously speaking, no robots?
Where would those humans come from? From the
Okay.
apartments upstairs or from?
Only 1217.
Two aspects of the use. Number one is that there are going to be instructional programs, as we indicated, and there will be at times one instructor for each court. There would be a limit of 3, which will probably be, more teenagers or younger children learning the sport. It doesn't take a long time to learn it, but obviously to get better and better, you need good instructors. And there would be the maximum of 3 participants in what they'll call a mini class. But aside from that maximum use, then the courts would be open and utilizable by the public. And they're all designed as single courts, so there won't be doubles, there'll be single courts, so it'll be 2 participants per court during, let's call it the open non-class time.
I think somewhere we saw that you were going to want this open 24 hours a day.
Well, we talked about that.
I don't think so.
And I didn't,
Is that what?
I noted to the
Ask for everything and see what they'll really, and
No, I don't-
negotiate?
I think, I already talked to Mr. Barker about that.
So I
Okay,
think
I
if
think
you
the
match it
idea was that the long and the short of it is no one thought that anyone's going to use it later on. I don't know how late you would agree to. My experience in those type of facilities would be probably 10 or 11 o'clock
Question for you.
maximum. But we can
We
talk about
originally,
that.
when we talked about the hours yesterday,
Yeah.
we were thinking making it potentially consistent with Equinox. But that's
Well-
very early in the morning. But is there any, I don't know anything about squash. What happens noise-wise with the
Well,
courts?
Kevin
Do
can,
they-
Kevin could describe that. There's acoustics.
Cannon shot.
Yeah, well,
when I've
that's taken into account from.
Squash area, it seemed
No,
loud to me,
it's pretty-
but I
it's-
don't know what
but it's-
happens when you're
it's-
outside the
No, in the
area.
lot,
Outside, it's
No
going to be
noise.
what's above, and there's nothing above.
You'll never
gonna-
hear it.
you're not going to hear it. The inside, it's because it's a closed chamber, so you get the echo effect.
The court is
Okay.
enclosed.
Yes.
And then you got the space between that and the outside wall.
Yeah.
So you've got like 2 noise barriers.
Yeah.
Okay, just
The
asking
issue
about the
isn't
noise.
Yeah, we had discussed that. and
People going in and out. See, and so when we originally talked about it, and we were saying do it consistent with Equinox, started thinking about this today, that because it's a residential building, what's the disruption to the residents? And the Equinox hours are very early.
Well, Equinox, right,
late.
people like to work out early, and we see squash as basically a similar type of situation where people like to play scotch and they do work out.
I think those hours should be agreeable. I mean,
It's 5 a.m.
So why do you care?
Well, why do you care?
Because I don't get up at 5 a.m. I mean,
Neither am I, but the people going.
I've been getting up early
5
myself.
a.m. making all
So,
the-
but this
We
is
can poll everybody.
residential. I mean, it's residential. You're in your apartment and people begin to arrive.
But let me explain this. There's not going to be the interior is not going to present any noise. The exterior, the only
The parking
concern-
and the people coming into the building.
They're going into Equinox in any event. We have such a de minimis number of people going in. There won't be any classes at that time. You may get a few fellas or a few ladies that would like to play squash early. I don't think 5 is a big, 6 o'clock maybe. I mean, Phil?
But also, isn't the building going to regulate your hours?
Yeah.
Because of the residents? mean,
I would
what are
think
you
so.
allowed
No,
to-
absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Ferreri, obviously made a substantial investment here. He's not going to put himself in a position where his tenants are not, going to be able to get a good night's sleep. It's a mood issue, as far as we're concerned. It's going to be controlled. It's going to be constructed by Gateway in a way that they're totally convinced they're not going to have issues. Remember, we spent a lot of time, if you recall, on the issue of whether or not they're going to be able to control the sound coming either from the throughway or the train tracks. And you see the way it's been constructed with the exterior corridors, and there's not an issue.
I kind of buy the argument of the residents if the residents don't want you there at 5 a.m.,
They're going to complain.
they're going to complain.
Yeah.
Okay, Patrick, did you get resolved, I'm just moving along the
Go ahead.
questions. Did you get resolved this issue of the square footage differentials and?
I was hoping we talked about
Okay. Mr. LaRoe raised in his staff report that there were some inconsistencies in the square footage numbers.
You mean the additional 500 some odd square feet?
No, the approval for the building numbers in the staff reports and the decision and the numbers that you provided are larger than that approval, and I just
You
don't.
mean over and above the 500 square
I
feet?
believe the numbers on the original approval for the mixed-use building was somewhere in the range of 3,030 square feet for the office space and somewhere in the range of 13,000 gross square foot for the building, and you're obviously now representing a 14,000 plus square foot building and a 3,900.
Building's way larger than 14,000 square feet.
I'm sorry, 114,000, excuse me. And where did that number increase come from? Because it's much larger than the 500 that you're representing.
Kevin? Well, so I didn't really, fully understand the question.
Okay, so the question is, you have approved, for example, 113,000.3
Getting
square
yours.
feet, and you're going to almost 115,000, and you're only adding 578, and the increase is a lot more, so I
So
don't know
you're about
what.
1,500 square feet more, approximately?
There you go. See, you're good at.
15 versus 500.
Yeah,
Paula, so
that's-
Yeah, okay.
$1,000
There's a missing. There's a missing.
Well, the good news is, we have plenty of FAR, just to check, to go up to the .09, so.
Well, that's true, but again,
No, but I
anything over
appreciate
the
your point out.
50% requires the commission's consent, so that's.
No, I'm not debating the point, I'm just saying, well, the good news, if in fact that's true, is,
Well, but you've had all your bonuses. I mean, when you did the building, you got.
no, but we didn't go up to the .9 FAR.
Well, .75
I mean,
was
with
what we-
.75, that
Right,
wouldn't
that
take
was
us
the
to
regulation at
that
the
wouldn't
time.
take us to
I
.75
think
either.
the first round was your dip at the bonus.
Well, they got it on
I
height.
don't know if we've done, Kevin's checking that all out, okay? My point is that if in fact, I mean, I can't really answer that.
The only addition to the building.
Here, you have to do this.
My name is Kevin Molnar, representing Gateway Development. Molnar. What we've done to get the squash courts to fit into the building, the previous exterior wall was along this column line. We've proposed to move that wall out 4 feet to allow an internal stair and circulation within there. If we look at
I'm just sort of curious why you're even moving that wall out. What's the purpose for it?
the dimensions of the squash courts themselves.
You got so much room from the squash court to the exterior wall, I don't see why you even need to move it. You got like
Circulation.
6 feet, 8 feet, 3.
So if you see here, the squash court, which has a dimension of the 21 foot to the interior, once you have your acoustic wall between the existing structure of the current exterior wall, there's not enough room to circulate past. See that space there is about 18 inches between concrete and the wall. So we're creating the circulation along the outside to get 4 foot clear, which is our code minimum for circulation.
How much are you moving the wall out?
The building wall is moving out to create 4 foot clear on the interior. So the wall moves out 4'8" from where it is today.
Okay, so those columns that are there, those are the existing columns for the building?
Correct. They hold up currently the 4 stories above. This diagram might make it a little bit clearer. So the red dashed line here is where our current wall is today.
Got it.
We're moving out the 4'1",
Got it.
interior clear,
No, I got it.
all underneath the
Okay, he's got
existing
it.
roof that was there.
The architects are good.
So this addition is 4'1" by 141 feet, I believe, which gave us 576 square feet of added FAR.
Okay, so what we're not getting then is where that extra GFA is coming from.
Yeah, I think for Mr. Tessie's benefit, in the agenda, page 1019, and then again in page 1025, that's the decision of approval for the building, and then the zoning permit sign-off, the last one for the properties in and around, but also including this building on Old Track. And it references, again, a gross floor area for the building that is somewhere in the range of, well, the building itself is 72,827.
Yeah, I have that. I see
And then the office space in that is 3,030 square feet. And today's application, again, it's much larger than the addition that you're proposing, and then
No, I
the
see
gross
that.
floor areas have also gone up
It's not a condition. they're gonna tell us.
more so than the 578 square feet.
It's a difference in the internal area. The internal area difference.
It may not be here, that's the thing, because it's the whole site plan.
Right, it could be.
It could be
somewhere
that
in the
it's not
Equinox-
this
I mean, obviously, it's all
building.
the
It could be
building.
the Equinox building.
I don't know if there was a,
It's the whole site plan, because we look at it as one whole site plan. So you could be talking about Equinox. The only thing I could think about, and when you came in for the yoga thing, you bumped out the yoga, Mr. Tessie, but that
No,
didn't
no, that was all
expand the
included.
footprint.
No,
That
no,
was
no,
all
that
included,
didn't.
right?
But what,
Okay.
So
this is,
originally, the 30/30 area
Yeah.
was up to here.
Yeah.
This space here was part of the lobby.
Are you going to ask about the seats, too? I'm turning it down. Are you going to ask about the seats?
okay, okay.
And then the other thing, you're supposed to...
Yeah. What we're saying, what Mr. Molnar was trying to describe is that, in fact,
No, we always gang up.
what,
there, not just
what they did as part of this application is they shrunk the lobby of the common area and gave more to this tenant. And that's about 500 or so square feet, so that counts for half of the
But it's your
space. And
total. We're talking about the entire
I understand, but
facility.
okay, let's just do this. They did, so it was more than the actual space. There was actually another 500 or so square feet. And you may have taken up some corridor, too? No. It's just that, it's that space?
So you had the head of the 576, which was out there, and then this piece in here.
Right.
So that's going to be slightly under 400, so that's that difference of 900 square feet.
But it's footprint.
It's not footprint.
It has to be footprint because its GFA in total is 113 versus 115. We're talking about the whole thing. We're not talking about just the
Gross
square.
floor area is everything within the building, all 4 levels, not the footprint. The only footprint.
But what I'm
change-
saying is that, okay, let me say it differently. What I mean is, you had to have made something bigger, not switching between the reception area and the squash courts.
We did make the building bigger by that 4 feet, by
That's only- we
141
accounted
feet,
for that already.
576 square
We
feet.
accounted for that. Now you are saying you moved from the reception area, an area out of the reception into a different use. That would not account for the difference, because we're talking about total. Okay,
Yes.
got it, we're on the same page, sorry. So,
so where's the 2,000 feet?
so where is that?
No, they're off by about 1,000 feet, so
So,
it actually makes little difference other than just keeping the record straight.
Right.
I mean, we could ask you to, what do you want to do? We
I
could
just
ask
wanna
them to
clean
just
up
give
the-
it
I
to
think
us.
coordinate, I think we make it a condition that they just resolve
Okay.
it.
And
Because,
have a clean record.
that's what I'm saying, but
Yeah.
if they resolve it.
Just
it'll
hold
be
it
a
open.
condition
The
that-
only
There's plenty of time to hold it open.
Our decision, I don't want to close, I agree. See, because I think our decision letter should have the right number.
We have,
in it.
let's do this, because there's even internal, given the hour,
Yes.
there's even an internal question where we got the 3,900 square feet from.
Okay.
So we're going to leave
Okay.
it open for you to resolve it.
Well, we appreciate you don't do that,
No, and
because
here's
there's
why.
nothing really to resolve, other than to work with staff to give you the final numbers.
No, but here's the thing,
Why?
Mr. Tessie. What we'd like to do is to have the decision letter that goes out to you have the right numbers in it. So that, because really, that's all we ever have to go on 2 years from now. And it's just so that the decision letter's correct, because we end up relying on what goes out, that it be correct, because that's how we compare one application to another. The other thing is, Mr. Tessie, this is a must-open by 5/26. We aren't giving you anything else that's hard to do here. You just have to get the square footage right, and then whenever you can do that. Now, we have a couple of other questions for you. We do have some other questions for you, but, I mean,
Yes. What
we
are
just
the
want
other
the
questions?
decision letter to reflect what's out there and to be totally right, because that's what we then rely on, and someone will hate us in 15 years if it doesn't work.
Well, the only point is, what he,
Tired.
somebody will hate you in 15 years?
Yeah, you can hate me today, but
We're no, I don't hate anybody. It's the new me. What Mr.
Oh, I don't
Molnar is saying is that these floor plans that he's submitted, right, for the building, are the correct floor plans,
Yes.
and they reflect a.
115,000 that they are on the
This is the point. So this is why let's get it clarified.
It reflects the 115,776 square feet, if my eyes could read the small print here, as what the total FAR is on 16 Old Track Road.
115?
The allowable FAR, I think he's trying to say, the points.
No, the allowable is different.
No.
And your number doesn't match.
Mr. LaRoe said he read.
Well, he's looking at GFA. The number we're looking at right now is GFA, not the FAR number, and that's a little different, right?
No.
GFA.
GFA
Floor area
is FAR.
Okay, I thought you netted the inside of the walls
And
versus
they're
the
done off,
outside.
and they're
Okay,
done off
sorry.
worksheets.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
So that is the
Learned something
number.
tonight. Okay, so we have a different number, we have 3 different numbers now.
No, you should have, you have the original number, and for some reason,
Mr. Tessie, the number on our report is 114,755.
And you just said 115 something and change.
Existing. So that's
Existing.
without adding the 578.
114 change.
Oh.
That was pre the 576 square foot addition.
Right, and the approved building was noted at the time, and that also at zoning permit issuance to be 113,000.
I'm sure you'll find it in 5 minutes, and then you'll be done, and
The 114 came from the zoning location survey provided by DeAndrea's office. So that's where I'm getting the gross totals. The 113 came from the prior decision.
right, I agree with that.
So that's where the discrepancy is in the ZLS, what was presented on that.
No, but if the approved is 113,
right,
Yes.
and the applicant is stating tonight that it's 115,
right.
Well,
no, the applicant's stating it, doesn't worry, it came up.
no,
Andrea's doing.
my pause is that 115 number, I think, represents the impression that the maximum permitted FAR is based on a .75, which was the former 6110 max FAR. But again, I would point out that that number can only be reached with permission from the commission. It's not an as-of-right number.
No, I can't, well, something, I don't think that would be correct, because 115
Okay.
wouldn't be, it wouldn't be .75 even if that was the old number.
This is what he has here.
Okay, guys.
Because if .70 is 113, and 114 is 701,
It's going to be.
Correct.
115 is 702. So
Right.
even wouldn't get near the 75.
And that's on the drawings you submitted? Because we didn't highlight it, because we couldn't see it. So in the submitted drawings of the FAR, you have those,
Yeah, the zoning location survey?
no, not the zoning location survey, the floor area worksheets.
Tony probably didn't catch the FAR change and update his sheet. DeAndrea probably did not catch the change in the FAR when he reissued his civil drawing for the footprint increase. The architectural drawing indicates it correctly.
I'm not to be ignorant, but why would his number be larger before you did the addition?
No, his number, he got the number from Kevin. He got the number from Kevin originally.
Right.
Then we realized, and Kevin basically advised us, and it's one of the reasons we continued the hearing to when we were originally going to open, that there was this bump out that he described earlier. So what Kevin is saying, if you take the 114,755 from the zoning location survey from Tony, which was the original understanding on the as-built, and you add the 578, you come up with the 115 number, 155 number, 115 plus number that Kevin was
Well,
referring
we
to.
don't have that number.
Which changes the proposed FAR to .71 as opposed to .701. That's what he's saying. So that's what these floor.
What I think I want reconciliation on is how do we get from the 113,000 number of the approval to
Okay.
today's number of 114 or 115 with a 578 square foot addition proposal?
Mr. Molnar, what we have is Whereas the commission notes the total floor area proposed on the site is 113,262 square feet, comprising 72,827 in the residential office building. Does that ring a bell for you?
4 or 5 years ago, I'm not remembering.
No, I'm just saying, so you've been
No, I
working on
read
this
that. That's
recently.
right there. What we're saying, and I don't know why,
Could
and the
you
question
just
is,
fix
does
it?
it matter if, to you? Because the question is, let's assume that's true, you're going to tell us to remove part of the building. I mean, maybe you will.
No, we're just,
No, I'm saying you're trying to work with us. All I'm saying is that what you asked for to
Give us the
continue the
right
hearing
numbers.
was the right numbers. In actuality, the right numbers are here on these floor area worksheets that were submitted.
Those floor area worksheets,
Yes.
are they including this addition?
Yes.
But yet, that comes up to the 1152 or something like that? 1157?
115776.
Let them go home and fix this.
because 114 is what we have on the application, really. This isn't a must open until 5/26. We're ahead of the game here. All we're doing is saying, give us numbers to put.
I think there's a bigger issue here. I mean, if the applicant has constructed or misrepresented the numbers for the commission's
that.
approval, then we should rectify that holistically, and we have an
Exactly.
opportunity to do that, to close it, and then to say,
not
we'll
gonna
figure it
close
out
it.
later, and then to find out that there was an error or
Trust
a
me.
miscalculation, then we should just keep it open. I mean, it's benefiting the applicant more than even
Okay.
the commission in this
We need to
instance.
ask you some other questions.
We're not going to close it.
We're not going to close it.
Voice,
What are the other
voice the other. Just a curiosity, why there are 19 seats in the waiting area outside the squash courts? Is that just filling up an area? Or why do you have,
Oh, yeah, and come talk to us, because I got a question for you, too.
Please, Phil Barker, applicant, tenant. There was no sort of number directed on the seats. That was just the architect filling in. That was just purely random.
okay.
Could we remove them?
I don't see why. They're not causing any trouble. that I can see.
Well, it kind of, I mean, you're not going to have tournaments with observers.
There's no tournaments there, no.
Then why do you have that observation area above?
There's no.
I thought there was an observation.
There
okay,
was
well,
going to be a glass side wall. There is going to be one glass side wall
Okay.
on the far end.
Okay.
That's just the viewing is very very minimal.
Mm-hmm.
It's a teaching facility first and foremost. With
That's the next thing I wanted to ask you. If I want to go play squash, will I just be able to go play squash? Or do
If
I
you're-
have to have a teacher?
no, if you're lucky enough to get a court time, and you're a member, then you could get a court time.
How many members are you going to have?
So US squash and England squash, they say 60 members per court. So I'm going to max it out at 180, but that is all of my projections are on 50 to 60 members.
Okay.
Well, because those, I wouldn't think those numbers would work for a teaching facility. In other words, it would seem to me the number of members per court would be related to the courts are being used by members throughout the day, as opposed to a teaching facility. Do the people you're teaching, your students, do they have to be members?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And how many teachers?
3.
Okay, so you're going to have 3 teachers, and you're going to have, okay, you figure you're going to have 50 to 60 members. And so how are you going to schedule court time?
So lessons take priority, and there's going to be, so it'll be off-peak memberships for the early risers, or after schools.
So I'm going to go online, and you're going to have, the lesson times will be blocked out, and I'll go in and I'll pick whatever's open and sign up for a court at that time.
Correct.
And you're not going to do any deal with Equinox?
We have a branding partnership where they have 10% off membership off my club, and I get 10%. But that's that's the only deal.
All right.
What's that mean?
So if you're an Equinox member,
You get 10%.
then you would get 10% off my membership, and vice versa. So there's no cannibalization of memberships.
Okay, you're not showing it here, but are you going to have any retail? Are you going to sell anything?
So there'll be I mean, you can see the space is so limited.
Right.
There will be rackets available, but all clothing, shoes is only available online.
Okay.
Stringing rackets?
String rackets, yes. That's a small space. Good knowledge.
Did we ever agree on the hours?
Yeah,
Equinox.
we kind of left it at Equinox
So
for now, and we'll.
5 to 10.
That's acceptable.
Fridays is 5 to 9, Saturday is 7 to 8, Sunday is 7 to 7. I looked at it, we looked at it. I looked it all up, I Googled it.
So, but a facility like this in a residence, I mean, the question you raised earlier is,
Equinox is right there.
Yeah, but it's not in the same building, but I
It's
think.
across the parking lot.
I
think
don't
the-
understand what that means.
I don't know if it means anything, I'm just,
I think
no
the
idea.
point that they made, that if you're living there and it begins to bother you, you're going to call Mr. Ferrari and fix it.
I don't know.
I don't see that kind of an impact on the residents. The
Okay.
noise of a squash game, except when people are yelling and swearing at each other during a match, that's the loudest noise.
Agreed.
So, the measurements for a doubles court, how are they distinguished from singles?
Much bigger.
Much bigger.
And much
Can
smaller.
you just tell me the measurements?
So it's
Single court.
it's a third bigger.
A third bigger.
We aren't having doubles courts here. This is purely singles because doubles is typically, well,
It's 3 feet wider and 3 feet longer, isn't it?
At least.
no,
A single
no,
court is 32
it's
by
significant. It's correct. It's over 10 feet longer. A doubles court.
Yeah. And wider.
Yeah, and wider as well. But this is three singles courts.
So looking at the site plan and the various interim approvals by, I think they were drafted by you, Katie, and Merrick. The parking space for this office space is not outside that building. It is in the garage across the street. And I wanted to point that out and make sure that that's incorporated. And I can tell you what page that's on. Page 1027. It's an amazingly good detailed report by the department.
It's the upper level of the parking garage.
I'll tell you in one sec.
Yeah, because it was going to be all-day use, which it's not now. So one of the things is, do you still want to do that there?
What do you mean? It's going to be all-day use?
Well, the assumption was when it was office use, that you would go up to the second level. What I remember that.
No, the second level is, the lower level is not to be used by Equinox. It was not to be used by anything up on top. The lower level is to be used by the building, by the residents during the evening as excess parking, and also to meet the desire of 1.5 that Mr. That he's
But the discussion that we had when we did this
yeah, I know the
was that
discussion
where
well.
the office parking would be sort of the least convenient, because once you're there, you stay all day. Up to you guys if it were, I mean.
Well, I'm not
It's the
going
only
to
place
give
to
them
put it.
any difference on what the space had. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. You have a residential building that,
No, but it's, okay.
yeah.
I
mean, that's
don't
how
know that we have to micromanage the
Yeah.
parking.
Well,
in
the
this.
parking, that is the parking
Yeah.
specifically
I'm
Yes.
for this space.
Right, and that's,
Second floor of the parking garage at 33 Spring
Well, the
Street.
second floor would be the top.
Right.
it's the top floor.
So, yeah,
Yeah, we'll
so
agree.
that's
So
just
he was right.
by way of,
You got one tonight.
so we're not finding these people parking where the residents are supposed to be able to park, that's all.
Yeah. Okay.
If I could ask one more question about the operation, the lessons, is there a hard stop and start to that schedule during the day?
There's an element of flexibility. the business is run. 90% of the business is going to be through lessons. So if someone wants to get a 6 o'clock lesson, then there'll be a 6 o'clock lesson. I foresee most of the sort of social use being pre-work, but because of this being an elite facility, there will be pre-school matches, lessons. Peak time is going to be from 2:30 until 7 o'clock. And then after that, there'll be more social time and social play if there's not lessons.
The description sort of indicated that there'd be an automatic entry or pass, like a magnetic pass or something like that. So is there a time when there would be I guess my real question is, what time do the employees arrive and leave, or what do you envision that to be, versus when it's going to be sort of autonomous use where people can just come in and use it as members?
So, there will be someone there from 9 o'clock until 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Just the fact that the amount of members that there's going to be, it's not going to be a kind of an Equinox facility where, there will be a sort of a club environment where people know everyone. There's going to be security cameras, but there will be with this system, I know exactly who's in the building at any one time. So there's information available to me when people leave and enter and leave as well.
Okay.
Will they have general access to the rest of this building?
No.
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 So it's going to be a separate entrance?
Yes.
No showers?
Yes, showers. Small showers.
There's a small toilet facility on the upper level. Let me see if there was a shower there or not.
So the parking for this office space at the moment, per the site plan, was 15 spaces.
Right.
So we're only going to be using 9.
Maybe,
You say so.
if you say so.
3 at 3.
That'd be
They
most, right.
overlap a little bit. The instructors probably won't. So. Is that it? Anybody else?
You're the boss.
He is.
You think?
I've been
You haven't
told.
witnessed this commission?
I guess you're leaving it open, so Molnar can give you our final numbers.
Yep.
That's basically the only open question.
Where's the
Yeah.
mechanical system for this? Because squash facility takes a lot more AC and dehumidification. Where are you putting all those units?
I thought you were sleepy.
Here.
Yes. Adjacent to the stair, there's going to be a floor area that's up above the bathroom.
Right.
So air handlers are going to be located in there. They're going to distribute laterally on the inside of the existing structure and feed into the courts. Condensers are up on the roof in the pre-approved locations.
Okay.
I actually, my apologies, have a couple of questions that were in your narratives. There's a disabled access, which is being changed. Patrick, did you look at these kind of small details, the point of access for disabled people, and then the moving of the first aisle, what was it,
The planters, I believe.
No, and
It
then
all,
in the parking lot, because it bumps out into, in effect, takes a piece of a parking aisle, right?
I mean, maybe Kevin wants to talk about it
Parking
more,
aisle
but
is the same. It's just that the island is made
The
less.
island.
Yeah,
Yeah, the island.
the aisle is the same.
the wall coming out limits or shortens that pedestrian on the exterior,
Yeah.
which had the planting and had the ramps and things like that. So it doesn't change the parking lot from what I reviewed, but it does eliminate some of the pedestrian features on the first floor.
I mean, is that all okay?
Well, I think the ARC reviewed this, and I think we would hope the commission would want them to look at the changes. I mean, there is some facade changes with the glass and the glazing and
Yep.
the new wall on the outside, so.
Oh, and the narrowing of the sidewalk, I mean, the sidewalk was significant.
wanna go
Yeah,
talk to
we spent a lot of time on
I'm on the
that.
calendar for
Did you?
tomorrow,
Yeah,
well,
a lot of time.
So are
during
we-
the-
later today.
Okay,
We
good.
should,
So you're going to
We should
go,
have Mr. Marucci take a look at that. And I mean,
That was,
5-4?
I guess, it just seemed a little,
all right.
like somebody besides we commissioners ought to look at those.
well, we were concerned about people getting from the garage,
Yeah.
you recall,
Yeah, the-
over to the building.
There's,
If, Kevin, if I could start you off at a point, where's the garage, where's the path from the garage in relationship to this location? That's, I think, maybe the
I was
best way
trying to
to
ask
start.
that before, and I gave up.
okay. The garage, 33 Spring Street,
Yep.
across Old Track Road. There's a sidewalk that comes off the garage, crosses to a sidewalk here. There's a sidewalk that takes you to here. This is an older site plan that shows office still.
Yeah, sure.
So when you get across the street, this corner here is elevation 55, which is the floor elevation inside of the squash court. So the accessible entrance to the commercial space is here. Historically, it was over here. So we've shortened that path from the lots across the street. As far as the planting and the sidewalk,
Yeah.
historically, there was a 4-foot wide sidewalk and then a 2-foot wide or 2-foot-6 wide planter that was adjacent to that sidewalk. The planter is gone. What was the sidewalk is enclosed in the building now, and we have a minimal sidewalk to the outside now, which is a 3-foot wide sidewalk to facilitate access for anyone who parks across the street and is walking up to the residential building, that they're not walking in roadways.
I think it'd be helpful if we have an updated site plan that shows those.
We have them.
We do.
Partials.
I didn't see it blown up.
Yeah, we have well,
That thing. Yeah.
we have
You
this
just
thing
told
that's
me it
done in
wasn't
red.
with the current use,
This shows the overall neighborhood.
right?
Here's the updated civil plan that was submitted that shows the changes along here.
So,
And it shows the doorway going in at the end?
Actually, the civil.
And Tony doesn't show any doorways going into the building.
Yeah,
They're on the
look at the-
architectural drawing.
But here, it was this one that had the red on it.
yeah. I mean, would we customarily have anybody else, departmental review?
Yeah,
this?
Mr. Marucci reviewed it the first time.
Yeah, for the access.
For the, the curb, the
Yes.
Oh,
All this.
the dropped curb and all of that stuff. And because I think there's the roadway behind there, and the entrance into the garage is there, so there was a lot of conflicting
Yeah.
traffic.
So he's approved this?
Correct, and none of that's changed as a result of this application. The only thing we've done is move a door from here to here on our building. All the circulation from here has all remained the same.
So that bump out island is still the same size,
Do you bump out
right there?
No. It's
these
getting-
here?
It's getting narrower.
The roadway coming in, Tony's got it shown here. I'm sorry, that's the old. He had it historically shown at 18-foot.3, and it's currently 20-foot now.
Okay.
He shows it as 20 in the
It's
future.
20.
It was always 20.
20, that's an old drawing.
Had to have.
So he's got 20-foot,
Grading.
20 foot's identified right here for the roadway width coming into the site here.
Yeah, I think we talked a lot about that at the time, because it's two-way over there. Okey dokey.
All right.
Okay?
It's going to ARC tomorrow night,
Okay.
and then we'll
Yeah, that'll be good. Then you'll have all your
See ya.
ducks in a row.
give you what should be the final correct floor area.
Sorry.
Sure? Final correct? I want to end the public hearing.
I think we
Is that
can,
your final comment?
final and correct is a good way to end. I agree.
Okay.
Thank you, and good morning.
Public hearing is over.
Okey dokey.
Did it before 1, congratulations.
Not bad.
All right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let's clear them out. All right, which one do you want to start with?
Let's start with number 7.
Did you just do the minutes?
Somebody needs to do the minutes.
Is that what you were just doing?
No.
Oh.
I was just kidding.
Oh, okay, sorry. I heard something.
Just trying to lighten the mood here
I
at this time
move
of night.
I move the minutes from April 19th, 2016.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nope. Okay, what do you want
Okey-dokey.
to start with, 7?
7.
What's
Is
7?
that Davis and Orchard?
No, that's Holly Hill.
Oh, Holly Hill. Oh,
So it's got the most stuff in it.
really?
Yeah. I've got the most stuff, that's all that, I want to get the hard one out of the way. Okay, so, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I do. So I'd like to move approval for the proposed change of use for 31,362 square feet from office space to medical office with 22 professionals. The applicant will be adding, whereas the applicant will be adding 37 parking spaces so that the available parking goes from 352 to 389 on this site, and that as a result, there will be a reduction in the non-conform, yes?
She hates that word, just deficiency, so call it a different word. She doesn't like
A
non-conforming.
reduction in the existing deficiency of parking from 38 to 21 spaces. In addition, we have traffic studies. The study submitted by Adler indicates that there will be sufficient parking available for the uses. We note that Chart 2, the assumptions in Chart 2 for the future parking demand are that the vacant office will be filled in the future as office space, and therefore, if there is any proposed change of use in that currently vacant space, the applicant must return to the commission. Now I have one that's just mine. I would request that the applicant consider a broader variety of trees in their landscaping plan consistent with the comments from the Conservation Department. In addition, the applicant is to submit a direct to staff for review, a directional sign and parking management, parking and traffic management program, which will include assigned parking spaces,
No,
yes,
they didn't say assigned.
they did.
No.
Okay, all right.
No, they agreed to,
Assigned parking areas
well, no, they were pretty.
by levels.
By level.
By
yes,
levels.
yes, by level.
Assigned parking areas by levels.
Yes.
In addition, the applicant will implement a valet plan when they reach 85% of parking capacity for areas B and C.
Why don't we, I just want to ask a question. Why don't we have them submit the valet parking plan, but it will only be enacted if 90, if.
At
it-
85%,
yeah.
that's what I just said.
No, you said that when it reaches 85 to submit the.
Oh, submit the plan. Okay, good.
Submit it
I like
first,
that.
then.
That would be the threshold to start working with
Yeah.
staff.
In addition, just to clarify, the signage program that would be presented to staff will be such that it directs patients to level B and C. And level A and the surface parking will be card key restricted. Access to those areas will be card key restricted. And I believe that is all except for any other pending.
We got those levels right.
No, I did get them right. I checked them 3 times with you guys. And in addition, any other outstanding staff comments?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Nope.
All right, how about doing number 10, which is David and Orchard? Move approval for the site plan and special permit to demolish the existing single-family residence and construct a two-family. The following items, the following conditions. The applicant is to verify compliance with section 6128D on the side yard with clearance with the ZEO. They are to review the landscape plan with the Conservation Department, and they are to consider adding additional landscaping into the right-of-way following a discussion with the tree warden, and any other outstanding staff and departmental comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Okay, so let me then skip Greenwich Country Club.
Thank you.
Because I'm such a nice person
You
to
are.
my neighbor. And the next one, the 20, no, it was Tessie who was saying he wasn't going to hate me anymore. And the next one, shall we go to item 13, which is Harch at 25 Flagler. Final site plan and special permit to make additions to the existing
You
residence.
moved the approval, did you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Yes. I'm moving the approval. And the whereases on this are that we have received a copy of the State of Connecticut endorsement of the combined septic plan for the site. The IWWA has endorsed this, and the soil and erosion plan were submitted consistent with that approval. The applicant has a variance of the front yard setback as well as a special exception from the ZBA on February 10th. And just the conservation comments are that there's support of the planting plan, and that the rain garden will remain in its proposed location. I'm done. And any other outstanding staff and department comments?
Just note that the applicant did submit a summary of the FAR for the building, showing that the basement is fully counted in these FAR.
Okay.
Second.
I missed that.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Another one. Another home
Okay.
run.
One more
Okay, one more.
before I get.
Number 4, this is 157 North Water Street. Whereas this is also for a final site plan and special permit for additions to a two-family. And we note that the existing parking is...
It's motion to approve,
Motion to approve, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Motion to approve. I thought I said that, just getting tired. Is it okay if I say the parking's not conforming here?
No, just leave it, why don't we just say that...
That there is no increase in the number of bedrooms, and as such, there will be no impact on
there's no
parking demand.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
You can say that, because
Yep.
they got a drainage exemption.
Yes, I'm getting there.
Because there's no change in footprint or anything on this.
And there is a drainage exemption on site. There are two conditions for the approval. One is that the applicant obtain the green sheet from the IWWA, and in addition, that they submit whatever to comply with the sewer inspection that has been required for some time.
Well, that they shall get the sewer inspection done, I think, before the zoning permit is issued.
There you go. Good idea.
because there's no digging on the property.
This is all, there's no change, there's nothing.
Right, and that's what triggers the requirement for wetlands is when you have digging, so that's why.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And-
That's it.
Okay, move. Okay, just keep walking, Andy. So I hereby move approval, since I wasn't doing that before, apparently, of
Damn
the
straight, as long as you're gonna be
final
doing
site
this,
plan and special permit
Get your game in order.
to construct 2 new pools and a pool house at the Greenwich Country Club. Excuse me? With modifications.
That was the one that was, the word.
This is the, yes. Okay, so first of all, as long as we touched on that, the ARC approval that was given on April 6th as modified by ARC, and that those modifications be included in our decision letter. They received special exception approval on the 25th of January. IWWA has approved. The applicant, our decision letter shall include the membership numbers provided to us by the applicant. And the applicant shall address all the sewer comments. The applicant has agreed to observe the, comply with all the sewer comments from April 28th. In addition, the applicant, pursuant to comments from the Department of Public Works and Conservation, have added stormwater renovation. Is that right? And will add more trees pursuant to the comment by Conservation. I feel like I left some.
So it's the more trees per conservation, and also, did you want the membership noted on the plan?
You know, that's not a half-bad suggestion. Let's note the membership on the plan, but let's also incorporate it, that letter from Michelle Cronin, let's incorporate that into the decision letter so we have that record. And
The email you mean about the
Yeah.
membership? Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
let's just incorporate that somewhere into the approval. And any other outstanding staff and departmental comments.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Wrap it up.